all think I was serious.
I was committed.
I said wear cerulean, coconut, or mauve today,
And I said we're all wearing cerulean.
But I'm-
Demetrius and I followed the
I don't
rules.
even know what that means.
Cerulean blue.
I didn't get the
blue.
Broward blue today. I
Okay,
got
my
the white and gray
department was
memo.
going to wear all cerulean today.
We're
It was
morning.
him that said we were going to do it.
I was joking, and they picked the.
They're
I
doing
knew
these,
you were
right?
joking, and then I committed to it though.
They did.
I told you it was in my
So
code.
now I know.
I got it.
Now I know.
I said we're all wearing cerulean. I said to text this morning and said I'm wearing my cerulean.
I saw it, but I thought you were joking as well.
No.
I thought you were going along with the joke. So since I have you two here,
Timmy, what's up?
since I don't have you two here,
Every day's a great day.
the September 17th advisory committee meeting is yours. It's your committee. So the chair wants, the meeting with the budget with the board, the joint discussion. So the chair basically wants, instead of the Natalie basically taking over the thing again, she wants everybody to have 5 minutes each. And go down the road for 5 minutes each. So everybody start on 5 minutes, and I'll give you the members to write that into the script. And she's not first.
That's not bad.
Okay. I'll just give you a heads up, and then she'll want you to poll, do our eating and stuff like that.
But let's not.
Good morning. This workshop of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. Please identify the exit doors that are clearly marked for emergency exiting while in the boardroom. Refrain from obstructing the exit doors. All attendees must occupy a seat with the exception of media. Once the boardroom has reached its seating capacity, attendees will be directed to a designated overflow area. Upon the activation of fire alarm system, please exit from the room in an orderly fashion and continue to exit the building and remain outside until the authority has deemed this safe to return. We ask that all attendees to maintain a respectful and professional demeanor. Board Member Leonardi will now introduce her school to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance of the flag. Mrs. Leonardi.
It is my pleasure to introduce the students of North Andrews Gardens Elementary School to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. All rise, please.
I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Board Member Holness has requested a moment of silence for a staff member from Horizon Elementary. Mrs. Hickson.
Thank you. I would like to request a moment of silence in honor of Betty Bastian, a cherished staff member at Horizon Elementary School. Miss Bastian was known for her outgoing nature, love for exploring and adventures, and her ability to bring smiles to everyone she met. She was deeply involved in her community and will be dearly missed by the Horizon Elementary community. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you.
As we prepare to begin this school board workshop, we are reminded that our vision is 100% proficiency for all of our students, entering the new school year as an A-rated school district. We begin the vital task of sustaining this achievement. We will continue to educating all students to reach their highest potential. Our theme this year is Believe, Empower, Achieve, One Broward. The following topics are scheduled for board discussion at this workshop: Student Performance Spring 2024, Focus School Software, School Board Policy Review Project Rule Development, Safety, Music, Art, Athletics, Renovations, and Technology, Spot Survey, and Redefining Our Schools Update. Our first item up for discussion is School Performance Spring 2024. I will now turn it over to staff for the presentation.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Alston.
Thank you. If we could, before we jump to the presentation, could I make a comment?
Yes.
And then maybe ask a question? First, I'd like to say 3 words. Wow, wow, wow to you, Board Member Foganoli. Congratulations on your appointment. I was not here physically last week, so I want to commend you. Of course, the governor, I think, made a great decision in appointing you to the Board of Education, and I know that you will continue to do some great work both for the county and for the state. I'd also like to follow up. I know that I sent, I think, an email, and I've seen some back and forth over the last day or two. Could I ask a question to the superintendent and really more to the chief people officer?
Just come right here.
Good morning, Chief.
Good morning.
Easy question. Are you aware, and I know that we've had some back and forth on the BTU certification process. There's been a lot of kind of things going around over the last day or two. Is it true that the BTU fell below the 60% required threshold for automatic recertification?
Yes, it did.
When did the district know that? And was did the district notify the board, I guess, at any point when that occurred?
In April of 2024 was a recertification, so we knew a week or two after they sent their information to the state. I have addressed the board and given updates. It wasn't only BTU, FOPI as well. So none of our 6 labor unions reached the 60% threshold.
Got it. But there was no formal notification to the board. Is that fair?
That is not fair. I have spoken to the board about this. Whether it was at a closed door, I brought it up at one point. I can dig through all my emails. I'm reading the same things on Facebook that you are.
Okay. So regarding that process, what are the next steps since they did not receive the formal 60% threshold?
So if they don't reach the 60, the part of 447 statute is that they can appeal it, and to appeal they have to have 30% of the membership fill out interest cards. All 6 of our labor unions that have to go through that process reach to 30%. So now what PERC does is they reach out, and we on our side and on the labor side working together to make sure the list of positions is correct. So the teacher, the EP is easy, BTUs, because it's just pretty much a handful of positions. So they're working together to make sure that all the positions are correct on both sides. That gets sent back to, along with addresses of those members. And once that's completed, PERC will then mail out a ballot. The ballot simply says, I want BTU or FOPI to represent me, yes or no. They mail those back to PERC. PERC counts it. If 50% plus 1 of those that reply, so for instance, if 10 people send ballots back and that's it, if 6 say yes, they are recertified for another year. And then there'll be an invoice that the unions and the district will split.
Got it. And what's the timeline on that?
Right now, the PERC is doing 67 school districts and every other public union throughout the state. So PERC is behind. Dade County Teachers Union, for instance, I think was November of last year. I don't think they've had their vote yet. So it's going to be, by the time we vote, we'll have to return right back around and do it again next April.
Were there any other school districts, because I have no view statewide, and I think you may, coming forward here, are there any other school districts that actually met the threshold automatic recertification?
I'm not positive.
So you're not sure?
I'm not sure.
No? Okay. And does that impact any of our members of the union? Because many have actually sent a lot of questions around over the last day or two. Does this impact them in terms of their status?
No, because they're still, while they go through the appeal, they're still a certified union while they go through the appeal. My guess is they will be recertified, so really nothing's changing for the employees of the district that are part of unions.
So it's kind of final question. So it is real that the BTU, all units were not automatically recertified?
Correct.
So that is a true statement?
That is a true statement. I can send the docs.
Got it. Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you. Dr. Hepburn, first item, Student Performance Spring 2024.
Thank you, Chair. I'll give the floor to Dr. Fulton, Ms. Hollingsworth, and Dr. Cohn, and Richie Baum.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. I'm Angela Fulton, Deputy Superintendent of Teaching and Learning, and I'm proud to introduce members of my team who will be providing additional insight on today's presentation. We have Simone Hollingsworth, who is our Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Fabian Cohn, Executive Director of Academics, and Richie Baum, who's the Director of Educational Assessment, Analysis, and Research. So it gives us great pleasure today to provide a comprehensive overview of our 2024 student performance outcomes. We are thrilled to announce that our district has officially earned an A rating. This achievement reflects our collective hard work, our dedication, and our commitment to academic excellence. We have many accomplishments to share today, and we're eager to share these successes with you. So here is a roadmap of our presentation. We will provide an overview of our 23-24 student performance outcomes through the following lens. How does Broward compare to the 5 large school districts? And how does Broward's performance compare to the state? In addition to sharing this data, which is from last year's cohort of students, I think the most important takeaway today is the powerful practices through our reflection that we've learned that have moved the work and student achievement in our district. And how have we leveraged these practices to ensure all students reach high levels of proficiency, thus moving us to 100% proficiency for all of our students in our district. So we've heard you every time. The vision from the board is very clear, to become an A-rated school district. We've achieved that. And the second vision of the district is 100% of our students reaching proficiency, which is the work that we're proud to do each and every day. Important to note as well, too, is that since 2011, Broward has earned its A-rated district rating. However, we are committed to ensure we maintain this status for many, many more years to come. When we received our grades last school year, 98% of our schools either maintained their school grade, either maintain it or increase, which shows you the breakdown of where we are, with 82 of our schools becoming A-rated schools, 62% of our schools being B, and 69 being C. The most notable thing from that is, for the first time since school grades were doled out in 1999, Broward County does not have any schools that are rated either D or F. And as we compare to the 5 large school districts, you can see where Broward falls in terms of this distribution of school grades among Hillsborough, Miami-Dade, Orange, and also Palm Beach schools. We would like to take a moment to highlight some of our schools who did some extraordinary work last year that improved their school grades by, at minimum, 2 jumps of improvement. So these are our 7 schools that were rated in 2023 as C-rated schools. Through effective leadership, outstanding work from our teachers and our students and our communities, these 7 schools were able to improve their school grades from a C to an A. And I would like to take a moment to acknowledge those schools. Croissant Park Elementary. Nope, go right ahead. Margate Elementary. Nova Middle School. Palmview Elementary, Peters Elementary, Sanders Park Elementary, and Stephen Foster Elementary School. So congratulations to those schools that were able to move their school grades from a C to an A. What's very notable as well, too, is last year we did have 12 schools that were rated D or an F. All 12 schools also made notable achievements that we'd like to speak of today. The only F-rated school that we had last year was Walker Elementary School, and we're proud to say Walker, through the hard work of our students and community and leadership, Walker is now a C-rated school and moving to higher heights. 2 years ago, we also had an F-rated school, which was Endeavor Primary Learning Center. While it's not on here, it's important to note that Endeavor in 2 years, first year moved from an F to a B, and now they're one of our A-rated schools in our district. And now we have the former principal of Endeavor, who is now the new principal at Walker Elementary School, and we're looking forward to seeing amazing things happen to Walker in the subsequent years to come. And so now our other DF schools that made major improvements, we'll start with our schools that went from a D-rated school to also a B. That would be Blanche Ely High School, Deerfield Park Elementary, Oak Ridge Elementary, and Robert C. Markham. Major improvements from a D to a B. And then our other D-rated schools who went from a D to a C and who are continually climbing, that would be Broward Estates, Castle Hill, Colbert, Dillard, McNichol, Park Ridge, and Village Elementary School. As you can see, while we are a rated school district, we continue to thrive to ensure all of our students are achieving 100% proficiency, which our goal is not only to be an A-rated school district, but to be an A-rated district for all of the students we serve across Broward County.
Good morning. The next several slides highlight the large 5 districts and the state comparison for ELA, math, algebra, geometry, science, and social studies. The boxes at the bottom of each page will highlight and illustrate the accomplishments of Broward County for the 23-24 school year. As you can see on your slide and on the deck, on the ELA comparison, and that they equaled or outperformed the state and other large districts in almost every category. And here we are for ELA. It's not moving. Math. The algebra accomplishments in comparison, geometry, and science, and our social studies comparisons.
So when it comes to grade band performances, our students start in elementary school taking the FAST assessment as early as 3rd grade through 5th grade. The subjects that they have to perform proficiency on are ELA, mathematics, and science. We took the opportunity to do a layout of how we perform over the past 6 years, but noting that 2020 there were no state assessments given across the state. As you can see with FAST assessment, and our students performed extremely well as compared to their performance the previous school year in 2023. They did so in both in ELA, mathematics, and also in science for our elementary grade band. Additionally, for our middle school grade band, they did the same in terms of our students in 6th, 7th, and 8th. They also have ELA, mathematics, science, and the addition of social studies. Our cohort of students from 2024 outperformed the cohort of students from 2023, showing major improvements in all ELA, mathematics, science, and also social studies. For our high school grade band, the same performance as well too. Our cohort of students did extremely well from 2023, making improvements as well. Now shifting away from grade bands and looking at how our students perform by grade level across the board. For ELA, our students take the assessment starting as early again as 3rd grade all the way through 10th grade. So we broke down their performance for all grade levels, and as you can also see, our cohort of students from 2024 performed very well and made increases from 2023. Notable achievements where our students increased by 5 or more percentile points were shown in grades 5, 7, 9, and also 10. And as we move on to mathematics, our students starting again as early as 3rd grade through 8th grade. And then after that, we have the Algebra 1 and Geometry EOC. With the exception of grade 8, where the performance remained the same, there were increases from 2024 over 2023. But notable increases in grades 3, 5, 6, 7, and also our Algebra EOC students and also geometry. With science and social studies, the same theme as you've seen as well. Our cohort of students from 2024 outperformed the cohort of students from 2023, showing increases. Major increases were shown in grade 5, biology, and also U.S. history.
Good morning. The next set of slides talks about the subgroup performance for our district and how we compare with the other districts in the state. So there'll be a set of slides that go through each of the subjects, ELA, math, science, and social studies, comparing subgroup performance. Then there'll be another set of slides that compares Broward to prior year, so we could look at our gap. And then there's another set of slides that just look at the gap and how we compare with the other large 5 districts. So I'll just go through this pretty quickly. There's a box at the bottom that really highlights where we stand out amongst the other districts, but I think the main point here is that we're on par and in some areas outperforming the other districts in the state as far as subgroup performance. We can see for math, our Hispanic subgroup outperformed the other districts in the state, and we can see the same in science. And in social studies, our ELL subgroup. This shows our absolute performance for those subgroups. The next set of slides shows how we performed and then also calls out the gap between the subgroup and the students that are not in that subgroup. So ELL compared to non-ELL students, SWD or students with disabilities compared to non, and then Black, White, and Hispanic students. Here you can see the gaps called out for each year, and in some cases we want to see the gap decreasing. We want that gap to shrink, and in some cases it does, and in some cases it doesn't. But in addition to wanting to see that gap decrease, we also want to see the absolute performance increase, and in all cases the performance from the prior year increases. And so here's that same set of data for mathematics and science. And here in science we can see that gap decreasing. And social studies. And this last set of subgroup data just shows the gap. So we showed you the performance compared to prior year, and now here we're just showing that gap between the two groups that we're comparing, ELL and non-ELL, so English language learners and non-English language learners. And we do this by subject and also showing the large 5 districts and the state. And here we also want to see that number decrease from year to year. And for the black-white gap in ELA, we see that we decrease the gap by a point. And then for mathematics, we see that we made improvements for the SWD subgroup, the black-white and Hispanic-white subgroup. And then for science, we see the ELL, non-ELL, and Hispanic-white subgroups. We performed the best amongst the large 5 in the state. And then for social studies, we could see the performance there and the call-outs.
So oftentimes we don't normally have the opportunity to celebrate our schools for their tremendous success that they've accomplished. So back in June at Leadership Week, we did, and we took care of the opportunity to do so. So with all of our principals across the district and all of our assistant principals, we were able to highlight tremendous gains that most of our schools performed in the 2024 assessment. So in the area of ELA, as you can note there in the categories of elementary, middle, high, and our combination schools, we carved out our schools that had large growth in performances. And I'll just share just a small few. Plantation Elementary had 17 percentile points of improvement, and also Lakeside Elementary with 16 percentile improvement from 23 to 24. We also had the opportunity to highlight the principals and the APs in front of their peers as they shared in the excitement of how their students perform on the assessment. Moving over to mathematics, more increases, as you can see, in the areas of elementary, middle school, high school, and combination. Of notable increases in growth came from Blanche Ely High School, Northeast High School, Stephen Foster Elementary, and also Walker Elementary, showing the growth from 23 to 24 in the area of mathematics in terms of achievement. Science as well, too, and these were large increases that we've seen, and we'll start with the elementary schools. Larkdale Elementary, 43 percentile points in achievement. Riverland, 34 percentile achievement. Palmview, 34 percentile achievement. Westwood Heights, 33%, and West Hollywood, 31%. Our students, especially in the elementary school, made notable gains in the area of science. And also in the area of social studies accomplishments, which is secondary schools. This is middle and high schools. Again, I'll highlight Blanche Ely High School with 39% increase in achievement. And that is something to celebrate. It's okay. West Pine, 26%. And also we have Annabelle C. Perry, which is our K-8 combination school, with 31% percentile gains. Same thing you'll see in the social studies. Once again, I'll say it, Blanche Ely High School with 43%, Boyd Anderson following behind with 33%. Major gains that were shown across with our elementary, middle, high, and also our combination schools. While we celebrate accomplishments in academic proficiency, I think it's also important to note that we're being equitable across the board for all of our students, especially noting that they are given opportunity to be able to be enrolled and take rigorous courses when they get at the secondary level. That would be enrolling in a Cambridge ACE class, an IB class, being able to have a dual enrollment course, or also an industry certification course. And these are our schools that really are doing a great job and who are being models for making this happen. For example, Lauderhill 612, 100% of their students have access to rigorous courses. Also, when we move from our traditional to Fort Lauderdale High School, 93%, Boyd Anderson, 87%. And we have the expectation where those will be much higher this year because students are afforded and must have the opportunity to be enrolled in rigorous courses to be able to compete with their peers when they leave our K-12 education system.
So I really like this slide, not just because we created it, but it really shows the hard work of our students and our schools in where they started with the students who need to meet graduation requirements, and most of what holds students back from graduating are the assessments in ELA and in math, and it shows where they start and where we end up, and each of the testing opportunities that students take throughout the year in order to try to meet graduation requirements. And many of those testing opportunities are available because of the board and because of the agreements that are signed with ACT and SAT. And you can see the largest drops in the number of students needing to meet the ELA requirement, the math requirement, happen right as we administer the ACT non-college reportable. and also the FAST ELA, and that we do that in the fall and in the spring. So this just really highlights the tremendous work that happens with our students in our schools in trying to meet the graduation requirements.
Good morning. And just as it takes a village to raise a child, it takes a learning village to improve our overall school grade. One of the many goals in today's presentation is to not only celebrate our successes, but to also show the interconnected nature of these support areas and their collective impact on enhancing the educational experiences for all of our stakeholders within the central office, while also allowing all stakeholders the opportunity to better understand the roles of the various departments within the central office, which includes the region office, the academic departments, and how they play on improving the student outcomes, teacher leaders, student leaders, principal leaders, and the gambit. In February, the superintendent, then the deputy superintendent, presented to the board the 24-25 academic plan around the 4 pillars. We wanted to bring that back and connect that work to what we've been focusing on all of last year and this year. And so if you recall, those 4 pillars surrounded personalized and standards-based instruction, acceleration, intervention, and enrichment, as well as family and community engagement. And so our leader initiatives, as you could see here, spotlight the work that we've been doing around committing and nurturing school leaders in the pipeline program. Our central office focuses on early literacy. This is our strategic goal, number 1, on improving early literacy. As you could see here, we've really built a strong foundation over the past year and a half around the science of reading. We saw some really impactful data around teachers who've gone through the continuum of the science of reading and improvement in our ELA scores. Our math piece here around algebra proficiency, we provided a series of math critical workshops, math fluency for K through 5, our continuum, building that background knowledge for those students who are building solid academic background so that when they get into those rigorous courses, they are able to really achieve. And then our science practices. We saw extraordinary gains in our science scores through the work that we've been doing around helping teachers really focus on those standards with fidelity, but implementing some of our quality high-level programs as well as teaching to fidelity. And this slide really talks about the voices in the field and what we've heard from teachers. We always want to know how we're doing, and so we've collected feedback along the way in terms of teachers who've either gone through professional learning, who've been supported at the district level, or been supported at the school level. And so these are just some testimonials in terms of from the principal, the instructional coaches, and just teachers really talking about the support that they received over the past couple of years. Some additional science testimonials at the secondary level, and then our college and career readiness, which is really a critical piece to really focusing on career and college readiness, involving tracking high school dual enrollment courses, providing multiple pathways for academic and industry certification, and increasing family engagement and offering some experiential learning opportunities. And then our student support services provide a crucial support framework, including wellness walks and support services and data walks that target its assistance. And then our ESC powerful practices focus on providing effective Tier 1 instruction using those evidence-based curricula and supplementary resources, as you can see. And then our English language learners have implemented high-yield instructional strategies across all of the content areas, which have allowed us to tier support for our ESOL instructional facilitators to ensure that, one, we're in compliance, but we're also teaching the curriculum. And then again, some additional voices in the field, as you could see. In addition to that, we've also made some family and home connections, providing some family community access and resources the past year so that parents understand the curriculum. They know exactly how to support their students. And when assessments come out, we've provided some additional resources for them to understand what those assessments mean and how they can help. And this year we were fortunate to have some funding in our critical schools where we implemented high-dose tutoring with varsity tutors. So we have about 20-something schools who are leveraging that resources within the classroom model where it's a double dose. And so you'll see within those classrooms the teacher teaching at a station, and at another station, high dosage tutoring, actually doing the teacher. So what's interesting about them and powerful is that they connect with the pacing guide, the IFC, so they're teaching the same scope and sequence as the teacher is. So it's truly two teachers teaching within the classroom. And so that really is a powerful practice that we've leveraged that for this year for the full commitment of that year.
Here we wanted to provide the data behind the strategic plan. And we wanted to provide two scenarios of how to calculate the strategic plan data. So the first slide shows,
Thank you. Can you just wrap up your comments?
I'll wrap up real quick. First slide just shows all students tested as how we traditionally calculate it. And the next slide shows only the students that the state uses for school grade calculations and how the performance looks if you just looked at the school grade calculation.
Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our presentation.
Public comment. No registered public comment. Mrs. Hickson?
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. It was very comprehensive, and very excited that we're an A district, so thank you for all that you're doing. I have just two questions. One, you all are doing amazing things with the schools, but one of the concerns that I heard even the prior year was schools that had a lot of support and they were able to increase their proficiency in their grade level. The next year, all that support was pulled. So what are we doing, what are you doing to continue that support so that they don't feel like they had the rug pulled out from under them, those schools that went from a D to a B or, any of those. So it's great that they're C's and aboves, but they still need that support. So what are we going to be doing to continue that?
Can I start with the answer and then y'all can follow up? I do want to point out to the board that we actually created that office of the STO office, having a brain fart, of
School Transformation.
School Transformation Office. We created the School Transformation Office to cluster schools within that office that have had that yo-yo effect over the years. Performance goes up, then it goes down, but it usually hovers in that D-C range. So we wanted to make sure that they had strategic support and strategic resources from every office in our district, from central office, from regional office, and everybody working together to make sure they are prioritizing that support, operational support, be it transportation, our chief people officer, just to make sure we don't decline in that level of support, because we understand that yo-yo effect every year is sometimes because of the district removing support, like you just mentioned. So I'll let Dr. Cohn and the team.
In addition, I would say because of the school transformation, we're able to leverage additional support for those schools. And I'll give you an example. Endeavor, which is currently an A-rated school, they're a part of that network because we don't want any regression to happen. So they're continuing to get the support so that they can maintain the status of where they are.
Okay, great, because that was a huge concern before, and I'm glad to know that because it's important that they continue to be supported. My second question, I know all of this was about what we're tested on, but I learned yesterday when I was visiting Broward Virtual School that there are a whole lot of Algebra 2 students who failed Algebra 2 that are now taking it online, and actually they don't have enough staff to cover that. So Algebra 1 is what's tested and has the EOC, but what are we doing for Algebra 2 where it seems like there's a huge number of students that are not passing it while they take it the first time?
I'll also let Gabriel Moha, the Director of Secondary Learning, come up, but it is part of our strategic plan. So one of the things that we're doing is not only supporting those students who are going into algebra, we also have to look at the continuum, the K through 5 students that come in needing some of those additional mathematical background experiences. So our strategic plan is really to build it from the base and start so that we don't have this this challenge of students going into very rigorous courses. So this past summer, with some of the money that we did have, we did an algebra bridge project, which allowed students to really build some of those mathematical foundational skills so that when they do get into those courseworks that we're able to do that. We're also looking at, in some elective courses or during those planning sessions, to be able to have teachers pull some of those students out to double dose them so that they get those remediation and intervention skills necessary to be fluent in math. So those are some things that we're working on to ensure that students who have the opportunity are ready to receive that opportunity.
Good morning, Gabriel Moha, Director of Secondary Learning. So on top of what Dr. Cohn said, and Ms. Hickson, you're very astute at this, so I'm glad you've been picked up on this, because I did also. I just hired a new instructional specialist, and her position is really a math position, but I charged her with focusing on Algebra 2 and bringing more workshops and more support to Algebra 2 teachers, because I've noticed throughout the years, and not just Algebra 2, and thinking about science, thinking about the chemistry course, after biology as well, that's not tested. What are we doing for those students? How are we making sure they're getting a full course to really get them prepared for a four-year college? So we're really focusing in secondary learning, not just on the tested areas, but we're going beyond those to look at the Algebra 2 courses, the chemistry courses, to make sure our kids are successful beyond just those tested courses. So not just you noticing it, I've noticed it as well. I've hired for it, and I'll also talk to Mr. McGuire to see where those kids are coming from, if there's any schools that need more support in one area or another.
Okay.
But thank you for bringing it to our attention.
Thank you. Yeah, because if we want them to take those higher levels, pre-calc, calc, all of that, trigonometry, Algebra 2 is fundamental to that. So
Totally agreed. We're on the same page.
thank you.
Yep.
And just lastly, give a shout out to Boyd Anderson at their graduation. The principal asked everyone who had taken an acceleration course to stand up, and every single one of those graduating students stood up. So that was amazing to see at Boyd Anderson. So I hope we are able to see that at all the high schools across the county. So thank you so much.
Landon?
May I go on the list, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning. Very excited to be here this morning talking about students and talking about student performance. I'm going to begin by saying that if you see me around the boardroom or taking different photos today, I'm missing a camera angles project in my ACE Media Studies class today. So I'm taking that assignment on the road and documenting my day in the boardroom. So if you see me taking a picture, make sure to smile. I'll try not to catch anyone off guard. But that mention of an ACE class really leads me into what I want to talk about today, which is ACE. We see on slide 39 talking about the acceleration accomplishments, and I want to focus on the Cambridge diploma. And Mr. Baum gave me some great data about this that was really helpful, so I'm grateful for that. Kind of a general overview when it comes to the ACE Cambridge diploma. Students have to pass courses in different categories. So there's 4 different subgroups or 3 groups with an optional group 4 that students are required to take a class in each in order to get their ACE diploma. But something that I've noticed, and I know happens at many schools, is there are some schools where they'll have 4 classes in one category, but 1 class in another category. So for example, in my experience, if I had failed ACE English Language, I would not have gotten my diploma because that was the only class that I was able to take in that category. And this is something that we're really now taking students away from the opportunity to get an ACE diploma, which is truly a transformational thing because you get a full Bright Future scholarship. And that's something that can truly change someone's life. So when we talk about planning and master scheduling, and Dr. Hepburn, we had a great conversation this morning about this, but publicly just want to say that I think this is something that's really important because we can really change a student's life by being able to offer not just one class in the group. So kind of a challenge to hopefully be able to improve that. And quickly, just want to talk about as we were speaking about earlier, those non-tested subjects. In my experience, I felt, and this is something that I believe is not just shared by me, is something that, you have a lot of focus on those tested areas, and then you get to Algebra 2, you get to chemistry, and you're like, whoa, I'm not feeling as strong, and especially in Algebra 2. So I'm grateful to hear that we're focusing on that because Algebra 2 is such a foundational class. So, just a thank you in that area. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mrs. Leonardi.
Thank you. And thank you for this presentation and all of this data. I think it's really important. And I just have to shout out some of my schools in District 3. So again, Croissant Park Elementary and Stephen Foster Elementary went from a C to an A. I want to highlight Oakland Park Elementary and Westwood Heights Elementary for their accomplishments in English language arts, Bennett in math performance, Riverland and Rickards in their science performance, and Northeast High School for their U.S. history. And the reason I mention all of that is because I think it's very important, at least for me when I'm having conversations with people who are looking to send their kids into Broward County Public Schools. You know, there's this question, you know, what's a good school? I've heard that's not a good school. And now we have data to demonstrate that. I always knew that these schools were amazing schools, right? But now we have hard data to provide people with. And so my question is, and this is, I suppose, going into a different workshop, but how are we leveraging this information to market this amazing work that's going on in our schools?
Dr. Hepburn.
Great question. So the communications team has put together a really good plan of how they're going to market schools. We've increased their budget tremendously this year, so they actually have the resources to do so, leveraging all type of media outlets from TV, radio, online, newspaper, even old school stuff such as having a booth at a local festival, so people can have face-to-face, in-person conversations to ask questions about schools, and then seeing my face more often too. So like I've been telling many of the groups I've been meeting with, you're going to get tired of seeing my face and talking about the great things that we're doing in Broward County Public Schools. So I'll be recording more videos. I've already talked to multiple community groups, even our faith-based leaders, our city leaders, our city managers, letting them know that we want to utilize them as a conduit to get our information out to more stakeholders so they can learn more about the great things that we're doing. So we're leveraging every and any opportunity that we can to get the word out.
Thank you. And just to emphasize the point, when we're having conversations with people or when we're trying to reach out to people about specific schools, this is something that we can say, you know, Rickards demonstrated an excellent performance in science. Northeast High School had amazing gains in U.S. history. So it's an amazing thing that we are an A school district, and I think that's very important that, you know, all of the work we're doing around emphasizing that as a whole, but also reaching people where they are and talking about the schools that they are zoned for and the work that's going on at those schools. And I just have to say, I'm just so grateful for our educators, people in our schools, the people who get our kids to our schools, the people who feed our students. They all own this accomplishment, and I'm just so grateful to them. I have one small concern that I want to raise. I am hearing this year from a lot of teachers who are very concerned about the amount of testing that is now happening in our schools, especially in high school English language arts, that it is now like the majority of their academic calendar now. So I just have to flag that. I experienced that when I was in the classroom during certain years. And so I just want to make sure that we are also allowing for time for learning in a holistic and authentic way and not over-testing our kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman.
Chair, thanks so much. It's great to hear this brief. Great to be part of a winning team again. And the community has heard it loud and clear. I asked our expert demographers to think a little bit about how many people contributed to making us an A district. And without including some faculty members at public charter schools, they got to 812,000 people. And just as a group, I just want us to think a little bit about that, because there's just 9 of us. There's 239 campuses, 206 principals, a couple 100,000 students, 250,000 if you count public charter students. But when you add the parents and the tutors and the substitutes and the volunteers and the coaches and the summer school people and the part-timers and the rest, 40% of Broward County, Chair, helped us as a county create excellence in education. And that's really a little bit intimidating to me, to think about 40% of the whole county, 2 million people, bigger than 13 states, participated last year in supporting students in some way to do it. And I want to highlight the 202,000 students. You know, I don't get to sit and take the high school algebra test anymore, Richie, but there are a lot of kids that did. And there are a lot of kids that spent their summers and their nights studying and doing more to get us to where we are. And to the extent that we are student-centric here, I think the more likely we are to make the right decisions budget-wise, policy-wise, and otherwise. But 202,000 students are a big part of that 800,000 and 812,000 group that put us together. I do want, though, to a couple of my board members' comments, want to make it clear about communicating with Broward County, because the communication has been awesome around the A-level school district. I think if there's 2 million people here, 1.99 of them know we're an A-rated district, and that is terrific. It's just great to have great news, but then to spread that great news is remarkable. But Dr. Hepburn, our goal has shifted a little bit, right? We worked hard. We, not me personally, but we, the 812,000 people, worked hard to get to an A level. Tremendous that we could do it. And now our goal and our attention, as Dr. Fulton pointed out, is really to get every student to grade level proficiency. The community, though, wants to know, Chair, and maybe the superintendent can help us here, is that really possible? Can we get to 100% grade level proficiency as a public school district?
Dr. Hepburn.
Absolutely. If we continue our trajectory, we continue the hard work, we live out the new theme which we've created this year, which is believe, empower, and achieve as one Broward. And you just amplified the hundreds of thousands of people that contributed to this accomplishment. If we get more people to contribute to this accomplishment, and I'm glad, that's a great question, and if the public is hearing this right now, we've met with many stakeholders, and my ask of many of those stakeholders is to utilize us as a resource, be it utilizing our expertise when it comes to personnel and also some of the resources that we can leverage to support them in extending the learning opportunity beyond our classrooms. And those are the components that will help us get to 100% proficiency. I'm a firm believer that we can. If I did not, I would not be sitting in this seat.
That's terrific. The community would, I think, at least in terms of talking to them myself, would view that as an exceptional accomplishment. No other district's ever done that. It is very likely to be the right goal. Another way to ask the question, though, might be, what would exceptional growth look like year over year? What would be the kind of academic progress that if we got it every year, you would consider to be exceptional progress toward 100% of our students being at grade level?
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, so usually most school districts, including ourselves, we look at statistical significance when it comes to growth. Usually 3 to 5 percentage point increase every year. I think a goal is really to double that. If you double the statistical significance that you're shooting for, you can get to 100% of students quicker than in a longer time that it would take.
Yeah, terrific. And I love our discussion so far about communicating, marketing, and the like. I love having individual facts about schools. There are exceptional attributes of every school in our system. Many of our schools have multiple exceptional aspects. One of the things that I think is true, Chair, is that every one of our traditional high schools now offers a Cambridge program. Were you aware of that?
I was not aware.
You and the community were not aware. But if, in fact, that's true, and I'm almost certain it is, it's another thing that we can talk to our community about. If you go to high school, to a public traditional high school in Broward County, and Landon, I think it's 9 courses that you have to take to complete the Cambridge?
It's 7.
7?
Yep.
Well, I took 9, so, we'll see if you can catch up, Landon. But 7 classes over 4 years, you end up with a full scholarship to college, right? Over 3 years, pardon me, yeah. My facts are a little bit off, but my point is that that's a huge deal about our system. Like, being an A district is remarkable. That's getting a lot of attention. But every one of our traditional high schools offers you multiple paths to college scholarships. One of them is Bright Futures, which is available around the state. But in Broward, if you go to a traditional public high school, and I think MSD was the last one to join Cambridge, you can, by taking 7 classes, get a full scholarship to college. And that, to me, is a remarkable thing. The only point that will always matter to me a lot and Mr. Baum brought this up with his gap slides, is white students' gain on FAST scores exceeded black and Hispanic gains. Is that correct?
Dr. Hepburn.
That's correct.
And it's the only way you can get the gap to grow. And so we can't leave any subgroups behind. We can't leave female students behind. We can't leave male students behind. We can't leave ELL, SWD, and particular racial groups. There is no evidence in any academic research that academic achievement or academic performance or potential is related to race or ethnicity. And we have to be the model of that. We can't be just happy about an A district when the gaps are growing. We have to be an A district where the gaps every year are getting smaller and smaller. And I know that as a district we're working very hard on that, but it is one of the things that we need to continue to work on as we work toward grade level proficiency. Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Rupert?
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Now we can, yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I can't really hear you guys, but I'm going to go ahead. Okay, so I'm extremely thrilled that we have no D or F schools. I was surprised to look at some of the 5 districts or so alongside us that had so many of them and where we've come from. So I know that in the beginning of the conversation, staff called out several of our schools that truly hit it out of the park. I would like to just give a teeny shout out to Margate Elementary, Palmview Elementary, Sanders Park Elementary, from going from a C to an A. And if you have not seen Margate Elementary School's video that celebrates the students and staff and community in a very lovely way, a video of welcoming, and this is what Margate Elementary is. Honestly, I would use that for every elementary in this district. So kudos to them, kudos to Thomas Schroeder, who's amazing. But if you haven't seen that, check with Mr. Sullivan. I'm sure he can get it for you. I also would love to shout out to Blanchardley High School. Went from a D to a B. Deerfield Park Elementary, D to a B. Markham Elementary, D to a B. And Park Ridge from a D to a C. So we are doing some amazing, amazing work. I'm not going to go through all the levels because I'm sure everybody on our team has already done that. But I do want to say, hold on, sorry. One sec. Okay. Looking through our successes, and if you're studying our ELA gap, we still have some work to do. And for me, I always go to the subgroup, so I'm really so happy that the information is actually there and we're discussing it. Because pretty much every superintendent review that I've ever done, I've always included how are we doing for our at-risk students, because becoming an A district is ridiculously amazing. However, and I believe Dr. Zeman just covered this, to say that there are some subgroups that are being right now still left behind, and their gaps are quite alarming. So what I want to say is increasing the ELL and non-ELL students, the gap went up by 3%, from 38 to 41, and students with disabilities, 25 to 29. So the gap stayed the same in this particular group because both groups increased by the same amount. So I don't really want to call attention to all the minute situations that are here, but I did go through every page, and I saw the improvement. I saw the culmination of the communities and the families and our staff and our teachers and our students. Everybody rowing in the same boat to the success place to land. So I do want to just, call out that, and some of these amazing principals and staff and teachers that really kicked it out of the whole stadium. Let's have a workshop where little bits, as a board member and as a teacher, I would love to hear from some of our teachers and some of our staff, principals, et cetera, our staff that does push-ins. What we would need is to say, hey, this is what we did, and that's how everybody in our school went up. Every subgroup went up, and this is why we're an A. We're not an A because we're just pushing to be an A, to go back to what my colleagues have said. It's because every student is our focus. So I would love that for a future workshop, that we actually, get a little update. It doesn't even have to be the principals and the teachers, just a little update that says, you know what, you're right, Mr. Schroeder is amazing. He did this with his team. Let's look at that video and see how welcoming that was. Because for me, I wanted to be in elementary school again, not teaching, but attending, because he makes you want to be there, and they make you want to be there. And that's exactly onto the customer service aspect that I know we're working on. Quickly here, sorry, I know I'm going to be running here. Okay, so sometimes focusing on parts of the areas and the subgroups that were successful is great, but we need to automatically look at it. And I will once again say, our students with disabilities, I am looking forward to an intense focus on that area, as well as our ELLs, our other subgroups. I know we've done it. I know there's been improvement, but I'm looking for them to make up, because just adding 4 percentage points or 5, it is good if you're only 5 or 10 points behind the other groups. But that's not the case, because we're teaching all kids to succeed. So what's happening is they will go, the school will be a 7 or 8 or 9 or 10 point percentage increase. And then when you look at our SWDs, it'll be a 4%. So that shouldn't be that way. So I think we need to absolutely reverse this trend. We have to hasten remediation, explore real world success opportunities for our ELLs, as well as our high schools, middle schools, college and career readiness. There must be a tangible focus from kindergarten all the way up, because if we excite them, we can move all ships that are in the water. We as educators must pivot now and change and make sure that our students experience a challenging, engaging, rigorous curriculum that inspires study and work experience in all fields. We need to get it done now, no more planning. Just set the fire of learning for every child, and let's pull up our sleeves, board members, and we need to be ready as well. I thank you for your time, and so happy that we've been able to discuss this, because just the A is wonderful, but going into this amount of detail is phenomenal, and I know I'm a geek that way sometimes, but that's cool. So thank you so much. I look forward to discussing other parts of the other parts of the thing. I had some more, but I think it's on Acceleration High School on page 39. Is that this topic or the next one?
Dr. Holness? Dr. Hepburn?
I'm sorry, Ms. Rupert. Acceleration High School? Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, I'm sorry, because I've got earphones in. You guys are on the computer, so there's a slight little blip. Okay. Slide page 39.
Okay.
And it talked about the Acceleration High School accomplishments. So, and it has numbers, and it has our various schools, 100, 90, 80, and it's listed. I had never really heard Acceleration High School accomplishments before, but I wanted to call out how amazing that is. And to say that districts around the state are focusing on that. And I could get this in a follow-up, but do you understand what I'm asking and what page it is?
Yes, we can provide it in the follow-up. It's pretty much the acceleration percentage points that those schools gained for students who are in accelerated coursework and completed the tests with proficiency in passing.
Perfect. And I look forward to the future conversation about bringing back our students who have dropped out of school so they can get their diploma. Thank you so much, and I look forward to listening to my colleagues and the public. Thanks.
Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I am also equally excited about the results that we're seeing, and I want to express gratitude to our school leadership staff, our district staff, our teachers, our wonderful parents who work hard to make sure our students are successful, to our students and everyone that's involved. This is a diligent, concerted effort in achieving this level of success. I can tell you that last night I visited the city of Lauderhill, and I will continue to do so with the other cities in my district to provide highlights of the city of Lauderhill schools. I will do so also for City of Sunrise and all the other cities within my district. And what I can tell you is the feedback, especially from the residents, is that they are very happy with the results we're seeing, and many of them indicated that they would consider bringing their kids back to traditional public schools. So I think that's a positive. I think that as we continue on this path of success, it will lead to greater enrollment. Now, the City of Lauderhill Commission also, we had the principals rather for the schools in Lauderhill. They were there with me last night, and we were able to provide some of the wonderful feedback for Lauderhill schools. For example, Endeavor, everyone should be aware, a few years ago was an F school. Endeavor moved to a B, and now Endeavor is an A school. Walker went from F to a C school, North Fork F to a B school, and so on. And as you can see, my executive secretary, Janice, and I, we are wearing BA, Janice. And Boyd Anderson High School became a B for the first time in its history.
B for Boyd Anderson.
That's right. And so we are in that spirit. And I would also mention that District 5 a couple of years ago had 5 Ds and 2 F schools. I expressed my concern about that to Lakota at the time, expressed my concern about that to Dr. Hepburn. I was meeting with Dr. Hepburn way before he became superintendent, when he was with teaching and learning, expressing my concerns about the Ds and F schools in District 5. And I am very pleased to know that not only we not have Ds and F schools across the district, but District 5 no longer has that over them, having so many Ds and F schools. And Dr. Fulton, I see you looking as well. I met with you all the time. Thank you so much for the efforts. So I just want to say we're moving in the right direction, but to the superintendent, I appreciate that we are an A district as far as academics, but I've always said to you as well that we must be an A district in customer service. We spoke about that several times. We must be an A district in aesthetic appeal. We must be an A district in how we market. And as Board Member Leonardi mentioned, how are we going to leverage this success to make sure that we are actually having even greater success at our schools in terms of enrollment and so on and so forth. So I am hoping, Dr. Hepburn, that we will proceed in really focusing on those areas. I personally believe that we do need to improve in our customer service, and we've had several discussions on that, and I hope that those areas can be major focus as we move forward in addition to our academics. So thank you very much.
Ms. Pham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to keep it short and sweet, but I would like to give kudos to Nova Middle School, who went from a C school to to an A grade. And I'm so super proud of you. Principal G, you had a lot to do with this, as well as all the teachers at the school and the staff. And a specific shout out to Ms. Polikoff, a math teacher there that is so patient and so great with taking students that don't like math and getting them to fall in love with it. So thank you again, team. Keep up the great work and enjoy your A rating.
Thank you, Ms. Pham. Okay, so thank you to my colleagues. I think you all said it really well. One thing that stuck out to me is the high-dose tutoring that staff spoke about. And Dr. Hepburn, I was just wondering, are all schools getting access to this high-dose tutoring?
Dr. Cohn.
So all students have access to high-dose tutoring. So part of the RFP that we sent out, we have over 20-something high-dose tutoring companies. So schools have choices. They could either bring on high-dose tutoring as part of the ELO camps, or they can hire their own teachers to do that. For the most part, the majority of the schools chose to hire their own teachers, hence they have more local control to do that. We started a pilot where we brought in a high-dose tutoring for the simple purpose to show that sometimes teachers do have burnout, they have fatigue, and so we wanted to show them that within the school day, where there's opportunities where you can't get those students after hours because of buses and so forth, that high-dosage tutoring is an option. So they do have the option to select them if they choose to.
Okay, wonderful, because I think that is huge in creating gains for our students. So another thing is, so one part of going to school and making sure that all the needs of our students are met, Broward County Public Schools, we're offering free breakfast, free lunch, and then also we're offering snack time in our elementary schools. And it's really important part for our students to grow, succeed, and accelerate in their academics, that they have this snack time. And I hope that our charter schools also reflect on this, that the value that it brings to our students for them to succeed. Thank you. Mrs. Hickson?
Thank you. I'll be real quick. Kind of to piggyback off of what Landon said about having access to those accelerated courses, just want to give a little advertisement for Broward Virtual School, because that was kind of a conversation we had yesterday, because there are places where it's not available because they don't have the staff. But Broward Virtual does offer that, and all students in the district can take Broward Virtual Schools. So I just wanted to remind people that that would be a possibility if necessary.
Landon, finish it up.
Just quickly to Ms. Hickson's point, when we're talking about scheduling at schools, I think it'd be a great opportunity to offer, currently if you're a dual enrollment student, you can have an off-campus study hall time that you work on that class, maybe looking into opportunities to be able to have an off-campus time for students that they would be working on their Broward Virtual School class, similar to the dual enrollment.
Awesome. So thank you to our schools. Let's continue to thrive and stay an A school district. The next item up is Focus School Software. We'll give 2 minutes for staff to turn it over, and then Dr. Hepburn, you can have staff present. Next item up is Focus. Dr. Hepburn.
Mr. Bradford and team, you may proceed.
Good morning, Board and Superintendent Hepburn. I am Matthew Bradford, Task Assigned Chief Information Officer, and with me today is Ms. Emily Copa, Task Assigned Director of Data Intelligence, as well as Dr. Daryl Diamond, Director of our PTAC Department. Today, we are honored to present an update on our Focus Student Information System implementation. In May of 2022, the school board approved the Focus software as our new student information system for Broward County schools, making the beginning of an eventful, without question, an eventful 2-year journey. This implementation, spearheaded by a dedicated data intelligence team, has involved countless hours of collaboration among district departments, schools, and stakeholders. In addition, our PTAC team worked closely with the vendor and various district teams to develop a comprehensive communication and training plan to meet the needs of all users across the district and community. We're also grateful for the support and collaboration of our academics division and all school leaders as well, who have contributed in our project's success. While we're proud of our success and our progress, we recognize that our work is not done. It's ongoing, to say the least, and we look forward to continued positive collaboration as we move forward. I will now yield to Ms. Copa to present our Focus update.
Good morning, and thank you all for allowing us to present today. As Mr. Bradford said, this has been a very long time coming, and so we were very excited coming into this school year. While nervous and anxious, certainly, we are very happy to report that things, while nothing is perfect, have gone very well and have exceeded our expectations. So today I really just wanted to focus on a couple of key areas for you all, which really pertains to our training and support plans for both our internal and external users. And we had provided a different slide, so we're going to kind of skip through some of these. I think this was the original and we had to postpone, but just so for this overview, so everyone knows, these are some of the different systems that we are used to. So when you hear things like EdPlan and Pinnacle and Virtual Counselor, those that have been in the district for a very long time know these terms and know these systems, and we have been able to take all of the functionality there and incorporate that inside of Focus so that we have this one-stop shop for our users. So this is just another high-level overview of those specific applications. When it comes to applications like PCG, which was EdPlan, and Pinnacle, those were vendor-supported apps. However, we also had things like Terms and Basis, and those were in-house applications that were built over years of dedication from our internal teams. However, what we have found is over time the ability to continue to support those applications became a struggle, and so being able to bring all this into a centralized vendor supported app will help us as a district focus on really supporting the end users and not having to constantly configure and build. So looking at our training plan, this has been something that was a collaboration amongst many departments, including our PTAC department in IT, headed by Dr. Daryl Diamond here, as well as every department across the district really had a hand in how training would look for their specific users. So our initial training launch was back in November of 2023. That was our first kickoff to this, because that was when we really opened the doors for our first round when it came to enrollment for this year. So that's how early we start doing things in the system. And then as we progressed, we went through our scheduling for both secondary, then elementary, as well as our teacher processes and ESE. Our goal with this training plan really was to provide just-in-time training. So our hope had been to really hit the users when they were completing the steps inside of the system. So what we'll see is as we go on, our training plan is not finished because we still have firsts to be completed in the system. We still have to report grades and do all of those things. And as we have that, our users will get trained on those steps. So it felt a little scary at times for our users, but it was very intentional to give them the information at the right time so that they could complete those steps as they were getting trained and learning. And this is just another look at the various training opportunities that we provided. One of our goals really was to make sure that we were getting with our users in all of the capacities that worked for them. So we provided, again, just-in-time training, but we also did so in synchronous and asynchronous opportunities, structured agendas versus open kind of question and answer setups, as well as virtual and in person. Our hope had been to provide every opportunity for our end users to be able to get the information in a way that made sense for them, that they could digest. So we had in-person structured trainings, we had on-site what we called hot labs, which the hot labs were areas where an IMT could come and sit, and we had a dedicated support person, whether it be from PTAC, IT, data intelligence, or even our vendor, helping them walk through building their schedule, getting students enrolled. So we tried to give all of the opportunities available so that people felt supported and got the information they needed when they needed it. Okay, we'll pause just for a second.
Recess for 3 minutes.
Also, when we restart, can you define the acronym for the public, PTAC?
Welcome back. You may continue.
Thank you.
We've been told to let the public know what the acronym PTAC stands for. It's Planning, Implementation, Transition, Adoption, and Continuous Improvement.
And the PTAC department has been an excellent support for us.
Can you
as
talk
we
closer to the microphone?
Sorry. The PTAC department has been an excellent area of support for not only our data intelligence, internal departments here, but everybody across the district. So just to kind of catch back up, again, this is an overview of the different training opportunities. So you'll see we have things like our face-to-face, which were typical structured in-person trainings. Our hot labs or hands-on training labs were those in-person, but kind of unstructured, open to basically address needs that you had. We also offer virtual options. Weekly, we do a top topics meeting, which allows us to answer questions and address the topic of the week, including office hours and then virtual refresher sessions that will continue as we move forward this first year of Go Live. Additionally, we recognized we had two very large critical groups that we needed to have a very dedicated plan for. One of those is our teachers. That is an incredibly high volume of individuals, but also the most critical here in our district when it comes to supporting those students. So we created a train the trainer model for the teacher processes. This allows for two things. One, for us to address the high volume of teachers, but also make sure that teachers were having the ability to have on-site support at any time. So schools sent a 3-man team to our on-site trainings back in the spring. They went through the training themselves. They learned the processes. and how this would look, and then they were given a canvas shell, like a course in a box, that they could take back to their campus and then deliver to their staff, and then they could serve as those experts on site and be that first line of defense for the teachers, because we know when they need that help, they need it then. Their planning periods are short, everything goes fast, and so having that on-site support was critical for them. Additionally, we know that our ESE staff, and that includes our ESE teachers, our practitioners, our administrators, they have unique needs and definitely needed some very specialized training. So we worked collaboratively with our ESE department to ensure we had very dedicated training opportunities for our ESE practitioners. They were broken out into the user types so that we could focus the training on the individual roles that the practitioners served for the students. And then the ESE team continued and utilized their own form of a hot lab specific to ESE users and ESE needs. And then as we have moved forward, we're continuing training into our support opportunities. This is a tiered system, but it really is much more of an interconnected web. We are all working together, so we have a frontline support desk that is answering phone calls and taking emails all of the time, but they are on site with our vendor who has been at the TSSC building every day, ensuring that they can have questions answered as quickly as possible. Our PTAC team is on site as well, not only supporting the Tier 1 desk, but continuing to do those open hot labs. And then our data intelligence team, as well as the vendor, are working with our district departments to address any issues that come in through them, and then do any kind of what you would consider break fix issues or quick configuration. As far as some of our public-facing resources, well, first thing that we have also established that is for all BCPS staff is a focused resource hub. This is a Canvas page that has a robust amount of how-to guides focused on pretty much any or all items that would be completed in the system. So this resource hub is updated regularly. New resources are added. Old resources are updated as things change. And this is open and accessible to all of our staff. We do have an informational page that is browardschools.com/focus. This has videos, more how-to guides, and a frequently asked questions area that our community members can access at any time to get more information. Additionally, one of the kind of mottos of this project has been adopt and adapt, and we have been using that to work with our end users at how we move forward. But it is not lost on our team that we need to also engage and invest in that motto as well. So we are still learning as we go through this process and listening to the end users and adopting and making changes to our processes. So we have added a dedicated parent portal support page. This is actually just live yesterday. So from the main, that browardschools.com/focus, there's now a need help, click here button. And parents can click. When they get to that page, they are going to see just very easy to digest one-page how-to guides for accessing and navigation. We also now have a dedicated parent support email box that is being manned by members of our PTAC team who are specifically trained in some of the issues that are affecting our parents. So when parents email their issues to that email address, they're going to get dedicated responses, whether it be emails or calls back, to help walk them through the issues that they are experiencing and fix those for them. So that email address is focuscommunications@browardschools.com, and that's communications with an S. And again, we have a very dedicated and trained specialized team that can work with our parents to make sure those that are still experiencing technical issues or difficulties, that they can identify what those are and help solve them for them. Just a couple notes too about our parent portal. We do know that it is not lost on us that there are parents that are going to experience some issues. Some of this is from a myriad of reasons, and we will continue to work. But we have had success with our parent portal. So as of this morning, we have had over 83,000 parents successfully create a parent portal account and link to their students. So we have a total of 83,215 parent portal accounts created. We have offered our back to school forms through those accounts, and as of this morning we are just shy of 60,000 completed, so that's 59,866 completed with another 6,924 in progress. Last year, for just kind of reference, last year we had about 38,000. So we are almost doubling what we were able to complete last year, and they're still there and still moving, and we're seeing new ones completed every day. So a couple more things that we've also been doing to just support our families is our parent universities. We've had 2 so far. Those have been very successful. We are taking the aim of that just-in-time process. So the parent universities topics are going to be based on items that are kind of coming up. So our next one here in October is really going to be centered around gradebook, test scores, and our report cards. And that is the end of the presentation, so we'll open it up.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Hickson.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. And I appreciate all the time and energy that has gone into training everyone. But I would have liked to have also seen on the presentation what's still not working, because there seems to be a lot of things still not working. And you know, I want to be transparent with the public, so we know that we have to tweak some things, and in some instances do something completely different. So I just want to point out a couple of things that I've heard in the last couple of days. And you know, a lot of people are glad about Focus, but very frustrated with how difficult it has been, and the transition is not as smooth as we would hoped it would have been. So one of them is what I heard yesterday is the threat assessments, the behavior threat assessments. There are pieces of that are not working. So can you address if that's true? Because if they're not working, how does an administrator complete a threat assessment? And then if they don't complete them, they are then punished or have consequences for not completing them at a certain time. But if there are pieces that aren't working, how do they do that? So can you first answer us whether the threat assessments are working or not, and if they're not, what we are doing to fix that, like ASAP.
Dr. Hepburn.
Mr. Lozano and team.
You're good.
Hi, Kim Ponzia-Libieri, Director of Threat Assessment. So I have been working with Emily and her team to work through the functionality of Focus. We are identifying concerns with the system and trying to work around to ensure that we're in compliance with state rule with the system that we are using currently for the next year. So part of that is we're following up with the principals where EdPlan had the system hashed out and it was a smooth transition from tile to tile. In Focus, we have to go through different tabs in the system depending on the level of concern. And my team has done face-to-face trainings. We continue, we actually have a hot lab going on right now. We continue to reach out to schools to correct and identify issues with the system and then follow up with Emily and her team on Friday. We have completed 145 threat assessments in Focus to date. And we have been in compliance with those threat assessments only because my team is strong and we have been following up with schools, reaching out, making phone calls, having team meetings to ensure that the documents themselves are signed off by the principal in the correct space, as opposed to the acknowledgement form that is developed for the alerts component only. So there are 2 spaces in a threat assessment that need to be signed off. So for me, I'm ensuring that we are in compliance with state as opposed to the acknowledgement tab at the bottom that is actually built for an alert system. Does that?
So, but you didn't address, what I was told is that there are parts of the threat assessment that are not functional. Is that correct?
No, that is not correct.
Okay, and they also mentioned you have to go out of focus into something else and then back into focus, and there's a lot of moving pieces to that.
That is correct.
Is that going to be corrected? Because this is one person on each campus does threat assessments, and that's the administrator, assistant principal usually.
Correct.
And they have probably 100 other jobs. So why is this making it harder for them to do that?
So the BTA assessment itself is one item, and then if the student needs a support plan, an SSMP, they do have to exit the BTA, open up a new tab for the SSMP, and then go back in to the BTA to finish the process.
Okay, because this is supposed to be a one-stop shop thing, and clearly it's not. So that there's a lot of concern.
It's in
around
one area. It is in one area. It's in under the student's record, under the tab for threat assessment, but the actual documents are 2 separate events. So they do have to come out of the BTA if they're creating an SSMP, open the SSMP for the preliminary level of concern and the support for the student while the process is going on, and then go back into the BTA module to or tab to complete the BTA itself, and then finalize the SSMP, which is a separate event. They're 2 separate events.
Well, and I appreciate the fact that your team is working hard to make sure they're in compliance, but I've heard a number of concerns about that. So there has to be a better way to streamline that in some way. The second concern that, again, I was at Broward Virtual yesterday. Is there a way that we can make Broward Virtual the secondary school for each student? Because what the problem is they have one IMT, and when they have over 9,000 students and over 20,000 grades, that IMT has to contact every individual school for each individual student, ask them for access to be able to enter that, and they're backlogged now and being able to get those students enrolled in classes because they have to do that for every student. So the suggestion was, could they become a secondary school for every student so they would already have that access, and it would. She was able to do hundreds in an hour before focus. Now she can do 33 in an hour. And they have 9,000 students, so that's a huge concern also. The next one is the heart transport, or heart in general. Apparently, heart isn't being able to be registered through focus. It causes a huge problem with transportation, and our heart students are probably our most fragile in terms of emotional and resources available. And if a parent's already on their last thread and we can't get the students transportation because we can't register them because of focus, it's causing undue necessary stress on our homeless population who's trying to get their students here to school. I've had 4 instances already, and Jody Washington has been great about them, but as I said to Dr. Hepburn, what about the hundreds we don't know about that just say, just not going to worry about it then, and the kids don't get here? So what are we doing to solve that problem? And then I know we are still having some concerns with ESE because we got a bunch of emails yesterday. So I appreciate the presentation about the training because that was important, but we also have to acknowledge the pieces that still aren't working and how we are going to get them working as soon as possible.
Thank you. Public comment?
Meg.
Mrs. Luscombe, I'll put you on the list, Ms. Rupert.
Can you put me on the list? Thank you.
Good morning, Jackie Luscombe, parent from Coral Springs and chair of ESE Advisory. I I'd like to commend everybody who's worked incredibly hard to make this migration. I want to echo the things that Mrs. Hickson touched on and multiply them. It's not just some issues in ESE, it is a colossal amount of issues that are not just teething issues, they're not just bumps in the road. And I feel almost nervous being up here talking about it because I feel under pressure to stop talking about it. And I can't because I don't feel the issues are being well understood. There's a whole lot to commend that was in the presentation here, and I'm grateful for what's been done. But to gloss over the enormity and the scale and the nature of the problems that are now being encountered isn't being truthful with our stakeholders. At ESE Advisory last week, we put together a motion, and I will file it into the record as we have to, but I just want to bring your attention to it today because it makes an attempt at a constructive effort to try to guide you to do what should have been done before, which was to analyze the difference between what you were leaving behind and the system that you were going to. Identify those gaps, have a plan for how you are going to bridge those gaps, not just call them bumps in the road and hey, tell us what you're seeing and we'll give us your name and number and we'll get back to you. These are wholesale problems and some of them are impacting students heavily. You can train as much as you like and I love that staff are getting support where they are getting support, but functionalities and processes that just are not there. No matter how much you train a member of staff, you can't kind of train a functionality into existence. In some cases, workarounds are being told to staff to do. They're not solutions, they're cobbles. People are spending hours. I'm hearing of an ESE specialist that got up at 4 a.m. a few days ago to prepare for one IEP meeting, of others spending 6 hours doing copy and pasting on things that just should only have taken 30 minutes previously. It's not because they have not embraced the learning curve, it's because the systems and functionalities they need aren't there. For parents now, we're being denied IDEA rights under federal law. We can no longer get, if I was to request now an interim IEP review to add an accommodation to my child's IEP, I cannot have that. No matter how many word salads you put around it, we are not allowed to have those now because the system says no. The system does not recognize that our children's IEPs are anything but archived documents. And to effectively kind of wake them up and bring them into the system as live documents, you now have to give every student an annual IEP meeting, whether or not it was due. So those that were brought forward to the end of last year, now folks have got to have them again if they then want to have an interim review. I can't stress enough how grateful we are for the great things that we get, but we've got to be able to articulate and we've got to start getting answers and not just be told, be patient. The law is not going to be patient with Broward schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman?
Chair, thanks so much.
Microphone.
Thank you. I want to focus a little bit on the decision we made over a year ago to buy Focus. That's when the change really was initiated. And I want to talk just a little bit about kind of what Focus is. In some sense, it's an experiment for us to move into the modern IT age. Focus is used by amongst the top 10 size school districts in the country. It's used in 5 of the 10. It's used in 3/4 of the districts in Florida. This is a system that other districts have learned how to use, and I know that we're trying our best to get to use it. But it really is an experiment in modernizing our IT systems, merging 5 systems, single sign-in for a lot of functions, and it's enterprise integrated software. So if you want to compare attendance to FAST scores, if you want to do any kind of good analysis on what we're doing, and we put a lot of pressure on the system. This board puts a lot, as does the community, puts a lot of pressure on our system to perform, and this system will allow us to monitor performance over the long term better than we ever could before. The downside of this, and somebody talked about adopt and adapt, it's great, I appreciate that. I think that's more than a word salad. I think that's how enterprise software is introduced to a new system, is that you introduce it. You don't need massive customization and tailoring. This is used by hundreds and hundreds of school districts. 3 million students are tracked through Focus right now. The issues that I have as a board member, though, is that we continue to track inputs, and me and my community only care about outcomes. What I want to know is how many APs can do a BTA, Ms. Hickson, through Focus successfully. We have 206 schools that have to do BTAs at some point. How many of them today can use Focus to file the documents they need? I want sampling of parents and sampling of teachers. And I want to know what percentage of our teachers and our parents are able to use Focus for basic functionality. I get frustrated about things like Broward Virtual. Like, these are predictable problems, and 9,000 students, trying to get grades jammed into a system should have been a problem that we identified early and worked on. So, Chair, are there any outcome-based metrics in this presentation today?
Dr. Hepburn.
Staff.
No, not.
Mike.
Can you hear me? Yeah. No.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Mr. Bradford. And again, this is the right decision. Moving to Focus, moving to an integrated enterprise-level student information system will allow us to be a better school district over time. To win over the public, to win over our faculty, to win over administrators and parents and students in the end. I'd recommend that we start thinking a little bit about some of those. They take extra time and effort, and to the superintendent, that usually means a little bit more staff or staff attention to pull those things together. But if we're tracking what parents' user experience is with this system, the teachers' user experience, ESE parents' experience, ESE specialist experience, then we have the ammunition to come back and say, hey, we're at 82% this week. Next week we come back, we're at 86%, and we're at 90%. But if we just say we've conducted 42,000 classes on Focus, the community says, great, but that's a class, that's an event. That isn't really knowing whether the system is supporting us in a way that's useful. So if we could think a little bit about that, I think it will allow us to communicate better, and it would allow us to focus our energies and efforts, because there's a lot more than the PTAC working on introducing this. This is teachers taking the time to learn. I had a parent take me aside this week, and what we found is that Focus actually is better than Terms. In Terms, the registering parent had lots of admin rights. So if you wanted to change who could pick up your kid, you had to go to the registering parent, maybe not the second parent. And in Focus, we're allowed to have multiple parents that have admin rights. There's a whole bunch of advantages to Focus, and we haven't marketed it very well. Maybe we haven't implemented all of those advantages as well. But we need to think, I think, a little bit more about the customer and their user experience as we communicate this, so that we can focus the teacher, the parent, the student, the PTAC, everybody else's energy to make this as accelerated as possible, so that we get to those advantages. Focus was the right decision. It is the right decision. It's an excellent system, and we have to kind of work through these problems in the best way possible, so that we can continue to remind people why that was a good decision and why this system over the long term is really going to create a better Broward County Public Schools. Thanks so much.
Dr. Holmes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it's important that we understand there are two parts to Focus, right? We have student information system, which is heavily being discussed as far as that will cover grades, attendance, enrollment, and so on. And then we have Focus SSS. That is the ESC case management module of Focus. We have approximately 40,000 ESC children in Broward County schools. My high school son is one of those, and which is about 16% of the student population. And I heard Ms. Luscombe mention there are concerns with functionality and processes that may not be efficient or not there, and so that is very concerning to me as well. And so I have several questions, and these are questions as it pertains to our ESC population, which I am heavily interested in. I have spent a lot of time in terms of my concern with ESE implementation in the schools. So when we look at focus, I have some questions pertaining to the ESE aspect of this. And so I would say, is Broward County Public School currently fully in compliance with state and federal law as it pertains to our ESE population and our support to ESE students with regards to the Focus SSS management system?
Dr. Hepburn.
Staff.
Yes.
Okay, so the answer is yes to that. Okay. Okay, so how is Broward County Public Schools monitoring legal compliance in the new system to ensure that students are provided with the services and support as required by law?
Mr. Acosta. Mr. Acosta Castro, just to be correct.
No problem. Stephanie Acosta Castro, Director of Support and Compliance for Exceptional Student Education. So it is a multifaceted process to document services. So first I want to talk about an IEP team meeting is held. An IEP team meeting determines services, accommodations, related services, supplementary aids and services. It is then the responsibility of the provider identified on that IEP team to track and monitor how that student is doing in response to those areas. Typically, under PCG Ed Plan, at the beginning of each school year, schools would go in and pull what is called an advanced report for things such as accommodations and service lines. Because we knew that we were not going to have access to that, at the beginning of this fall, we pulled those reports out of PCG and or Ed Plan prior to the shutdown. We then had someone in assessment and research align the student to their current enrollment for the 24-25 academic school year. It did take about a week into the school year because we wanted to make sure that students that had a school choice or were accepted into a magnet program were actually being enrolled into that school by the parent. Those reports were then provided out one of three ways. First, there was a testing accommodation report that Research and Assessment provided to testing coordinators. The second layer was IT was able to load the individual service lines onto the student file. So if I go into the student file and I'm a teacher of record and or the LEA ESE specialist for that school, I can pull up an individual student and under their demographics ESE tab, I can see the individual service lines and I can see the individual accommodations. In addition, we uploaded a report that contains the same information for that entire school. So an ESE specialist can go in and pull that report for their whole school. Because we knew the rollover was going to cause some questions, we're trying to provide this information through multiple avenues. For our related service providers, so that's our SLPs, our OTs, our PTs, and our ESE counselors, they log in a specific system, and that is the system that we use whenever we have to respond to a state complaint or respond to a parent that is inquiring as to if services have been provided thus far. So that system has historically been held outside of PCG Ed Plan and continues to be held outside of PCG Ed Plan.
Okay, so Madam Chair, I want to follow up on some of those comments. Ms. Luscombe had mentioned that in order for a parent to have an interim review of their ESE child, that they now have to request to have another annual review. Is that correct? Can they request an interim currently if they have already had an annual review?
So again, it's a multifaceted question, and I'm going to have to rely a little bit on my IT friends for terminology. But typically speaking, when we've had an established system in place, the system uses what's called dependency data to say this is what was active on the annual plan, and now we're opening only an interim event. So the system knows this is what was discussed at the annual meeting, and now we're only going to look at certain areas of the IEP. Because this is the first year of this platform, and again, I don't want to misspeak, so Emily, please correct me. Dependency data is not yet available in the Focus platform. The initial event that's held in Focus does need to have all the narrative and data information loaded. Now, there is a way to go in and change the end date of that document. So I'm going to say, theoretically speaking, I had an IEP on April 15th, and I want to have a meeting. I want to transfer all that data over, and I still want that IEP to end on April 15th. It is possible, but because an event has not yet been held, in the drop-down menu for events, you cannot select interim and/or amendment. We have had some confusion with that with our schools. It is a training piece. We've had 146 individual members of schools reach out to us for direct support since August 12th, when we opened our on-demand sessions, which are available Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. on Teams. They don't need to leave their school. They log in, and we have staff available to assist them. We've been working through these individual cases with them. It is an area that we do need to provide more training on and more assistance in.
Okay, so, and I want this to be clear because there are ESC parents listening. I am one of those parents. Now, if my child had an annual review, do I need to now be proactive in getting an interim done, or do we have processes in place where a parent does not have to request another annual review? And I hear what you're saying, but for simplicity and for those parents who are listening, they want a yes or no answer. Do I have to request as an ESC parent another annual review to get an interim for my child? Or is this something that we are automatically doing to ensure that every ESC parent has an interim update on their ESC child?
So I just want to kind of step back for a second. Under IDEA, the IEP team is required to meet at minimum annually. Some students have an annual, and there is no reason for that team to reconvene until next year's annual due date. However, the decision for a team to have an interim can be at the request of the parent and or the request of the school. So a school may say, you know, we're noticing that Stephanie is not performing well, or these accommodations are not sufficient. The school would like to call an interim.
Understand.
But it's not required.
Understand. What traditionally has been done before Focus SSS came in? Did parents request an interim, or was this an automatic process?
No, a parent and or the school system would have to request or convene.
Understand. So if a parent requests an interim, can they have it without having another annual review?
They can, but we do have to transfer all the data into the new system.
Okay, I have a few more questions. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
How many emails have staff submitted requesting help regarding ESC staff regarding the SSS module, and have these been resolved?
So with that one,
Mike, Emily.
oh, is it on? Okay. So that one is, again, a little bit hard to quantify, and we will have to kind of collaborate and get those numbers because we have opened up so many channels of support. So within our support desk, we don't have them filtered out specifically by ESE and or SSS. And then in addition, there are emails going to Ms. Acosta-Castro's team. So I will have to get back with you after we kind of collaborate and can try to pull those numbers together.
Okay, and I just have two more quick questions. Which party is doing the work to build out Focus SSS, which is the ESC portion? Is it Focus or is it Broward County Public Schools?
A complete collaboration.
Okay. And which party is bearing the cost of staff training and so on? Is it Focus or is it Broward County Public Schools?
For the training of staff?
Yes.
That would be, while it was written in, there is some layer of training provided by the vendor. Ultimately, that would be on us.
Okay. So, Dr. Hepburn, I'd just like to just have a final comment. I think it's important that as we move forward, especially with the ESC component of this, which I am highly, highly concerned about and have great interest in, is that we are being compliant, that we are being efficient, and that we are enabling our parents, if they do seek an interim report, that they can have one interim review of their ESC child, and that we have significant staff training taking place, especially when it comes to our 40,000 ESC students.
Noted.
Thank you.
Ms. Rupert? Ms. Rupert?
Okay. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I can't really hear you, so I'm going to talk like you all said yes, and you'll have to stop me if you can't. Thank you so much. It was great to get the information from staff to see some of the kind of the workarounds that we've been working on here to be able to keep the focus on where it needs to be, which is our children and each person's individual growth, especially in their IEPs and 504s. So far, what we were warned about has now seemed to be coming to reality. There was a reason why I didn't vote for focus, was because there was so much blowback from our parents, and they are our end users when it comes to this, for the ESE module. I think, quite honestly, we need to take an approach which is perfectly Dr. Hepburn, which is this. This is something that this is me saying you. This is something that we worked on. I understand that you parents are experiencing so and such. Our team is on it. This is what's happening. So we need to make sure, and I believe Dr. Holness and I believe Dr. Zeman had covered this, for is it working or not? We need a proper plan comprising a proper evaluation of what ESE case management capabilities that we currently have now compared to last year, and a place and a timeline for fixing them. The ability to go from tab to tab as a parent, I can tell you, would be crazy. As a teacher, it would be crazy, especially if you have to tab out of BTA for SSMP. We need it to be seamless. I know we can do it. We have a top-notch IT team, but we need to have a seamless transition here. And focus is causing distress, and for many various reasons. Ms. Hickson covered a few of them on transportation for our homeless or students, ESE, et cetera. And then Dr. Zeman was right on the money, asking about what does focus do and what do they not do. And from what I'm understanding from parents' complaints, we're really talking about the ESC module. So the problem is with that, hold on, I'm sorry. I have my notes, I'm sorry, give me a sec. Okay. Okay, the incredible numbers that Dr. Zeman had just read so succinctly and very accurate are how many districts have focus, and does that actually apply to just the ESE module? So I think we as board members, parents, teachers, staff, superintendents, need to understand that focus in and of itself being bought and utilized by other school districts, unless you're saying that that includes the ESE module, then we're not actually comparing apples to apples. We're doing apples to oranges. All I care about is that our students' information is staying with them, so the teacher and the family and the student can actually have something that they don't have to worry about. Because I tell you, every year I worry about my kids' IEPs and 504s. You know, were they being utilized? Were the accommodations being utilized? Oops, does this mean that my kid now has to ask SAT if it's appropriate for them to have their IEP accommodations for it? So there's a lot more. We need to be doing a better job than this. And going back to the training, the contract training said all, and all means all, training costs to be borne by focus. So I hope a lot that the training that we've done so far and the training moving into the future will be, the cost will be borne by Focus and not Broward County Schools. So that is a
1 minute to
question
finish your
to
comments.
Dr. Hepburn right now. I won't be able to hear you, but I want to have your answer on the record. So as of now, have we been paid for our trainings by Focus team, or are we still out there doing it ourselves? And yeah, so if you could answer that, Dr. Hepburn, I'd be very appreciative.
Yep. Thank you, Ms. Rupert. Hopefully you can hear me. As Ms. Copa mentioned, in the purchase of Focus, there is some training embedded in that purchase, and also we supplement with our staff to provide additional training for our unique needs.
Okay, so is Ms. Batista there?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. Ms. Batista, in that contract, just like Dr. Hepburn has just said, it says that some training, et cetera, et cetera. So for me, I believed that the content for the training part was for all training, that if we wanted more training, Focus needed to give us more training. Not that I want to stop supporting our teachers, or what they're going to be doing something extra or whatever, but the money itself shouldn't be coming from Broward County Schools coffers for what we need so much more for our students. It should be coming from the ESE contract. So can you clarify that, please?
Ms. Batista.
Ms. Batista.
Yes, good morning. So we can work with staff to figure out what has been the training that has been provided thus far and compare that to the language in the contract. Because at this point, as I sit here today, I'm not sure how much training has been provided by Focus versus how much training is being provided by our internal staff.
Okay, and thank you so much. And Dr. Hepburn, I'm trying to help. I'm trying to help you, and you're trying to help everybody. So I don't want to come off as a curmudgeon or cranky. I want the very best for our district. So I would appreciate this information made available. Really, it should be a short amount of time. I'll say a week. So if it is all training, and we have been supplementing, then there's a further conversation with my colleagues that needs to happen. So, at this point, I would highly suggest that the board ask for more information. I know it's a board request because I'm asking for it, but I'm also asking for consensus with my colleagues so we get the actual answer. Madam Chair.
Dr. Hepburn.
Yep. Thank you, Ms. Rupert. So I definitely want to give the opportunity to the IT team to kind of provide some more additional information about training, because for large enterprise software, we do depend on the vendor for some aspect of training to get the programs and the implementation off the ground, but the IT team is built for a specific purpose to continue that training to meet the unique needs of our district. This is very similar to my experience in implementing Focus in Orange County Public Schools, a long time ago, and also in Palm Beach County Schools about 7 to 8 years ago, where your IT team pretty much picks up the baton and continues that effort to make sure we're addressing our specific needs as a district. But, go ahead, Ms. Copa.
Yes, and I want to, is it on? I want to clarify too, when I say that we bore the cost, it is through the original contract that was done. The vendor has been excellent at being available and creating the instructional materials that we use in our training, presenting the trainings. They have been on site every day at TSSC doing support, even that's kind of even a little beyond training, and they are continuing to do so. Yes, our staff, our PTAC department here in IT, as well as the various departments, have done supplemental trainings primarily to make sure that we are addressing Broward processes. So it gets, sometimes when we are doing a lot of these technical trainings, you do interweave the technical with process related items, and we want to make sure that we have representation from Broward identifying what is process related when we are going through this. But the vendor has been extremely involved with every training, leading those trainings, adding more trainings for us. So I want to make sure I'm clarifying that.
Thank you. I appreciate that, but I look forward to getting the details from Ms. Batista's team and to discuss that further. I don't want to take up any more time because we have a lot more topics to talk about, and I certainly look forward to hearing my colleagues' take on everything and hearing what's new, Dr. Hepburn. So with that, I will give you back your podium, and I'll be listening. So thank you so much.
Landon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for the presentation and for all of the work that you and your teams have put into this much needed migration. And it will be beneficial to our students in the long run. So once again, thank you for all that you've done. Also thankful to Dr. Wanza and Mr. Brad for their support in troubleshooting issues that I have brought up that students have reached out. So appreciate that. My concerns lie in the area of communication to students regarding this platform. To date, there has been no communication to students that I have seen, heard of, or received, and I could be proven wrong, regarding this migration. Task 527 of the contract talks about student and guardian support plan, which I have not seen from a student perspective of student support. There's been an abundance of communication to parents, which is necessary and appreciated, but the lack of communication to students led to much confusion, including a rollout that didn't include essential information like GPA, class rank, or simple graduation requirements that left students, and especially our seniors, very concerned in the first almost 2 weeks of school without that information. As I'm a person who always likes to find a solution, I ask that in the future, before a wide-scale rollout of any large program, whether it's technology or not technology, that students are communicated with. Dr. Zeman talked about sampling parents and administrators. I think it'd be powerful to sample our students. Even having a few students look through the system before the rollout on their end would have quickly identified many of the issues that were brought up and would have prevented many issues. So I just ask that in the future that we ensure that we talk with students, because it really would have prevented a lot of the issues. From a school-based perspective, and I know we're short on time, so I'm going to quickly go through this. Many employees, both coaches and advisors, as well as speaking to administration, have brought out a concern, and I've shared this with Mr. Bradford, about focus schedule and student information access. Historically in Pinnacle and in Basis, coaches, or really any employee on a school-based location, would be able to see students that were not enrolled in their classes. So for example, if I'm a coach and I teach U.S. history and I don't have a student in U.S. history, I can't now in Focus, I cannot see any of their information. I can't look up their schedule, I can't look up their grades, and this has caused a lot of issues, as many of our coaches like to be able to make sure that students are staying on top of their academics, but also simple tasks where coaches aren't even able to find where their students are or where their players are. So this is something that is really important and has been able to be done in Pinnacle and Basis. Even administrators or even teachers using Pinnacle still to be able to try and find that information. So just ask that that information is found and used, because that's really important for our staff. So hope that that issue can be resolved. One other issue on the student side, and looking at the system, if students go under the Tier 1 strategies part, students are actually able to edit behavior data and add interventions or remove interventions, which is a really big issue, which includes discipline data. So I could go in and add, an intervention that I am not receiving, but I have edit access to that. So something for us to definitely look at. But again, thank you for all the work that's been done, and look forward to continuous improvement on this.
Thank you, Landon. And Dr. Hepburn, I would say that we need to make sure what Landon just said is figured out today, stat, and make sure that doesn't occur. And then can staff speak to what Landon spoke about the student rollout of focus?
Staff.
So first, I completely understand and apologies that the students felt that they were not incorporated in this communication plan. I think sometimes it gets easy for us to incorporate students as our families, and we tend to think that that becomes an all-encompassing communication plan. So we will definitely look to make sure that we improve that as we go forward. Additionally, yes, I do know there were some concerns for students right at the beginning when it came to having some of the data available in the system. This is primarily due to summer butting up to the next school year, us wanting to really validate and vet all last minute data that rolled over before releasing it. It's kind of an all or nothing release, and so that was part of the reasoning for that. But we are certainly apologetic for the fact that that put some stress on our kids that were trying to get into colleges. So that is not something that as we move forward, as we go past an implementation year, would be anything that would be the case, because at that point, data is rolling from the system, and it's all going to be vetted and tested.
And I would like to say, Landon, that I would love to work with you to develop something that we could bring out to the students. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Mrs. Leonardi?
Thank you. Since Landon raised this, he mentioned that there was a piece in the contract that required, a student communication and rollout. So, what are the repercussions of that part of the contract not being fulfilled?
Ms. Batista? Microphone.
Yeah, so Landon just mentioned that there was a piece of the contract that required a rollout for students and a communication plan for students. So what is the consequence of that part of the contract not being fulfilled?
Well, it depends. It depends the reason why it wasn't fulfilled. If it was if it was something that the folks from Focus prevented from happening, or something that wasn't done because of the vendor, then we may have some issues, some potential legal issues with that. If it was as a result of some other, we haven't developed that process yet, or whatever, something that is more internal, then there wouldn't be any consequences from a contractual standpoint.
Okay, so I guess I would like to request a follow-up to inquire as to why, I think it was section 527, Landon, you said? Task 527, why that was not fulfilled. Was that something on our end? Was that on the vendor's end? And then what consequences we can pursue as a result of that. And to Landon's point, I think this is an overarching theme for Broward schools, is we really need to, as we roll things out, but as we also continue initiatives that we've already started. I think, as a teacher, I was required to put an essential question on the board every day, and I think our essential question needs to be, who are the stakeholders who is going to be impacted, and how have we involved them in that process? Because I've heard from pretty much every stakeholder who's impacted by Focus that there are some issues and concerns, and that they were not consulted beforehand. And I know that we can't obviously talk to 200,000 students and 15,000 employees before we roll something out. But, parents come to us with solutions, employees come to us with solutions. If you just put me on a committee and we could have played around with it for a little while, we would have identified some of these issues. So to Landon's point, students, families, employees, I really hope that moving forward we are involving all of them in these rollouts. Yesterday, I was at a school and they mentioned having an issue with getting parents registered, and they talked about looking at it through an equity lens, like how can we involve families who may not have access to this kind of technology? How can we reach out to them and get them registered on the portal? And so one assistant principal, Mr. White, brought up utilizing the Title I bus and bringing the bus to communities and doing rollouts with families that way. He talked about the school hosting dinners over the summer to get parents registered. That's something that they were willing to look at, to take on themselves, but I think since this is a district initiative, we as a district really need to do the heavy lifting on that and look to how we can get dinners and things like that funded for our parents so that they can have equitable access to technology. I appreciate that we have a hotline because I did hear from schools that there was a lot of stress on clerical in the opening weeks of school, which is already a very stressful time for our schools. Some schools are not aware of this hotline, so if we could communicate that out more and in more authentic ways, that would be helpful. Have we done a gap analysis over what we are doing with Focus, what Focus offers versus what we got from EdPlan and our other tools?
Dr. Hepburn?
Staff.
At this point, I am not aware of a specific analysis that was done. This could have been something done prior to me kind of coming on board with this, but I will certainly do what I can to look into kind of background and historical conversations to see where we are with that.
So I'm going to say no. That way, yeah. So I think moving forward, that is something that would be helpful to look at, like what we were previously offering and what Focus offers, and try to fill in those gaps. And again, I just have to emphasize, like every ESE employee I encounter is having major issues. With Focus, and if it's just one person, that's one story, but every single person I talk to is having major issues with access. So that needs to be resolved as soon as possible. Thank you.
Mrs. Pham?
Sorry, cut. Thank you, Madam Chair. Based on the feedback we're receiving from staff and what we've received today from Ms. Liscombe, it seems that there's difficulties in both areas that needs to be addressed. It's my understanding that there's been some layoffs of the tutors during this period in the most recent past. So I'm wondering if we can find out, one, are the teachers' needs being met as far as learning how to transition over to the Focus program? And are they learning how to do it efficiently? They're being taught that. So I want to know about improvement, how we can improve, if we can have live person training, online training, if we can have webinars available, tutorials set up where parents and staff can access them, and what we can do to improve what's been happening, because the transition is 50% of the success of the program. If you have people that have a bad experience in transitioning, they're not going to want to accept the app and welcome it, and they will be resistant throughout. So let's try to nip this in the bud and step up our game. And I would defer my question to Dr. Hepburn.
Dr. Hepburn, if you could speak to her points, please.
Can you clarify the question about tutors? I heard about tutors.
We have a lot of complaints, and it's about the transition process, the learning curve, essentially. And my suggestion is how, as we have the board, and how is Focus, the employees of Focus, going to work with Broward County School District to up our game so the teachers as well as the students who have not even been included up to this point, and the parents have greater access to knowledge in order to ease the transition so it's not as difficult.
Gotcha. I think Ms. Copa just detailed, and also Ms. Diamond just detailed their willingness to work with Landon just to make sure we have a right plan to engage our students with this process moving forward. Also, the staff has received thousands of hours of training, and they'll continue to receive thousands of hours of training, plus the many other strategies they talked about, such as real-time hot labs that are available virtually, so staff members don't have to leave their schools to get training, so they can get it real time to address any issues. The brand new, for our parents and other constituents out there with kids in our schools, the brand new link on the website so they can get support and help, which wasn't there previously. I think Ms. Copa said that has gone live as of yesterday, so we'll make sure and push that out through our comms team today. And we'll continue to engage parents, and like Ms. Leonardo just mentioned, the group that we're always concerned about are our parents in our Title I schools, those who are working hard 24/7 that may not be available, during the workday to call their school and things like that, just to make sure we have different type of strategies to assist them in registering and their students on that app, so they can utilize it just like everybody else.
If I may continue, thank you, Madam Chair. Webinars, can we put up videos, webinars for training to make it easy access for the parents? I'm talking about really increasing what we're offering right now, because we're at a level of frustration. We're not going from 0, we're going from already at 50, so we need to shut it down. Webinars, also possibly some in-training in the schools itself, where the parents come in as a group, but we have to get them on their feet.
Yep. So we already have some webinars, some videos already, so we can push those out. And certainly we can work with schools to create a different type of environment where parents can come in the evening time possibly to get some assistance, or even during the school day.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then just to add to that, I think that it's a great opportunity, whether it's our football games, to have a little table, for parents to register to get on Focus, or back to school night, or parent-teacher conferences. The first thing should be, are you registered with Focus? So some of my questions is, first is I went on my app to get onto Focus, and I have a lot of apps, so I went to search Focus, but that didn't come up. It was BCPS Connect. And so, Dr. Hepburn, if you can just explain why it's BCPS Connect and not the word Focus.
Yes, so early on when they actually created the app, we have another school district in the country that uses the same acronym as us, and that is Baltimore County Public Schools, which I met that superintendent about 2 months ago, and I told her you have to stop using BCPS. I really did tell her that. But we've encountered this before. Some of our hashtags that we use, hashtag BCPS proud, or hashtags BCPS whatever, the folks in Baltimore County schools will utilize the same hashtags or some of the same acronyms, and our Broward County folks are using some of the same, and the information is getting convoluted between the two school districts when they're engaging on social media or engaging with the app. So when I actually went to go download the app myself, I made a mistake and I downloaded the Baltimore County Schools app. So I talked to the IT team. It's like, hey, we need to find something different because there's some confusion, and I experienced it myself. So that's the reason for the BCPS Connect. So it may change in the future to a better name, but that's the solution right now. So we're not hopping on to Baltimore County Public Schools.
Okay, so maybe in our talking points we could add in BCPS Connect, because I was looking for Focus because it's been ingrained in my head, Focus. So BCPS Connect, though, is the name of the app. But possibly, I was thinking in the logo, maybe can we add in the magnifying glass the word Focus, because that's our logo. So that's my suggestion. And then my question is, I know we were talking about IEPs and 504 plans, and maybe I missed this, but will parents be able to, from the app, be able to access their child's IEP or 504 plan?
Go ahead, Ms. Copa.
Yes, 504 plans are not completed inside of Focus. So those are still utilizing Accelify. 504 basic information is migrated over into Focus, but the plans themselves are not done inside of Focus. As far as the IEPs, yes.
Okay, and we'll be able in the future be able to access the 504 plan?
As of now, that's not on the current roadmap, but it's not that it couldn't be. That's just an entire different, currently we continue to use that vendor. That was one of the continued kind of separate vendors that was utilized. It's not that it couldn't go that route if that's the direction that we're given.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think it's important if your child has a 504 plan and you're going to your BCPS Connect Focus app, and you should be able to access their information there. Next question is the behavioral threat management software. You know, so the state, from my understanding, is going to be moving to the behavioral threat management software, and that's going to be different from the current behavioral threat assessment software that we're using. Is our staff aware of that, and how are we going to pivot to the state software for BTM, behavioral threat management?
Go ahead.
Presently, we are working with the state. I'm on the work group to transition to the Florida model portal in August or July or August of the upcoming year. I have identified members of my staff to assist. So right now we're just in the planning phases of it. The state has identified a vendor and has gone to contract. So from what I understand or what I've been told is that vendor will take on 100% of the training. All of the districts in Florida will be using that one vendor. We have not discussed how the data will migrate from Focus to this new vendor as of yet, but in order to be in compliance with State Rule 6A-1.0019, we must use their database.
Right, and so I bring this up because I think it's really important for the board to be aware of this, and also our principals in our schools, because I'm sure it's extremely frustrating for them to just keep switching programs, learning new programs, and then switching again. But this is required by the state law for us to switch to their behavioral threat management software. And can you just confirm again when that switch is going to take place, and do we actually know?
It is scheduled for July or August of 2025.
Okay.
And I just want to reiterate that Focus is the platform where we document. Schools are immediately addressing all threats and concerning behaviors to campuses, and my team is pulling reports every day in the BTA Threat Management Department and monitoring the timelines. And our school-based threat management teams, led by the chairs, are ensuring we are in compliance with the timelines and providing all interventions that students need to keep our schools safe.
Thank you. And then, Dr. Hepburn, if the board's okay with this, I would just ask for you to add in your weekly update as far as like Focus and IEPs, just to continue that, update the board.
Noted, will do.
Any other questions, Mr. Alston?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll end on a positive note. Great presentation, great team. Ms. Copa, did I get that right?
You did.
You are a phenomenal presenter.
Oh, thank you.
The person who taught me the quadratic formula 1 year ago at Parkway Middle School is a phenomenal director of PTAC. Mr. Bradford, clearly I know you as well. So I just want to end on a positive note. Clearly we heard a lot of opportunities, and I know the board took the right decision because it's a full IT transformation, hopefully that folks will understand. Yes, there are some hiccups, and I'm hopeful the superintendent and team has heard that. So I want to commend staff for weathering the storm, but also commend you because I think we glossed over a few areas, and I think I sat patiently quiet the entire time to listen. But I know that you've heard the kinks, and I know that you're going to work on it, and kudos to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. And ending with Mrs. Hickson?
Thank you. Just two quick questions. One, social workers also seem to have been kind of left out of the loop. I think they're getting training shortly, but that also tied in with the heart problem, the heart program issues, because the social workers are connected to that. And just through Dr. Hepburn, how are we using our ESOL department to make sure our ESOL learners are having access to all of the training and the updates on focus?
Dr. Hepburn.
For parents?
Yes.
Yes, we use the ESOL department probably a little bit too much for a lot of our communications with our parents, yes.
And
Go ahead.
make one note on that. It was interesting. I was out yesterday and happened to run into a parent whose native language is not English, and she happened to note that this was the first year that her communication is coming through to her phone now in her native language. We were able to utilize the kind of advancements of the system to be able to put that preferred language into the system, connect with our Parent Connect app, and then get that out to them in the languages that they speak at home so that they can get what they need to be able to support their students.
All right, thank you very much. Next up on the agenda is School Board Policy Review Project Rule Development.
Madam Chair, I had a follow-up with you real quick.
Yes, Ms. Rupert?
I don't know if you said yes. I'm going to pretend you did because I can't hear. But I wanted to make sure that the superintendent was going to follow up on my question as well. It's difficulty hearing you guys.
Can you clarify your question, Ms. Rupert?
Basically, it was to have the attorneys go through the contract to see what's our requirement for training and what is their requirement, and if we can pull some of our people back if in case that it actually is covered by the contract itself. So
yes.
I just want to see it in writing to make sure our stance is as solid as it needs to be.
Yes, Ms. Batista will do that, and she will follow up with the board. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, up next is School Board Policy Review Project Rule Development. Dr. Hepburn.
Dr. Wanza?
Hey, Mr. Sullivan, you just cut me a line. Yes, thank you. Good morning for the public. John Sullivan, Chief Communication Legislative Affairs Officer. I'll be today joining us in this discussion is our partner in this work, Kimberly and Alfreda Coward. Also want to thank Mr. Hill, who really has been running this work. So today we are recommending 4 policies for rule development, 1 for repeal, 1 new policy for adoption, and 2 for revision. For the first policy, ceremonies at school board sponsor functions, this policy was revised 2 years ago, so it is pretty current. The 2 major revisions is to align with state statute, and specifically it removes the terms ethnicity and gender and replaces them with color and sex. It also refortifies the requirement of BCPS employees to notify the speakers of the policy requirements prior to their participation. So now I will turn it over to my colleagues for 2-minute remarks introducing their policies, starting with visiting teachers, then NIL, and closing out with student progression. Or if you want to go first with NRL, Dr. Wanza.
Absolutely. Good morning. I'm not sure who's here for visiting teachers. I know that's up for repeal. But good morning. Valerie Wanza, Chief Strategy and Innovation Officer. I'll start by saying that the proposed policy 50 Howard and Coward, because this was not even on the books at the time when the contract with Howard and Coward was approved by the board. However, as exciting as this is, it is very scary, because at the July 24th State Board of Education meeting, the State Board ratified the amendments to Rule 9 of the Florida High School Athletic Association's bylaws, which deals with amateurism in high school sports, which now mean similar to, but somewhat different, collegiate athletes. High school athletes can now profit from the use of their name, image, and likeness. So we thought that it was necessary for the board to adopt a policy that is predicated strictly on FHSAA bylaws, Florida High School Athletic Association. In fact, the executive director was here last week meeting with the superintendent, the athletic staff, as well as our colleagues in Broward Education Foundation. We did have the opportunity to meet with the District Advisory Council's Policy Review Committee. We did that earlier this month, and they actually was thankful that we were so swift in moving this route, and their recommendation really and truly is that we do something that is very expansive so that we educate our parents and students around what this is and what it is not. So depending on the action that the board takes today and also hopefully September 10th, we are prepared to have a parent university, if you will, and multiple ones to really have conversations with our parents, because the most noted thing with this rule is the district cannot participate in the NIL process for families. That is, we are separate and apart, and we want to make sure that we provide our parents and our student athletes with as much education as possible, and then it is up to them to make decisions for their families.
Can you just explain the acronym?
Oh, I'm sorry, name, image, and likeness. NIL, name, image, and likeness. So students can profit from the use of their name, their image, or their likeness. I know there'll probably be more questions, but
Okay, is that your presentation?
that's pretty much it, because it is the policy is specifically the language that was ratified by the State Board of Education.
Chair, we do have two more policies, or three, I should say. Mr. Ramoha, do you want to give a quick recap of yours?
Sure. Gabra Moha, Director of Secondary Learning. The policy is Student Progression Policy, Policy 4000. There were two changes to the policy this year. The one change is it's our next step in aligning our policy to state statute. So we're removing the one test requirement for the reading requirement for graduation promotion criteria, but we're including holistically what a student looks like for mastery of standards in math, English language arts, social studies, and science. So instead of it just being down to one day and one test that promote students, we're looking holistically at the whole portfolio of students, at the whole year-long work, and looking at all of the work the student does, including their tests, their classwork, FAST scores on PM1, PM2, and PM3, any other scores that we have for student portfolio, classwork, and any other assignments and tests that teachers have on hand. So it doesn't just boil down to one day of a student's life that promotes them or retains them or not. The next change from Policy 4000 is we're aligning our core GPA to the state's university system's core GPA. Board members may realize that we actually have 3 GPAs in this district: an unweighted GPA, a weighted GPA, and then a core GPA. That core GPA, state university systems use that. They pull out all the elective classes. They only count the core classes, and they give honors courses a half a point, and they give AP courses and college courses 1 full point. Our system right now gives all courses half a point, even college courses, for our core GPA. So all we're doing is aligning our core GPA with the state university's core GPA. So actually we'll boost our students' core GPA, and when they look at that third GPA, they don't have to ask themselves, what is this GPA? It aligns to the state's GPA that most state university systems are going to use for entrance into their system. So those are two major changes for Policy 4000.
And Madam Chair, closing us out with visiting teachers is our Director Centillo. Did I say it right, hopefully?
Sotelo.
Oh, it's close, Centillo. Thank you.
Good morning. Marissa Sotelo, Director of Student Services. The visiting teacher policy is something that came about, but I think has been in existence way before I even got in the district. It speaks to procedures for doing home visits by visiting teachers, and it also alludes to the job description and duties of the school social worker. So we are requesting that the policy be repealed as it no longer applies to our current practices, and the job description of the social workers speaks to the details in the policy. And visiting teachers in the past, I think, also incorporated other teachers, not just school social workers that were doing home visits, and it looks to be that there was some kind of a process for submitting those referrals.
Okay, thank you. Board member questions?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Ms. Coward, did you have anything to add to the?
We concur.
Thank you.
We're good. Mr. Alston?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Question on 4,000 student progression.
Is your microphone on?
Yes, 4,000 student progression. My question was just on the test removal piece. Where would that align with other districts on that decision alone?
Great question, Mr. Alston. It aligns the district north of us and the district south of us. They don't have that one test requirement either. They look holistically at students' portfolio of work throughout the whole year. So we've aligned ourselves not just to the state statute, but also to the districts around us as well.
Great. And I'm assuming Hillsborough, Duval, Leon, Orange are similar.
I haven't done an extensive look at their student progression policy, so I couldn't attest to that right now, but I can and come and do a follow-up with the board.
Just do a follow-up. I'm
Yep.
good. Thank you.
Other board member, Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So regarding policy 4,000 and adding these additional factors in determining progression, how do you maintain objectivity in the decision making now that we're adding several other determinants? And also you mentioned using different factors including the PM1, 2, and 3 data. The second question I have is the PM1 data is sort of a baseline data. So are you looking at progression to PM2, PM3, or are you looking at these 3 different data sets separately and independently? So if you could explain that.
Yeah, thank you for the question. The only test that we'll look at separately would be PM3, right? Because that shows a whole year's worth of progression, a year's worth of learning, so we can look at that one separately. But if we look at PM1, PM2, and PM3, if we do end up using PM1 and PM2 as determining factors, it would be because students outperformed everyone else and showed that they were above or at grade level in PM1 and PM2, if we use those as a progression to PM3. But it would mainly be the PM3 test that we would be looking at, Mr. Holness, Dr. Holness, for that progression and that promotion.
So you mentioned if you use the PM1, because my understanding is PM1 is really just a baseline data that does not necessarily indicate how a student has advanced. So when you say if, are you using that in terms of possibility of, or is that definitive? I'm kind of lacking understanding as to how the PM1 data relates to promoting a student as it's a baseline data.
So currently what we looped was only looking at PM3 data. So I may have misspoken saying PM1 and PM2, but I do know that we can look at the progression from PM1 to PM2 to PM3 to see students' growth towards mastery in math and ELA. But the looping process we used just said we'll look at fast PM3 for ELA and fast PM3 for math.
Okay, so the emphasis is progression over.
Correct.
Okay, and regarding the first question, as far as how do we maintain objectivity in terms of the various factors that we'll be using, can you comment on that?
Yeah, I'm going to defer to Melissa Holtz, Director of Elementary Learning, only because she had plenty of discussions with the elementary principals about this as well, I believe.
Okay.
Good morning. I believe it still is Melissa Holtz, Director of Elementary Learning. I did have a lot of conversation with the Elementary Executive Board and the elementary principals. In past practice, we did set expectations and criteria for what is below grade level, on grade level, and above grade level. So that is something that we will do again this year. So if a teacher asks, well, to take away subjective, objective, what makes a student on grade level in the various assessments, the various core content assessments that we've provided within each of the criteria, we will set what that criteria is for below grade level and on grade level. So we're not just saying you may use report cards, we're saying you may use report cards, but the student has to show that they mastered standards on those report cards. So we'll help guide the requirements for each of the options that we've put into promotion criteria.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Dr. Zeman?
Thanks, Chair. I'm also going to talk about Policy 4000 and talk about a change we made last year that I think I'd like to propose so we go back and think about again. And that is the net result of accepting the state standards for 4th and 5th grade progression, which exclude math. In my view, this was a mistake last year. I would much rather have a system in place that accepts the worldwide standard that math is just as important as literacy. English is the only language in the world in which you can say, I don't do math, and be sensible. If you tried to say that in Chinese or Korean or Japanese or virtually any other language on this planet, that would be a language that just a sentence that does not make sense. Moreover, our kindergartners this year are going to enter the labor force in 2042. And in 2042, if you don't think people are going to have to understand data and analytics and probability and statistics and geometry and calculus in order to survive in the workplace and to make great decisions outside the workplace as well, I think you're ignoring most of the evidence, if not all of it. And so I'm curious about the evidence that we have that excluding math is in fact good for our community and good for our students for 4th and 5th grade promotion. I'm very interested in coming up with solutions that allow us to actually learn math rather than to punish families and punish students by not allowing them to progress. I think we could use summers far more effectively. I think math is one of those things that is not progressive like English is. You can learn individual topics one at a time without having learned any other topics. And I would love to find a better solution than excluding math as a criteria for promotion to 4th grade and promotion to 5th grade and beyond. So this is in our current policy. So, Chair, let me just start with a few questions. Right now in Broward County Schools, if you fail the math test, if you fall below grade level in math test in 3rd grade, does that affect your promotion to 4th grade?
Dr. Hepburn?
Mr. Bormoha?
I would like to say first, we did not remove math from the promotion criteria, but I'm going to defer to Melissa Holtz, Director of Elementary Learning, to answer your question.
And former principal of the great Wilton Manors Elementary School. We just got to get the titles right.
Thank you. Melissa Holtz, Director, Elementary Learning. So the answer is that state statute only requires mandatory retention in the 3rd grade. State statute only requires that a 3rd grader pass the FAST in the 3rd grade for ELA, not for math. However, state statute also states, and this is in our new progression policy, that in order for a student to be promoted, they must show mastery of standards in ELA, math, science, and social studies. So we have rewritten the policy to make sure that we include that it is math, science, social studies, and ELA. In our criteria, in our broken down criteria, we do give examples of math, science, social studies, and ELA that must be shown grade level standards in order for a child to be promoted. Besides just in 3rd grade, but in kindergarten through 5th grade. So we have included criteria, ELA, math, science, social studies, kindergarten through 5th grade. So we have gone within the requirement of state statute, but we have brought it from K to 5 and added math into 3rd grade as well.
And I appreciate the mastery in all 4 of those topics, and that being a criteria for our students. I do not accept state standards, though, as anything other than minimal standards. And I think this is Broward County. This is not just the state of Florida. And we're allowed, if I'm correct, Chair, to exceed state standards. Is that true?
Yes.
So I would like us to think hard about this. I think we're sending a signal to our students, and we're doing a disservice to the community and to their families by making ELA FAST test the only standard for promotion to 4th and 5th grade. I think that passing the math FAST test should be a criteria as well, and we ought to start that as soon as practical. If it's too late this year to adopt that, then maybe we should spend some time this year creating a better math education system for the whole county and for all of our students. And I think this is a big differentiator for our community. If we want to attract people back to Broward County schools, we can't continue to lower expectations and lower standards just because the state allows us to do that. And so I think in Broward County, we do want to set a standard, and part of setting that standard is to include FAST passing grade level fast test in 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade for promotion. I just want to tee that up for discussion with my colleagues and figure out how we want to move forward. Do we want to accept state standards and just use the mastery at every level, or do we want to say that math is just as important as literacy and get rid of this ridiculous English language sentence that I don't do math or I can't do math as being an acceptable? Every student in the United States can do math. When they fail math, it's because our system failed them, not because they don't have the cognitive ability to do math. We say that all the time about reading. It's also true about math. And the need for math later on for personal decisions, for work, kinds of things, is very, very clear. And it's only going to get more pronounced over time. And I don't want to accept the state standards for promotion.
May I add something that you'll like, Dr. Zeman, and that is that the state agrees with you that math is equally important, and for the first year in state statute, it does say that any student who has a math deficiency in addition to an ELA deficiency must, by state statute, be provided an intervention in their area of deficiency. So that is any student who scores in kindergarten through 2nd grade below the 10th percentile on PM1, and any 3rd grader and above who scores below the 20th percentile on PM1 must by state statute be given a math intervention in addition to an ELA intervention, which is what we used to focus on. So I think the state is in agreement with you that we need to be paying attention to math just as much as ELA, and we will be doing that in Broward County.
And I appreciate that. Mm-hmm. But the community sees promotion standards.
Yes.
Where ELA can keep you from going to 4th grade and not being grade proficient on the FAST test. Mm-hmm. In 3rd grade, you can still go to 4th grade. And the communication that goes out to the community, and maybe even broader, is that ELA is more important than math because it's a standard for promotion. And I think both of them should be. I just believe that that's really going to differentiate us, and it's going to do the best thing for our kids now and in the future.
Mr. Alston?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I recall a time, or at least a thinking, when there were some at school districts who thought that state standards were too tough. So I'm actually happy to have this conversation. So it's interesting to hear one of my colleagues believe that the state standards are too low. But I think I heard something different from you, Madam Director. So would you repeat maybe kind of two things? One, what is required in statute, A? And then B, I think you also mentioned a very clear line that referred to the proficiency level that's considered for math. So would you just maybe repeat that? Because I think I heard something totally different from my colleague.
Absolutely. So state statute states that each district school board shall establish a comprehensive plan for student progression, which must provide for a student's progression from one grade to another based on the student's mastery of the standards in English language arts, math, science, and social studies. So that is what our plan has: standards, expectations of mastery in those 4 content areas. The state specifically calls out their own 3rd grade promotion criteria, which includes scoring a level 2 or above in ELA. So they call out ELA in 3rd grade and only in 3rd grade, but they also mention that for students to progress from one grade to another, they must master ELA, math, science, and social studies. So the state does not say you must have a level 2 on the math FAST, nor do we, but we do say you must have mastered standards in math.
So to that point, let me make sure I understand.
Yes.
So if we, Broward County Public Schools, should have mastered something in the math area,
yes,
is that different than the state?
No. The state specifically says that you must master standards in math, science, social studies, and ELA. The state does not tell you how you prove that mastery. It just says you must master. The state shows you how you must prove that mastery in 3rd grade ELA. So we have said how you must prove that mastery in math as well. But we've given more than just the state assessment. We've said report cards, curriculum that we take, teacher observation. We've added in addition to the FAST, because the state statute also says One test cannot be the sole determining factor if a student is promoted or not. So we've aligned ourselves with multiple ways to show that if a student is promoted, even in third grade, you don't have to pass the FAST with a 2 to be promoted in ELA. If you don't, you can take the iReady diagnostic, you can go through portfolio, you have other good cause opportunities. So what I think, so that would be the answer to that.
So is math from the BCS perspective versus the state perspective, do we have a broader view to make a determination on math proficiency?
So the state doesn't give any view on math proficiency?
No, us, BCPS.
Um,
I'm only referring to, so let me go backwards to the first question.
Okay.
The first question was you reading what's clear in statute.
Yes.
And remember, the discussion point is around how we consider math at all.
Yes.
Right? And I think you gave an answer on how we consider math. So that's really what I'm honing in on. So back to using that first question as a starting place. How do we consider math, A? Then is that, okay, go ahead, sorry.
We consider math to be equally as important as ELA, and we have criteria within the new, if it is approved, policy that delineates what that math promotion criteria is in K through 5. The state does not give criteria for promotion. The state says the school board must determine criteria for promotion in K through 12 with the exception of third grade. They set it.
So have we gone a step above the state in that regard?
I don't think so. I think that we've done what the state has asked us to do, which is set promotion criteria in K through 12 that is aligned to the state statute, which says ELA, math, science, and social studies. So I don't, it's almost as if statute says two different things. You need to have grade level expectations for promotion in ELA, math, science, and social studies, which we've done, and then they delineate what third grade promotion should be. So we're trying to balance that the state statute says students must meet grade level standards in all 4, but in this one subject, in this one grade level, we're going to tell you what that is.
And I'll end with some more positive comments. Thank you to the team for your feedback. Thank you to, is it outside counsel? Make sure I get that right. Outside contracted counsel for your continued guidance on all of our policies. And thank you for the back and forth on the questions. And looking forward to our September meeting where we have, I guess, a final decision point. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll weigh in on Dr. Zeman's point. I think for me, in order for me to agree, I would have to have some data to back up, like, you know, this past school year, if we went along with Dr. Zeman's suggestion, how many students would be retained and what grade level? All right.
Sorry. So I sent a text to Richie, and I asked him if he could get me the historical information on students who were retained in prior years and versus last year. So he's working on getting us those numbers.
Perfect. I have a question or comment on page 10 of 136 of the appendix. I just want to point out on number 5, physical education, number 2, the R in participating is capitalized. So we just need to lowercase that. And then on the health education, page 11, number 6, I just want to ask when the school board will be approving the materials and resources for the K through 12 health curriculum this year. Dr. Hepburn?
Superintendent?
Yes. Ms. Hollingsworth? I forgot she's
I think
over there.
your question was specifically to our sex ed curriculum, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So we've received verbal feedback from the state. We have until October 6th to make some adjustments based on our conversations to ensure that we're aligned to state standard. So that's got to happen before we come back to the board.
Okay, so when do you foresee us then coming back to the board in November?
It all depends on when we hear back from, once we make the revisions and submit it to the state, how that looks like. So we know this is last quarter of the school year typically that this instruction is given. So we will expedite it as soon as possible.
Because I just don't want to end up kind of where we've been in the past few years, and it's been an issue and a problem. And I really think it's really important this year that once we get this back, that the board really looks at it to make sure this is what we want to be taught in our schools. I do have a question, sorry, just going back, regarding the new policy Dr. Wanza spoke about. Is that only pertain to football teams, football players?
Oh, no, ma'am. That's high school, all high school athletes, every sport.
Okay, then why in the rationale it says it's being reviewed with all high school head football coaches on July 24th?
So I said we did review it with them because that was the first opportunity we had with any coaches. And then we met with all high school athletic directors. The high school principals is tomorrow. Okay. And then, as I said, as soon as the board takes action, then we're going to meet, we're going to offer virtual sessions with all athletes, high school, their parents, to have some education sessions.
Okay, and so, Ms. Batista, so this was ratified by the State Board of Education. Does this mean that it's a law that we are required to have in our schools?
Yes.
Yes, okay. My other question, it says that there's a copy of the document that's included with the attachments for the recommended policy adoption. Where was that? I didn't see that.
So it was bylaw number 9 for the Florida High School Athletic Association. I don't know why it wasn't attached, but I'll make sure the board gets it right away. I'll just go make copies. But
Okay.
it is the actual bylaw, the recommendations that the state board ratified on July 24th.
Okay, perfect. And then also, can we just include it in the
It'll-
deck so
yes.
the public can see that?
Absolutely.
And I'm just trying to comprehend, can you just walk me through if I am a soccer player, now explain, like, as people are going to say, you know, L'Oreal, that we will pay you $100,000 to use your name and wear this Adidas shirt or, you know, something like that.
So this is akin to a student having a part-time job at Publix. They are being paid for a service for the use of their name, their image, or their likeness. Most of it will happen around social media posts, advertisement, if you will. A student cannot benefit just from having their name on a roster. They must actually utilize their name, their image, or their likeness. So the first thing that we are going to educate parents on is this is not a district-sponsored type of activity, that the parents absolutely need to seek some type of legal and financial guidance. We've already, Dr. Hepburn and I had conversations with municipal leaders, faith-based, to help us get, you know, to educate our parents. But essentially, and I'm going to use you, Ms. Alhadef. So Lori Alhadef is a soccer player. And Smoothie King wants to pay Lori Alhadef to hold up something and say, I'm Lori Alhadef, I play soccer, I'm amazing, and I drink this and that smoothie 3 times a week. And the fact that I'm posting that on my social media page and it's getting, you know, all types of visibility, and my contract may say, if I get X amount of likes, this is how much I get paid. Or if I make this many posts in a week, this is how much I'm going to get paid. It is truly a contract that the students and their families enter into with some entity.
Thank you for that explanation. But however, now you said this is like a job outside of Broward County Public Schools, but how does that correlate? I guess it correlates with, as far as grades, with students being, they have to maintain that grade point average because they're going to be kicked off the soccer team or football team if they don't, correct?
So this has nothing to do with eligibility. As far as this has everything to, that's why I said it's scary, because it has everything to do with them benefiting monetarily for the use of their name, image, and likeness. They cannot say, I am Lori Alhadef, the star goalie at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. In fact, in order for a student athlete to even use anything that associates with the district, they have to get prior consent in writing from the superintendent or the senior leader in charge of athletics, which right now it happens to be me. And all of that is spelled out in this policy.
So in order for that person to say Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School, you're saying they have to get consent from staff or the superintendent?
From the superintendent first, and at this point me, and it has to be in writing that we allow them to use, say they want to wear their jersey. They can't even wear their school jerseys, the helmets, any of that. This is separate and apart from if they are doing like a school fundraiser, that's different because it's a team fundraiser where the team is fundraising. But where an individual athlete is profiting him or herself off of their individual name, image, or likeness.
Okay, I'm just trying to
I
process
understand.
it all, and I think that there is going to be more to it because what if now I don't get played, I'm on the bench, and I have $100,000 or $500,000 contract riding on me being the star, center halfback.
So the contract is for your name, image, and likeness. It is not for your participation in the high school athletic program.
Okay, a lot to think about.
I know it is.
Landon?
Quickly, I have a question. I would like to put on the record that I will be seeking NIL for my performance as student advisor. I think that should be added to the guidelines, just saying.
So that you could buy a cup of coffee?
But I have a question on new policy 1910, the ceremonies at school board sponsored functions. It may be in legalese, but I didn't see it. Do the rules apply to if a student holds up a sign or a flag, or we've had this issue at graduations before, if they have a one pager or something, does this policy apply to that? Because it says comments, speeches, invocations, and similar expressions. So does similar expressions, I think we maybe need to explicitly say that this includes the demonstration of something.
Staff.
I think he's correct that we probably need to revise it to include that.
Thank you. Public comment, Aretha Wimberly.
Good morning, Aretha Wimberly. From a community perspective regarding the definition of discrimination in 1910, would the board consider adding socioeconomic status in that definition to not be discriminated against? Oftentimes we do see that our young people who are in certain socioeconomic environments, they do not receive the same opportunities to participate in some of these ceremonies. With regards to the NIL policy, is it possible to make sure that that language is as plain as possible for our community members, especially those who are from different ethnic backgrounds, cultures, for them to clearly understand what that encompasses for the student? And what also I'm not quite clear on, if it's any way possible to have a little clarity on what happens when the district benefits financially from using a child's name, image, or likeness. Because if they were to receive a sponsorship or a grant or some other benefit from saying this kid attends our school, he's an Olympian, this, that, how does that impact the student's ability to receive any kind of gratuities or from that benefit that the district receives? So make sure that's all spelled out clear for all the students and the parents to understand. In policy 4000, I'm curious about the character education as well as environmental stewardship. Are there any kind of matrices in place to see how effective we are in those areas at the different schools? Because we do continue to see things with kids' social status, their social skills, their interpersonal skills are lacking. In the first week of school, we had reports of multiple students still being violently attacked, mainly because of social conflicts. So I would love to see how we're actually measuring success in character education and environmental stewardship. The other thing is, in your policy, there is I believe, a makeup of 2 days for kids to submit their makeup work. With Grand United Community PTA, we presented a program or a pilot program called Learning Intentions and Tutoring, where we were hoping to be able to give the children an opportunity to sit with tutors and do makeup work reflective of their deficiencies on an interim report. If they received an interim report and the teacher said specifically the areas that they need to improve, and they did not submit work related to that, we wanted to hopefully create a program with the district where the children could come in and their parents sit with tutors, actually complete those assignments, and get a partial grade. So I would just like to know if there's any consideration for that.
Thank you so much. Mrs. Pham?
Thank you. Thank you so much. I just have a few brief comments. One, if we can revisit 5800, and my question would be directed to General Counsel. Because we're now allowing students to use their name, image, and likeness, would you suggest that we put in our policy something to the effect about a Coogan account? And if you're not familiar with the Jackie Coogan account, that was a star that was in California who worked as a child star for a long period of time, and when he went to collect his earnings, when he would turn 21, there was none. There was no money put away. So the state of California requires that a minimum of 15% be put into that account until that student would be 21 years old, and then he could access that. So I just think as a protection, it would be very wise of the board to suggest that a certain amount be put away into a blockable trust account where it can't be removed, so that student has that income and he wouldn't be subject to being taken advantage of like it was in this story.
Ms. Batista?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we can't really legislate over parents and how they manage the funds of the children's likeness and image, especially because the policy only really applies to it separates what the child can do with the school board's image or logo, for example. So this is only as to what the children or the students can do with their image and their likeness. It's not for us to manage their, the funding that they receive. Or
just as a response, our daughter was required to set up a Coogan account, and we live in Florida because she's dealing with, when you're dealing with outside vendors from different states. So I just don't want to slip into that, and it would be in the best interest of the student that we do try to protect him in case his parents aren't aware as well.
Dr. Hepburn?
Yeah, so in layman's terms, the school districts can't have anything to do with the NIL, which I would call deals or agreements that are made with student athletes from various businesses. And I know Mr. Sullivan and Dr. Wands will probably elaborate even more, hence the need for the policy, so everybody have a clear understanding that school districts are, the only thing that we can do is educate parents and students just to make sure they're seeking legal counsel, they're seeking financial advisors, so they can make those type of decisions that you're talking about on their own, so that their students can be set up for some better opportunities in the future if they are garnering the type of income that they can actually defer for later.
Yeah, well, thank you. I think that would be the best interest if we even just reference getting a Coogan account. Also, I have a few other items. Okay, one is on page 134, and this is in reference to attendance. So, specifically, what we've done here, we've set out that a student can get full credit for their work, even from an unexcused absence in 2 days or suspensions. But in the alternative, we had that same thing. It's 2 days for excused absences. I think there should be a separation from someone that's suspended or unexcused as opposed to someone that has specifically received permission, or they're in a hospital, or we have a doctor's note that they were unable, and not set the same deadlines. And that includes all makeup work and quizzes. So I would throw that back to you, Superintendent. Do you think there should be a distinction between the two?
Dr. Hepburn?
I'm trying to refer to the page. Can you specify what page?
134, bottom quarter, it's 10A and 10B, very bottom of the page.
I can't find the page, but I'll comment.
Do you want me to bring it over?
No, I'm good. But I'll comment on student absences versus students that are suspended. And my, not even an opinion, just my firm belief that a student needs to have the opportunity to make up their work. Their kids, some of our kids make mistakes that wind up in discipline that will require them to be out of our school buildings for some time, but that should not be a penalty, an additional penalty to affect their academic prowess or opportunities that they would have later because they have the opportunity to make up that work. So I don't think, we should penalize students academically or academic opportunities for making up work just because they were suspended out of school.
To the contrary, I'm trying to reward the students that had excused absences, not penalize anyone. Right now, it's the same standard. I'm saying someone that has been excused, maybe they should be given 5 days, to get their work in 4 days. But I just disagree that they should be the same as someone that's got a suspension and that also just, took off and didn't go to school in a few days. So would you agree on that we could extend the amount of time for the excused absences?
I'll let the board, the rest of the colleagues weigh in on that one. But just from my experience, some students make mistakes that require suspension. Some students are legitimately out for specific medical concerns, but I'm looking at the aspect of academic opportunities, and I don't want to limit academic opportunities for whatever differences of the reason that the kid was out. Eventually, we will have, if we have a different policy or practice for students out for various reasons, we're going to deal with it on the back end. We're going to have to deal with that kid who didn't have the same amount of time to make up work as a kid who was out sick on the back end, trying to help them catch up and providing additional interventions and staff having to do something different to make sure they can catch up later on in their educational career. So that's why I firmly believe they need to have the same amount of time to, if that's an extension of saying both 5 days, but I think whatever the decision is, it needs to be the same for both instances.
Okay, thank you.
Does anybody on the board agree with Ms. Pham that would like to discuss it further? Any other board member want to make a comment on this item? Okay, Mr. Sullivan?
Well, I'm going to just make sure we have consensus on some of the changes. So while I read mine, I'll have my colleagues prepare any changes that you've heard, if you can repeat them, just so we ensure that we have consensus.
Excuse me, I wasn't finished though.
Oh, sorry, Ms.
Okay.
Pham.
And on page 146, there's 2 items that were omitted. Constitutional Week was omitted that we're adding, we have up for a vote. And also Freedom Week under Florida Statute 1003.421, and they're both in September. Florida Statute 1003.421.
I don't believe that's part of this item. On what page are you referring to?
I'm right here on page 146, and it says required instruction.
136?
No, mine is 146.
I'm having page 146.
I'm under the policy title book. I noticed another book I had where the numbers were different. Okay, I can bring over my page to you. And hand
Mr.
it
Hill
out.
is coming over to check it out so we can all get on the same page. No pun intended.
Oh, okay. There's a small 51 in the corner.
Okay,
I was looking at the right-hand side. Just page 51. And it says required instruction, item number 3.
What is your comment?
To add Freedom Week and Constitutional Week.
We can
Dr. Hepburn, can you speak to all those? Required instruction?
Mr. Barmoha?
Yeah. Thank you, Guy Barmoha, Director of Secondary Learning. We can definitely add those too. I think it just inadvertently not added to this. You see Constitution Days on there, and I think our new resolution this year is to add Constitution Week. So that was an oversight on our part. We can definitely add that, Ms. Pham.
And Freedom Week, you saw Freedom Week as well.
As long as it's part of the required instruction, we'll add it under here. I just want to make
Okay.
sure it's part of the required instruction from the state, because I only want to put in the policy what's really required for progression. If it's just optional, I don't want to add it here, if that makes sense.
I would ask then that you look at Florida Statute 1003.
We definitely will.
.421.
Yep.
Thank you.
So if I can add, the Celebrate Freedom Week is on there. It is item number 7 under required instruction A, and then 7 is Celebrate Freedom Week.
Sorry, it says celebrate in front of it.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hepburn.
Thank you.
Ms. Sullivan?
As it relates to the ceremonies, the student advisor recommended that we ensure we're included more language. So we're going to add on, hold on, I'm going back to that page, sorry, I believe it's on page 2 of the appendix. Under rules, number 1, where it says similar expressions, we're going to add such as signs or flags, unless there's objection to that.
To not allow.
Correct. Well, as long as they have to be non-secular, non-denomination, non-discrimination, and historically accurate and free from hate speech.
Ms. Dixon?
So how does that impact a student who wears their country flag while they come up to get their diploma?
Dr. Hepburn?
Mr. Sullivan?
I think that would still be allowable if it's a country flag, because that would comport to the rest of the rule. If you look at number 2, I'm sorry, number 1.
Right. So we might just put some language in there to let them know that that wouldn't be a violation of the policy, because it would bring up a question, I would think. So you can say, what's not example of what's allowable and what's not, maybe.
Well, from my experience from this past graduation, I think some of the countries, it's more about how they use the flag. It's not for some of the flags that are non-denominational, non-discriminatory, but some of the kids just use the flag in a way to demonstrate during the ceremony. So I think that's the part where we have that I've observed some concerns from graduation. So it's not per se the flag. I may have a Jamaican flag, but if I'm using it in a way that's offensive on purpose during that ceremony, that's where, and I don't know if that's a policy issue or if that's more of a procedural thing when it comes to for graduations and ceremonies like that.
We can do that in procedure in terms of how they're using it, but it's specifically to include it here so we ensure that it comports to the rest of this the rule.
Anything else?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Dr. Holness?
Was Board Member Pham still speaking, or was she? No. Okay. So I just wanted to clarify, because I know there was a discussion on makeup days, and I just want to make sure I understand it clearly. It says there'll be on page 39. I think Board Member Pham was speaking on that regards. So if a student is absent, and if the superintendent could clarify this for me, if a student is absent, say on a Monday, they miss 5, 7 classes, whatever it may be, they have 2 days to make up all of those classes?
Mr. Barmohan?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Holness. The way the policy is written right now, they have 2 days for every day absent. So if they're absent for 2 days, on the day they return, they get 4 days to make up the work that they missed.
Okay, so if they're absent for 1 day and it's a Monday, they have 6 classes. They have 2 days to make up.
If they're absent from Monday and they get back on Tuesday,
right,
they have 2 days to make up that work. So it's
for all of the classes.
For all the classes. Correct.
Okay, so I would suggest a longer period of time, because I know from having a middle school child that sometimes, especially in a advanced program and otherwise, that the work can be quite extensive, because they're expected to continue to do the homework that's been assigned in addition to doing all of this makeup. I think 2 days having 6 classes, having all those teachers given homework to make up all of those classes and then still keep up with everything else that's happening, it's too minimal. So I would like to see that double. I think that based on my experience as a parent and from what I have observed, I think that a greater amount of time is needed when we're expecting that child to still continue to keep up with everything else that's going on from the day the child returns. So I don't know if the board could weigh in on that, but I can speak from a parent perspective that that is problematic and it puts a lot of pressure on the child. And then you have teachers starting to give these kids zeros and failing them because of trying to stay on top of things when they get back and then having 2 days to make up everything that they miss. So I think it's really not reasonable for the child and that we should extend the time period so we don't create unnecessary burden for that child. So that would be my suggestion on that section.
Is there a recommendation?
It's a recommendation.
No, do you have a recommendation?
4 days, double the amount of time.
Mrs. Hickson?
So I would say that makes sense if they have 6 or 7 classes, but in high school and some middle schools, they're on block. So if they're missing a day, they're only missing 3 or 4 classes, depending on if they have a study hall or whatever. So maybe it delineates schools that are not on block and schools that are on block, because 4 days is excessive for when you're missing a day of school in high school. And just think about how far they're going to be behind. Sometimes that homework's needed to be able to move forward. And if you're giving them almost a week to make it up, you know, just from a teacher standpoint, that makes it very difficult. So I would say that if they're on block, that makes sense because there could be a lot of classes, but also keep in mind a class may be PE, it may be band. You know, they're going to have core class, 3 or 4 core classes. But if you're on a block schedule, you're probably only missing, you're going to have homework from 2, maybe 3 classes as opposed to 6. And 4 days is going to be much more difficult for the student to be able to catch up. And just to also speak to the excused versus unexcused, oftentimes at the end of the semester, all of a sudden things get excused. So if you're not being fair and, you know, equitable in terms of making up the work at that time, it kind of, as Dr. Hepburn said, it balls up at the end and it causes an issue. And most teachers will work with students if there's extenuating circumstances and allow them to make it up, because no one is in the business of failing students. So.
Okay, so Madam Chair, can I? Okay, so I would probably, and I understand Board Member Hickson's comment. So this is, are we able to put in policy distinguishing between block and non-block schedule as far as makeup time, or otherwise I still believe 2 days is just too short of a time. So I would probably, if we can't distinguish between block and non-block in the policy, then I would recommend 3 days. I just think from my experience and from what I've heard from many parents, even when I was a teacher as well, at the middle school level, that it puts undue pressure on the kid having to keep up with the work and then have this additional work to keep up with, and also pressure on the parents. So I just think the 2 days is very limited. So are we able to do a separate in terms of block versus non-block in the policy? And if not, can we, I would recommend 3 days.
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes. Testing? Okay, I'm up. Go ahead, Mr. Mohan. Then I'll follow up with you because I have some. I want to make sure. First.
I'm just speak about policy.
Okay, no, but first, I just want to make sure the board and the public is aware. So currently for the recommended policy, for every 1 day, there's 2. If I miss 2 days, I get 4.
Correct.
If I miss 3, I get 6. If it changes to, let's say, 3 or 4 days, let's go with 4. If I miss 1, I get 4. If I miss 2, I get 8. If I miss 3, I get 12.
And now we're at interim time or and the report card time.
Correct. I'll let you talk about policy, and then I'll come back because I want to talk about this concern from a student standpoint, and I want to hear from Landon and Alana also to help us out.
So I just wanted, I know the board wasn't around when this policy was recommended and got approved. There was a lot of discussion around the excused versus unexcused absences. So Ms. Fan, I want to recognize your comment as well. And what Ms. Hickson said is sometimes kids don't have power over their absences being excused or not. It's their parent calling them in being excused or not. So sometimes it's not just the kid's fault that they're unexcused, right? So that's one reason why the policy states for excused and unexcused absences, it's the same makeup policy, right? So that's just to answer your question as well. On the 2 days, it was, since I can remember in this district, this is my 30th year in the district, it's always been a 2-day grace period for kids coming in absent. And for block schools, it is difficult to determine when those 2 days are, but it's still 2 days. We can definitely make a distinction in policy. However, this being such a big change, I wouldn't feel comfortable making the change at this table without looping the whole change over again to our advisories and especially our BTU and our teacher groups to make sure they have a say-so. So if it's a change that the board wants, this policy will not come back until, my suggestion would be to re-loop this change with all the advisories and the teacher groups and then bring the policy back for an additional workshop. But Dr. Hepburn, the floor is yours.
So I have an additional concern, and maybe there's some compromise here because I understand Dr. Holness's concern. If a kid misses 1 day, they need more than 2, and also Ms. Wimberly kind of alluded to the same concern too when she spoke earlier. The concern with adding additional days and a student misses 4 days, that's where the issue comes when it could be potentially 12 to 16 days, however many per 1 day. I think it turns into a situation where some students, and I was just talking to the chair, and I say for me as a kid, I was a very smart kid. I figured out how I can get around the system and get what I need to get done with the least amount of effort possible when it wasn't interesting or engaging. So I would purposely miss 2 days of school because I know I'm going to have 8 days to make up that work and get the credit for it. So we need to be careful with that. So maybe for a day or two, we have some type of formula, but if a kid misses 4 or 5 days, it's maybe the number of days you were out plus 1 to make up the work, which gives them some time knowing, hey, I've been out for 5 days because I was sick, whatever the case may be. I know I'm going to have 6 days to make up the work versus 5 times 4 or 5 times 2 or 5 times 3. So I want to hear Mr. Spellberg or Mrs. Barrero if they want to weigh in on that conversation.
Thank you through the chair, and I'll hop it over to Alana, Mrs. Barrero, sorry, in a minute. I would recommend a cap because, you know, like you're saying, it can get higher. I will also offer the perspective of, you know, this I want to make it very clear. I'm not talking about every student because there are absolutely cases where work cannot be done. But in many cases now, I could go onto Canvas and do the work while I'm sitting at home. Not saying every student's going to do that or it has the ability to do that. But there is that opportunity. So I think if we do a cap, if it's after 4 days or even if it's after, you know, you miss a week, I'm not good at math, like Dr. Zeman said I'm not supposed to say, but if that's 5 days, that's whatever. I can't do the math in my head right now, but maybe a cap of after a week or after a certain number of days. Do you have something to add, Ms. Barrero?
Yeah. So I do agree. I think that at times, like even right now, we're missing classes as we speak. So the numbers do add up. Sometimes we do miss quite a bit of work. But I did like the recommendation of the 3 days instead of doing the 4 or adding, like Landon said, that entire week. Because at times, let's say if students are chosen for things like Rally to Tally or these really big projects that we have to miss school for, but they're beneficial towards our education, we should have time to, you know, make up these things. I mean, ACE and AP classes don't stop for us. So we got to make sure that we're on top of our stuff, but that's up to.
Yeah. And Dr. Hepburn, I just want to say, I'm primarily concerned, as our student advisors mentioned, that first day or two, especially the first day, and a kid coming in from being significantly ill or whatever it may be, and they have 2 days, 6 classes, and they have a pile of work. I got to get this together within 2 days. So subsequent days, I can understand. I don't want this thing to build up where, so there could be a cap, and this could be relevant just for the first day or two, that they get at least 3 days during their first day of absence, and then subsequent days they get their 2 days, however it may be, and then there's a cap. But it's that first day that I realize is very strenuous on children and very burdensome, and it's also costly to their grade, because some teachers are very structured and strict, and their grades get slammed pretty hard. Coming back out of a significant illness or whatever it may be. So I don't want to have a consequence to a kid's learning outcome because of that first day of getting back. I think 2 days to make up a lot of work is significant. So we could have a cap, and we could have the first day being 3 or even 3 days or 4 days, and then subsequent days could revert back to its normal process.
Ms. Pham?
Yeah, pursuant to the rule, the first day isn't included. So it amounts to really 3 days, if you're not counting the first days already. Thank you. I'm sorry?
So Ms. Pham is correct. Like if you're out Monday, when you come back Tuesday, that doesn't count as your day of work. Your work's not due till Thursday. So your 2 days of Wednesday, Thursday. You get your work on Tuesday, so then your 2 days start, and so the work's not due till Thursday. So it's Wednesday, Thursday you have. So essentially it almost is 3 days. You come back the day you're present, and you have 2 more days to do the work. And I do want to just make sure that, I know we're keeping students in mind, but I want to keep teachers in mind as well, because as a classroom teacher, I can have, Dr. Hepburn absent for 2 days, Ms. Hickson absent for 3 days, and Ms. Alhodev absent for 1 day. So now I have to, the more complicated you make the rule, the more I'm going to have to be as a teacher to say, okay, Dr. Hepburn's work is due on Thursday, but Ms. Hickson's work is due on Tuesday afternoon, and Ms. Alhodev's work is due on Wednesday. It becomes a lot of keeping track for teachers, so the more complicated you make it, the harder it's going to be for them as well. I just want everyone to keep that in mind as we think about the policy changes.
Understand. Yep. So my simple recommendation is the first day of absence, 3 days, all subsequent revert back to the 2 days with some kind of a cap.
I'm okay with the current policy. I think it's important that we don't water down our standards, and we need to keep things consistent. Ms. Hickson?
I agree, because it is essentially 3 days already, but I do like the idea of putting a cap on it, which it doesn't have at the moment, especially because of interims and report cards and all of that. So I don't know what the cap might be, but I think that maybe trying to loop it through or get some kind of feedback from students and from teachers on what would be a fair cap. But I do think that a cap is a good idea.
Dr. Seaman, did you have anything?
I was just agreeing with the chair.
Oh,
I like the current policy, and I don't want to change our standards, even though the key to all of this, though, is at the end of the day, the teacher and the student have to work this out. And the teacher right now can say, look, the standard is 2 days, but I know you're going through a lot of stuff at home. If you need more time, let me know. And they work that out all the time. I just, not all the time, but I would rather have that be the policy. It's 2, so we have something to start with, and then just allow the teachers to do what most teachers do, which is to work to a good solution.
Okay. Dr. Hepburn, do you have anything else? Direction, need anything?
No, nothing to add.
We have, Madam Chair, the document, the FSHA, the Rule 9 is being uploaded.
Okay, perfect. All right, so we're going to move on. We're going to have 5 minutes recess, and our next item is our SMART, if the board wants to grab their lunch. 5 minutes recess.
get to the
Welcome back.
We will now go to item number 4, safety, music, art, athletics, renovations, and technology. Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Paul.
Good afternoon, board member and chair Aladef, Dr. Hepburn, superintendent of schools, and board members. I'm excited to provide you with this presentation on the SMART update. The goal of today's presentation is to provide the board an update of the current status and forecast of capital improvement projects, both SMART and DEFP. The board requested an update on the status of the projects, and I'm here to deliver. Table of contents. Today we will be talking about the SMART program today, SMART by the numbers, renovations update, financial update. Second big category is the program forecast, project status projections, remaining projects, post-program planning, and then the path forward. How do we move forward? Opportunities that we can capture, strengthening our business partnerships, proactive and thorough planning, as well as management of remaining projects. The SMART program today. The SMART program is composed of $1.65 billion that's been invested across all aspects of the SMART program, including safety, music, art, athletics, renovations, and technology. As you can see, these are some examples. Safety included single point of entries. The safety upgrades that we're talking about are fire alarm, fire sprinkler, and additional signage and those type items. We have completed the music and art portion of it, 60,000, 76 instruments, 40 theater program upgrades. On the athletics side, 15 track upgrades, 30 weight room upgrades, renovations that we still have in process, 176 projects in construction, 147 projects in construction closeout. Technology, 83,362 devices, 13,166 wireless access points. Status of renovations. We're going to focus on the R in SMART, renovations. As of June 30th, 2024, the SMART program has 176 schools in active construction, a total of 68 media centers that have been completed to date. There are 3 projects that are in design phase. The designs for all 3 projects are 95% complete, and the projects are being prepared for bid. Pictures on the slide are from recent events commemorating the completion of their SMART renovations at schools across the district. School choice enhancement programs is complete. 230 schools each received $100,000 in funding as committed. All have completed their school choice enhancement upgrades. Some examples are media center enhancements, front office technology, furniture, equipment, and playgrounds. Here's a depiction of the SMART budget update. It provides a budget summary as of June 30th in 2024 for the 331 SMART projects. So far, about $1.19 billion has been spent, which is 77% of the current budget. Of the approximately $100 million of unencumbered funds, $56 million is pending construction contract awards, and $43 is in contingency within the projects, within the project budgets. And so this is a capital projects budget update. This slide provides a budget summary as of June 30th, 2024 of the capital projects that are not part of the SMART program. Some of these projects are managed by our program manager, owner representative, and some are managed by district staff. Of the approximately $131 million of unencumbered funds, $117 million is pending construction contract awards, and $14 million is in contingencies inside the project budgets. So here's the breakdown of our spend. This slide demonstrates how SMART program dollars have been spent so far for the 331 SMART projects and the percentages that each category represents. And I am remiss in not introducing Mike McIntyre from AECOM and Ashley Carpenter from Atkins that have been my partners in putting this presentation together, along with Garth and my staff. So I thank y'all for that. The program management figure includes the program managers, cost program controls, and building department consultants since the inception of the program. Design represents our architects, engineers, and any other consultants like geotechnical testing. Construction includes the primary contractor as well as other hard costs like furniture and IT purchase orders. This slide represents a cumulative of $540.5 million in spend and committed funds that have been awarded to 77 district-certified small businesses in the Tri-County community. This represents 29.35% of the total program spend and commitment. It's our emerging small, veteran, minority, women business enterprises. This slide, again, represents prime and emerging small, veteran, minority, women business enterprises payments to date. $901 million represents the actual spend of the SMART program to date as reported in B2G. B2G now is a self-reporting system for monitoring data. It was implemented while the SMART program was already underway and may be missing some historical completed POs, for example, from the previous program management owner representatives. $394 million is the total amount spent with the certified firms as reported in B2G now through June 30th, 2024. This data is inclusive of all activities in the SMART program, program management, design, and construction. So here's a further breakdown of the status of renovations in the SMART program. 4 in project planning, 0 in design, hiring a designer, 3 in project design, 1 in hiring a contractor. You can see the 176 active construction projects, and you can see 147 closeout. These numbers, again, are a snapshot of the status of SMART projects as of June 30th, 2024. This slide represents the status of renovations. These numbers are a snapshot of the status of other currently active capital projects that are not part of the SMART program. While they are not included in the board resolution regarding the completion of the SMART program, on October 31st, 2025, we wanted you to have a full picture of the capital projects underway today. This is a slide depicting the Big Three update. As I understand, these are the schools that were the focal point for voters when the general obligation bond was initiated in 2014. Northeast High School, many of you attended the ribbon cutting of the new building in January of this year. The contractor is making progress with removing some of the older buildings on the campus and finishing the remaining renovations to complete the SMART scope of work at this campus. Blanche Ely High School, renovations at Blanche Ely are complete for the primary scope of work. Renovations to the bus loop project were added to the project in June of 2022 at the request of the community. The design was started in November 2022, and the construction is projected to be completed ahead of schedule and should be complete April 2025. Stranahan High School interior renovations are complete throughout much of the campus. The completion of the new cafeteria building is scheduled for this quarter, with occupancy slated for September of this year. We will work with the school to organize a ribbon cutting once the project is completed. Summer construction highlights. During the summer break, contractors were able to have access to the campuses, which provided an opportunity to complete some critical infrastructure and renovation work without disruption to student learning. 118 of the 170 schools in active construction received much-needed critical upgrades that were completed in time for schools to reopen August 12, 2024. Occupancy certificates, a significant number of projects, 118, required occupancy certificates to ensure schools could open on time. All construction related to occupancy certificates were finished on schedule and met the building code, building department standards. On-time opening, thanks to the successful construction efforts, all schools opened on time for the new academic year. And I want to thank my team, which includes our project or program management firm and Atkins, and for helping us make that happen. A focus was on critical electrical and HVAC related improvements, such as 44 air handler units and ductwork replaced and 6 chillers, 14 switchgears that are vital to long-term infrastructure. Overall, this highlights the efficient management of summer construction projects, ensuring minimal disruption to the start of the school year. And so I want to show you this really, really cool video. And let's see. Thank you for the few claps there.
That's awesome.
So next I want to go over the change order slide, change order summary. So I know a number of board members over my time here had a lot of questions about what a change order is and why do we have so many and so forth. So I wanted just to go over a few things with you. This slide demonstrates the 5 change order categories and how much we have spent cumulatively over the life of the program. So tax savings is what we get back from the general contractors through the district or direct owner purchase program, because we don't have to pay taxes on materials when we contract with the supplier directly for purchases over $20,000. So those are savings that we realize immediately, and that's the green bar. Owner requests are currently a net credit because they have been quite a few cases of work being removed from the project because it's no longer required. And some of this deals with maybe PPO already replaced something, or maybe the item in question is still in good shape and does not require replacement. So that's depicted on the green slide. Consultant error and consultant omission. These are mistakes that the AE made on the plans, and which is very common. It is near impossible to get a perfect set of plans the first go-around. This work is required to turn over a completed project and should have been included in the original bid. So this captures work that should have been in the project, but for whatever reason didn't get there, but we still need it to complete the project. The added cost is the premium of these change orders because the items are not in the plans that the GC on bid day had. So this, the change order could occur 1 or 2 years later. And as I said before, these are things that we needed perhaps to complete the project. But when you bid a project and you wait 1 or 2 years to change something in it, of course, we're going to pay a premium on that. We will be bringing a new policy for the board to review regarding errors and omissions. So our neighboring districts have policies that we should do also incorporate. This would establish a threshold by which, when exceeded, the district would pursue recovery of those premium costs. And so this gives us another tool in our toolkit to help us recoup some of the money. Unforeseen conditions are change orders due to unforeseen additional scope of work that are hidden and could not be accounted for in the design. For example, when we remove tile and we find that the under deck has been rotted out and needs to be replaced, we have to take care of that. We're not going to put tile on a rotten roof. So these are things that we couldn't see or didn't see as a result of the FCA facility condition assessment. But in order to complete the project and do it the right way, we have to go back and add additional scope. Even with all of this adding up to $16.5 million, which we all can, I wish I had $16.5 million. It's a lot of money. It still represents a small percentage of the construction contract value. So keeping in mind that per the Florida Office of Inspector General, the industry standard rate is 8% and 14%. But, common sense tells us that we need to save as much money as we can. That allows us to do other projects. So we, have to aggressively manage. The starting point is the FCA, of course, and we have to make sure we get that right. And then along the course, we have to make sure that we have eyes on our schools and we understand what the work and the scope of work that's needed. Program forecast. So we're looking ahead at what happens after October 31st, 2025. So this represents the projected to have 27 projects that are active. 300 will be substantially complete. 4 schools that will be rolled into the long-term plan. Complete means that the spaces can be used by the school while final closeout and warranted activities are conducted. So when you have occupancy or substantial completion on a project, we still have a year to close out the project. So when we say substantially complete, that means that we can go in. We can have kids in the building and so forth. But we still have to close it out financially. And so I wanted to make sure that we understood, what the difference was on that. And these are the projects, and I know it's kind of small on the screen, but these are the projects, the 27 projects that we're currently projected to roll into the DEFP. And this shows 2 separate pages. This forecast is subject to change. Again, we can encounter unforeseen issues, but one of the things that I think is really necessary as we go through this program is that we report and communicate to the board on a quarterly basis. My intent is to run us like racehorses until October 31st. I want to take full advantage of having AECOM on staff. I already have Mike over here sweating on it. because that's what's needed, because I don't want to roll projects into the DEFP that we don't have to. And so we have looked at ways and continue to look at ways to accelerate our schedule. And so we have on the next slide projects pending further discussion. And so several years ago, some of these projects were put on hold. And mainly it was because the buildings were really needed to be demolished or replaced. They needed more than just a new roof or a new HVAC system. I think the saying is, putting lipstick on a pig still makes it a pig. And so at some point, a decision was made to place these on hold. Glades Middle School was a little different. They had a minimal scope project, and so PPO had been doing work on the Glades Middle School. And so we felt, previous folks felt like we could do it in-house and didn't have to use SMART to do it. So I wanted to go over the capital, hold on, there we go, capital project status. As I said previously, on October 31st, 2025, we are projecting to still have 8 active of the 127 currently active DEFP projects. These projects are being currently managed by ACOM, and they are listed on this next page. Of note are the replacement of Building 1 at Rickards Middle School, the Coral Glades School Auditorium, and the new addition at Parkway Middle School, which was approved on August 20th. The total projected balance of remaining remaining balance to complete these DEFP projects after October 2025 is $94 million. The path forward, which is the next slide. So, opportunities, enhancing relationships with the business community and proactive and thorough planning. The path forward for us is strengthening our business partnerships. We need to acknowledge challenges to include complex processes, permitting standards, delayed timelines, communication gaps, lack of awareness. These have been the pain points that kind of have overshadowed the good work on the SMART program. One of the things that we've learned from this is that we need to have regular forums or open dialogue and feedback, enhanced channels for issue resolution. In other words, we just can't let stuff sit. We need to deal with it and make decisions. Surveys to ensure continuous improvement. We need to recognize also that there's been a lot of great work done. You can see it when you go out in the schools under SMART. Workshops on procurement and compliance. We need to break the code and continue to break the code on how to do business with the district. And then capacity building programs. One of the things that is so critical is that we build capacity among our small businesses and our women-owned businesses, our veterans, and so forth. That is critical to our success. And then, and then strengthening our business partnerships with targeted outreach, engagement, and communications, and then coaching and development. Purposeful, targeted business and community engagement is critical. We have videos, BIDS 101, that talks about how to do business with the district, meet the Prime Lunch and Learn events, workshops, how to do business with Broward schools, monthly Brunch and Learn outreach event series. Examples, we had one August 22nd, Essential Financial Insights. September 19th, we had have business branding, marketing, and social media. November the 13th, Veterans Business Initiative. We have, starting in October 17, 6-part business excellence program to prepare small businesses to engage and access nearly $2 billion in upcoming opportunities across the Tri-County market. And then one thing that is really important, I think, is voluntary mentor protege programs where you have the smaller companies partnering with the larger companies so that they learn how to compete. And then also, we have to be very aggressive with our one-on-one appointments with and providing assistance and small businesses understanding how to certify with the district. Proactive and thorough planning. So part of that planning process is a facilities condition assessment. It's a comprehensive identification of our facility needs across the district. We're leveraging that data to make informed decisions. Long-range strategic planning, building upon successful elements of the SMART program to enhance future efforts. Strengthening forecasting and timelines and cost. Early collaboration, additional avenues to gain consensus, continued transparency in decision making. And all of this falls under the umbrella of redefining. And you'll have a presentation by Dr. Wanzer in a little bit that talks about the redefining effort. But I would tell you that if we start the program out right, whether, you know, the next bond program or whatever major capital program, all of that stuff you saw in terms of unforeseen conditions and consultant error, that will be diminished. It won't be eliminated, but it will be diminished, and that's the goal. And I also wanted to provide you kind of an idea of how we manage projects going forward in the district. And so as you saw on the previous slides, we have a lot of capital projects that will continue to be ongoing. We're a large-sized district, so that is a continuous thing. So I wanted to talk about the different options we have as a district to manage these projects. One is internal, and so I did a SWOT analysis to kind of give you an understanding of the good, the bad, opportunities, threats of the different approaches. Internal is basically we hire staff and we do all of the projects ourselves within the district. Sometimes, you know, depending on the volume, you know, it's good for command control of the projects. The other method is when you have a hybrid approach where you have internal folks, but you hire people to kind of help you with those things that you don't have the internal resources to do. The last approach is where we are now, where we have a program manager, owner representative, PMOR consultant, that handles most of our projects, our big projects, i.e. the SMART program, and some big capital projects. One of the things that we leverage with them is their expertise. They have the ability to staff up and reduce staff based on the volume of projects we have. They have special skills and, you know, cost efficiency. One of the things that, one of the weaknesses on the slide is less control, higher costs, and integration challenges. One of the things that I want to stress here is regardless of whether we have internal, hybrid, or external rather, it's all about accountability and holding people accountable. So, you know, I've done a hybrid approach and I've done the external approach, but it's, all of this is about accountability, holding people accountable for their particular areas. we pay a premium if we do external because we're paying for subject matter experts that have worked in the field and have worked across the country. But regardless of the approach, again, I want to stress it's all about accountability, holding people accountable, all up and down the hierarchy. And so if we want the desired outcomes, you know, we have to make decisions. We can't allow projects to sit for 4 and 5 years. We have to have the right people in the seat to make sure that we're successful. I do want to thank the people that we have in our district that have worked on the SMART program, that have always put kids first. A lot of them are sitting behind me. One even came back out of retirement. Because, you know, I see the light, I hope you do, also, that we'll finish the SMART program. And we'll set ourselves up for the future. We'll set Broward up, the new Broward, to move forward for the next bond or major initiative that occurs here. So, again, I thank you for taking the time to listen to the presentation. It won't be the only time that we talk about the SMART program, but I assure you October 31st, 2025, we will finish with that aspect of it and we'll move forward towards the future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mrs. Sexton? Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. I've been asking for it for over a year, so very glad that we finally have it. I think it was really important for us to be able to be transparent with the public on what projects will be finished under the SMART and what won't, so that they understand what it looks like moving forward. And thank you for a very comprehensive presentation. I have a couple of questions on that and then a couple other questions. So when you look on page 19, where it says completed projects are defined as projects where the building has obtained occupancy and is being utilized for its intended use, I just have a little concern about that because let's say, for example, it was a media center and the media center is in building 1 and students can use the other part of the building but the media center's not done. Do we consider that complete? Because students are in the building occupying it and the building is being used for things, but the project that was within the building is not complete. So I don't know that the definition captures everything.
So, I mean, if the media center is still under construction, then no, they would not be allowed to go in the media center. And normally when we have that kind of construction, you know, we have restrictions, so you can't go in that area. Am I correct, Mike?
That would be correct. Substantial completion in our projects, particularly renovation or additions, we lose occupancy for specific spaces, and at substantial completion, we regain occupancy for that space. So your example of an active school where a media center is closed. We have occupancy at the school, but we do not have occupancy at the media center until we have achieved substantial completion. At that point, substantial completion is declared, and the district achieves what's called beneficial use of that space. You can now utilize the space for its intended purpose. So now you have use, that's substantial completion. Final completion, the district actually has 2 separate final completions. There's final completion construction, which is the contractor has completed all of their contractual obligations. They've submitted all their closeout documents. Training manuals, warranties, change orders have been negotiated and finalized. Release of liens from the subcontractors have been submitted and accepted. Now the construction project, the construction itself, is final. Then there's a project final, which here is called financial closeout, that extends for 1 year. 1 year from substantial completion. That's the warranty period. So the project stays alive for that 1 year. At the end of that 1 year, the warranty period is over. We make final payments to the architect, and the project is closed. So that's the process.
Well, and I appreciate that. I mean, I was aware of that. But so maybe where it says completed projects are defined as projects where instead of it saying the building, it says the space. Because the building, there were people who reached out because it's a bit ambiguous and you could say something's done even though the building can be occupied by people, but maybe the space that you were fixing wasn't. So just as a reference for, I don't want to spend a lot of time on it, but moving forward. So the next question I have is on the budget. So I think, and this is probably going to have to be a follow-up, but I think it's really important for the public, and I'll go to the page here, for us to understand, because we hear a lot of times that they want to know where the money, right? 800 million came from taxpayer. All of it comes from taxpayers, let's be honest, right? But specifically from the SMART bond, 800 million came. But we are at 1.55, which actually somewhere else I read was 1.7 something, so it's increased. I think it would be important to not just say, yes, our budget was bigger. For example, I want to build a house. I tell you that I have a budget of $1 million to build a house. And when we get to the end, you said, well, it took me 1.2 million to build it. I don't just say, okay. I say, well, what was that 0.25 million for? So I think it's important for us to have true transparency is where we're talking about the budget. How much was spent, not just in the big categories you gave us, but what was furniture? Because you mentioned some of that money for construction was furniture. How much of it went into each of those individual projects? And it may already be on the SMART website, but if it's not, we need to be very transparent because a lot of people don't understand. They think we squandered the $800 million. I can't tell you how many times we hear that as a board. And when we say, no, there was more money put into it, they still feel like they were finagled somehow on this. So I think the more information we give, knowledge is power, right? And when we close this out, need to be able to say, we spent this dollar on this and this dollar on that, because at the end of the day, it was taxpayers' money that did that. So I know we can't have that discussion now, but I'd like, if you could please, a follow-up on that, every project, and along with that, the scope. So we had a discussion not too long ago where someone decided to diminish or to reduce the scope of something, but that really was supposed to be on the board, not on somebody else, or to increase the scope. So if you could, along with budget, what was promised to the taxpayers and what was actually delivered. And in some instances, it may be that it was more than was promised, but in some instances, I think we didn't get everything we were supposed to. And that's what I would really like to have seen on this presentation as well. So if you could do a follow-up with both of those things, that would be very helpful. And change orders are my specialty. So I have a bit of a concern on the change orders only because what's being given to us on page 17, if I'm not mistaken, is what's already been approved, correct? So I think there's a whole bubble of things that are piling up, and when we get to next October, it's going to burst, and we're going to find that there's a whole lot more money in change orders that we didn't take into account.
So if I may, on that.
Yep.
We're still in the process of the SMART program. So we will continue to have change orders up to October 31st. And then after October 31st, more than likely we'll have change orders. It just won't be called SMART. Change orders are a part of doing construction. But what I alluded to earlier is how we control the number going forward.
My concern isn't so much what's coming up. It's what's still in a holding pattern because they haven't been, we have found that change orders come to us a year later. So there are some change orders, I'm going to imagine, sitting in a bucket somewhere waiting for somebody to approve. That we need to know what that number is because come October 2025, they're going to be part of what was in the works beforehand.
I think I understand.
Kind of like a mortgage that you get a balloon payment, right?
Yeah.
That's what I feel like is looming over us.
I think one of the things that I will commit to doing, as I said before, is bring information to the board on a quarterly basis. And so by doing that, we will have the opportunity to vet any of that out. I can't, I don't have a crystal ball and can predict, but what I would say is that by meeting with ACOM and Atkins weekly, going through every single project, we will do our best to vet any kind of surprises out, because I do not like surprises, especially with everything that's at stake. Our commitment is to deliver the best project facility to our kids, right?
Well, and I appreciate that, and I'm going to say a couple of things, and not to be negative to anyone, but we've heard it before. A change order maybe doesn't get approved. We know that contractor, and that's why I kind of asked, I really am disappointed there's not a contractor sitting here to talk with us as well, because they give change orders, they do the work with the idea that they're going to get paid for the change order. It doesn't get approved, and then they're told to sue us so that they can get paid. So I want to know how many is sitting in that bucket. What change orders came forward that didn't get approved that somehow we're still going to have to pay for because the contractors paid that money already? And those are kind of the things. I just think it's important to be honest. So that's what I want to talk about.
And I agree with you. But just because a contractor submits a change order doesn't automatically mean it gets approved. We have the responsibility to vet those as a school district and work with the contractor to come to some meeting of the minds. Okay, so I understand what you're saying, but I think as we go forward, and I've been on the job, 3 months, we'll work with our contractors to make sure that they're treated fairly. It can't just be one-sided.
No, and I don't disagree with that, but I have heard since I've been here 4 years that there are a lot of things that they do because they get where it's not an approved change order, but a paper, I forget what it's called now, it starts with a D, where it says go ahead and do the work, and then when they're submitting the change order to get paid, there's something that wasn't right and it doesn't get approved, and then they're told, well, you'll have to sue us to get paid.
Well, I don't agree with that, quite honestly, so I think we're on the same.
Okay, perfect. So if you could give us also in a follow-up what you know now. Okay. What change orders are looming in that idea of a balloon payment so that we know in October these are what we've approved, but what's coming down the line that's in a bucket that maybe hasn't gotten to approval yet.
If you don't mind, I can have Ashley Carper from Atkins speak to that.
Okay.
Hi, Ashley Carpenter with Atkins. So I can't speak to every part of your question, but what I can speak to right now is that, as you mentioned with slide 18, this is only for change orders that have been approved. That's just over 1,000 change order items program-wide. With what's pending right now in the system that's been inputted by a contractor, because obviously if they haven't put it into our system yet, then I don't know about it, but if they've inputted it into our system, then there's another 380 items that are currently open, and they represent about $7.5 million. So another almost 50% on this. Now, I'm not saying every single one of those is going to get approved, and that goes to
yes.
the other part of your
That was my
question, which we can provide in a follow-up.
Because that's, again, a balloon payment, right? We're going to have to.
And sorry, I also did just really quickly want to mention, we said it earlier on a slide, but that we do have about $43 million in contingencies in the SMART program budgets currently. So the majority of those change orders, should they be valid and approvable and brought to the board for approval, we have the budget to pay for those within our project budgets.
Great. Okay, thank you. And do the projects that that you have in there, does that, I know we carved out a lot of roofing. Will those roof carve-outs be done by October of 2025?
Do you want me to take that? Sure. Okay, sorry, thank you. So the 331 projects includes all the carve-outs that have been created to date. So when AECOM started, there were about 236 projects, I think, and now we're at 331. So that's those roof carve-outs or any other scope that might have been carved out, like fire sprinkler. We have some of them. Those are all included in those numbers. So if there is a carve-out that is not anticipated to be completed by October 31st, 2025, it's on the list of 27 in the presentation.
And one of the things that I did ask Ms. Coley and Ms. Carpenter to do is to identify everything that's been either carved out or de-scoped, to make sure that we have visibility of it and to be able to make sure that we deliver on what was promised in the SMART program.
So that would be great to have in that follow-up where you're going to tell us what was promised and what was delivered.
Okay.
So 2 more questions. On page 24, the number that's there, is that the right page number? Oh, no, not page 24. I'm sorry, page 21, where it says current budget for the what will end up rolling into DEFP and projected balance. So do we add those 2 numbers together to get to what the total is? And have we already encumbered that money since it's...
So Ashley is really excited to speak
really
to this.
So
Go
excited.
ahead.
I'm super excited. Not really excited, but yeah. So you definitely don't add those 2 together. The 30 million is a subset of the 217. The 217 represents the project budget as a whole.
Okay.
So if the project has already been awarded for construction, then yes, we've encumbered the vast majority of that project budget. But some of these projects that are going to be rolled into the DEFP, they haven't gone to construction yet. They haven't been awarded. So in those projects, there would be less money that's encumbered. The second column with the costs, we just wanted to kind of try to give a projection to show that what we anticipate still being remaining to be spent on those projects on October 31st, 2025. So if a project on this list is saying it's going to be completed, at the end of 2025, then I'm projecting that the vast majority of dollars are going to be spent by that time.
Right.
But if it's going to be completed later in 2026, then we're going to have more available dollars that haven't been spent yet.
Okay, so the total that would roll over to the DEFP cost-wise is 30,118. Roughly. That's your projection.
For remaining to be spent.
Right.
But when we spoke to Omar about this, Omar Shim, we confirmed that the whole project is going to the DEFP. So if it's a $30 million project, it's still a $30 million project. Whatever is remaining to be spent, whatever's encumbered, it's all the same. It's just not SMART anymore.
Right. And that was my part of the question. So is that money, let's just pick one, Atlantic West Elementary School.
Mm-hmm.
Is that all that money already encumbered for that school?
All that money is currently budgeted for that school. It's earmarked. It can't be spent on anything else without the board's approval.
And it'll just roll into capital fund. Okay.
Correct.
One last question. So, and I could be wrong on this, so if I'm wrong, tell me. But I've had a conversation with someone that said in the contract that we have with AECOM, it says that they will pay a certain amount of money for extended time to projects. Is that correct? I haven't been able to
Not
find
so
the
much.
original contract.
Not, that's something we can check, but I'm not
Okay.
familiar with that
'Cause
phrase.
my question then is, we've changed the schedule a number of times. So if that's the case, where do we determine where they've gone, where time has been excessive, and that they'll owe us money back if we never stuck to the original schedule of
So
the
that's
original
something we would
contract?
have to look at, because I'm not familiar with that terminology in the
Okay.
contract.
I've had a couple of people mention it. And last
Yeah.
thing, did Atkins do their own generation of these numbers? Did they come independently, or did they come directly from AECOM?
The budget numbers are numbers that I track, that my team tracks independently of AECOM. Well, I mean, it's not really independent. It's one system,
Right.
so we all use it, but it gets reconciled with SAP, so they're accurate budget numbers. And the change order data I pull, but not the schedule data. So the schedule data is through AECOM's master schedule that they produce monthly.
Okay. All right. Thank you. You can tell I've been waiting anxiously for this item, so thank you very much.
Thanks, Chair.
May I go on the list, please?
Yes, Ms. Rupert.
Thank you.
You know, in a perfect world, Chair, we would have our attorney, we would have teaching and learning. You know, everybody touches this program. I just want to say that up front, because we all run to Ms. Paul and say, what's going on, what's going on, what's going on. But at the end of the day, there's a lot of people involved on this. I want to start with a big question up front, though. In 2014, we promised the voters of Broward County a list of things this long that would be paid for through the SMART program. What percentage of that original scope will be completed by October 2025?
Dr. Hepburn.
Staff.
I think that would have to be a follow-up question, or you can. So, who are you pointing at?
Omar?
Omar?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? What percentage of the
We, in 2014, published a list of projects as total scope of the SMART bond. What percentage of that scope will be completed by October 2025?
I think we did a follow-up, and I think you're talking about the additional things we added to the SMART program. And if I recall, about 16% more of the total SMART program, we added additional scope.
Right.
So that's,
And to Mix Hickson's point earlier about, you know, how do we summarize the SMART bond? We got $800 million additional dollars paid for over a 30-year note that the public approved. That was added with $800 million roughly of our own DEFP money, and that $1.6 billion produced 16% more than what we committed to the voters in 2014. We're going to end it, Chair, in 2025, which is 11 years, not 7 years that we promised the public, so 4 years of additional time. It costs more, but we did more too, and that's really important to make sure we get done up front. Chair, on slide 264, it says there'll be 300 projects completed by October 25. Is that the right plain English sentence, that by 2025 we'll have completed 300 projects in the SMART program?
Dr. Hepburn.
Staff.
Substantially complete. So 300 substantially completed projects by that time.
Terrific. And just again, to be plain English with the public, projects not completed as part of the SMART bond are going to slide to becoming capital projects later.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Are we doing any work systemically, Chair, to improve our financial payment system? Are we aware of any dedicated effort to create a better relationship with the vendors that do work for us in this program so that we can meet the state standards of paying them within 20 days of submitting a valid invoice?
Dr. Hepburn.
Staff.
We are speaking to our contractors. I've spoken to a few of them already. One of the things that we hope to gain from these experiences is a way to improve that process, payment process. No company should go out of business because they're doing business with us. And so we have a lot of work. I'm going to just be clear. We have a lot of work on that. One of the most important things is that the contractors submit their invoices, right? So once we have them, then that puts the burden on us to make sure we pay in a timely manner. And so there are some instances where, you know, they submitted them late and they want immediate payment. So we need to work through that with our contractors, and that's part of education and partnering with them to make sure that there are no hidden hurdles for them to get paid.
Terrific. And Chair, just I want to note the difference between substantial completion and final completion is also often financial closeout. And if we're not working on the prompt pay system, if we're not kind of thinking hard about that process, in my own view, I don't think we should plan for 12 months just to pay people after they've done the work. I think on our side, yes, they should submit invoices. They should be clear. They should be clean. They should be tied directly to CLINs and all that wonderful stuff. But if they do a valid invoice, I hope we can find a way to do better than 12 months in terms of getting through financial closeout and acceptance of the project. On staffing, because you hint at this issue, but I think that this is still the biggest issue for Broward County schools right now. The biggest risk that I see is that we continue to spend $500 or $600 million a year in additional capital revenue that comes in on projects. So revenue in and revenue out pretty even over time, and we do it with a very, very slim staff on the government side. And the hybrid model that you point out is a proven model that takes advantage of the amazing talent you have to left and right, but also grows an internal talent that can be around for a long time with the same dedicated people working on construction management, on program management, on planning, and the like. And I hope that at some point, with the superintendent's help or otherwise, we can see what a hybrid plan looks like so that you can get the government staff that you need to de-risk this program. Because right now, for us to get an answer to government questions, we do not turn to government personnel. There is insufficient government people working on this program. And so we are 100% reliable on the AECOM team and Atkins and others to get these answers. And to me, that level of risk is too much for a school system of our size. Next question, the PMOR contract, because I did look this one up, Ms. Hickson, says that AECOM will provide high-quality customer service. Chair, do you have any evidence that AECOM is providing high-quality customer service?
Dr. Hepburn?
Staff.
I'm happy to just take that as a follow-on, but it's important. It's in the contract. And again, if we're going to capture good outcome-based metrics, we got to kind of find out if, in fact, the principals and other customers of AECOM, in fact, are getting high-quality customer service. We're good?
We're good.
Yep.
Thank you, ma'am.
We can provide a follow-up.
Yeah. And I think we've got this already as a follow-up, but the carve-out list would be fascinating to see. I'm also, and we've talked about this several times, I'd be curious, Chair, who approves the decision to conduct a time impact analysis today on August 27th, 2024?
Dr. Hepburn?
You want to go through?
Go ahead. Go ahead, Mike.
TIA is submitted by a contractor. It's not requested, so a contractor will request a TIA review. It's a fairly substantial submission. It's multiple schedule submissions that show pre-delay, post-delay impact, and they give us the storyline. And then independent parties within the structure, the PMO structure, do the reviews, ask the questions, and then submit a report. That's the process. So the TIA actually comes out of the contractor.
Terrific. We have seen evidence of TIAs, Mr. McIntyre, taking over 12 months, and sometimes on relatively insignificant amount of scope change or financial change. And I hope that we can figure out a way to do them faster. And again, I'm not pointing fingers at any one member of this complicated team, But the team's got to figure this out. And the reason I'm so passionate about that, and you're going to keep hearing about it, is that's what impacts students directly. When we say change order, time impact analysis, and it takes 12 months or combined 18 months to get them done, those kids are not getting the media center. They're not getting the new building. They're not getting the work done unless a contractor decides to work at risk. And those kinds of delays are aggravating because it's not an unforeseen condition. You know, you open up a wall and all of a sudden you find fuses from 1920, and all of a sudden you got to do major kind of electrical work, or you design. I'm almost done, Chair. I know that you want me to be finished already, but almost done. But those kinds of things, those kind of staff delays, I think are areas in which we can actually get this money spent faster for what the county wants it spent on, which is for the students. Lastly, and this is also, I think, important, lots of other districts put out dashboards about major construction projects. They have data available for people. Principals learn to rely on it because if they want to know what's going on with their project or a related project, they can see it. But the public loves to see it as well, and they start to track a project that might be in their neighborhood or their district or where their children or grandchildren go to school. We have not developed that yet, and I know that people are working on it. But boy, is the community going to breathe a sigh of relief when we can get from the SMART to the capital program, and on an ongoing basis we can update the public on how things are going, and they will understand delays. They will understand pre-existing conditions. They'll even understand errors and omissions, Ms. Hickson. But what they won't understand is not being told what's going on. And I hope that we can find a nice dashboard system to keep them informed as we move along and make progress. Thank you all for what you're doing.
Before you close your comments, Dr. Zeman, give the floor to
May I have-
Wanda Paul so she can talk about the dashboards that we have created and plan on publishing those on the website for the public for greater transparency.
I was just hurrying to meet my deadline. Your staff can talk as long as you want. I had a deadline.
I'll try not to extend this any longer than necessary, but we are currently working on dashboards. One of the things that I think, and I agree with you, is really important is transparency. Yeah. And so I measure how difficult it is to navigate a website based on the number of clicks I have to do. And so currently I think I'm up to 4 clicks to get to our website. And so one of the things that we are going to do going forward and we've already started, is to put this information out so that if a community member wants to know something, they don't have to do a public records request, or that's just wasting staff time and their time. So we want to make sure that going forward we have a forward-facing website where they can look up their particular school, and not information from 2014, but information about this is where we are, completion status of the project, and this is what we did on the project. And maybe even a little button for comments, because in most cases, the community, in pretty much all cases, there are our eyes and ears on the ground when problems persist or happen. So I think that's really important, and we need to be driven by metrics too and data, and not necessarily by things that make us feel good. And so we're heading towards that. We're not there yet, but working with the team, we will be there.
So I'm familiar with what we're trying to do today. Are we going to weigh in on any of these projects on page 267? Did we want to talk about those separately, those 4 projects that are teed up for us, or is this just for information only?
No, you can weigh in.
I'll be prepared later then.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Leonardi?
May I go on the list, please?
You're on the list, Ms. Rupert.
Thank you. Can't hear you very much. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'll just get right into it. I have a lot of questions. So on page 22, Ms. Paul mentioned that there was a decision to put these schools on hold. I'm wondering when that decision was made, who made those decisions?
I think that's going to have to be a follow-up to go and determine how it was made, because I think this was made over time. I don't think it was one distinct moment that it was made. But part of the redefining effort also may impact some of these schools. So I will go back and try to find the historical record on why these schools were placed on hold.
Okay, because I can just say as one board member, it is extremely frustrating that this becomes a pattern in Broward County Public Schools. Scopes are reduced, or entire projects are put on hold without any approval or notification to the board. And it is frustrating as a board member. You can only imagine how upsetting it is as a taxpayer and community member and a child going to that school that is waiting for improvements to happen. We only just started having a very serious conversation about redefining schools in the last year, I would say. So, again, I'm wondering what happened in the 3 years prior to that, in the 7 years prior to that. It is extremely frustrating, and people are not being held accountable. So I put that responsibility of taking care of that on our superintendent. I know he will. On page 26, it says about enhancing our relationship with the business community. And I've been recommending for several months that the superintendent or Ms. Paul set up quarterly meetings with our businesses doing work on the Smart Bond. Has that been implemented?
Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Paul.
I have met with at least one. I did not commit to quarterly meetings. First of all, I had to baseline the program, and so that's kind of where we are now. Not only with my team, but also with the boards. So I just want the board. So I wanted to tell you this is where we are right now. In terms of meeting with contractors, I have no problem meeting with them, and I think I have another meeting scheduled this week with one of them. But the biggest thing that I want to identify is working with Ms. Mincy Mills to be as robust as we can in bringing our contractors in and meeting with them and giving them the skill set to do business with us. It should not be this hard to do business with us, and it should not be this difficult for contractors to get paid. So we have barriers to our success that I'm working with my staff, and of course the contractors as well as the community at large are important factors in remedying this. And one of the things that I want to continue to say is that we have to treat them fairly, because next time we have a bond here in Broward County, we want the best contractors and the best subs and the best architects and engineers to want to work for us. And the only way you establish that is by being transparent and honest about how you do the work. And so that is our biggest lift coming out of this program and going into whatever the future holds.
Got it. Thank you. And I think that, again, I will say quarterly meetings with the contractors, with either the superintendent or Ms. Paul, I think will be very helpful in understanding some of the issues that have arisen when it comes to enhancing our relationship with the business community. So if I have to bring an item, I'll bring an item, but I think it's something that needs to happen. Have we been able to scrutinize and stand by the accuracy of the data that's been presented in this presentation by AECOM?
Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Paul.
So the data is, we have the Ms. Atkins, or the Atkins team here to look at the financial portion of it. That is their main responsibility. And so based on Ms. Carpenter's statement previously, they do it independently. So,
this is what we know about the program to date, based on the information that we got from Atkins.
Of the change orders identified on page 17, what percentage are owner-driven?
Dr. Hepburn?
Staff.
Give me just a moment to find that slide. No, owner request is 1.24 million. It's on slide 18.
Okay.
That's a net savings, actually.
What is the current approval time for change orders?
Sorry, I just looked up the stats for from our recent report. It's if the change order doesn't have time, then it's 185 days to approval, and if it does have time, it's 238.
Okay. I have the same concerns that Ms. Hickson raised about change orders not reflected in these numbers, things that are in dispute. This is something that we hear over and over and over again. So I echo those concerns. And I mean, I've spoken with many industry experts who, do business with us. They have the same concerns. So this is not an isolated issue. And I hope that we are being taken seriously when we're raising those worries. Has our definition of completion changed? I know Ms. Hickson brought this up, but I really need to drill home this point.
Go ahead.
Not in my experience in terms of working in other programs. So this is the definition that I know, but I'm not sure what was given to you, 2 years ago or 3 years ago, but this is in accordance with my experience.
The definitions are actually contractual definitions. So substantial completion is a contractual definition. The district, as I said earlier, does have 2 final completion steps. One is the construction final completion, which is, let's say, the more complicated one. Again, that is by contract. So the items or the elements that a contractor must complete to achieve final completion are identified within the contract. And then the final, let's call it project final completion, which is when the warranty period has expired. That's when the engineer or the architect is released from the project. Final payment is made for them. So each of those elements of completion, whether substantial or final, are contractual in nature. So there is no change in the definition. The contract wouldn't allow a change in that definition. Both sides of the table, whether it's contractor, architect, or the owner, lives by the definitions within the contract.
If I may, I can attest to how information was presented to you in the past, but going forward, for us, this is the baseline. The definition should not change and will not change.
Okay, and then I want to get back to Ms. Hickson's original question and the example that she gave, because I would like just a very straight answer. So in the example that she gave, if a space is in a building and that space is currently under renovation, but people are still able to use that building, would that be considered to be complete, or is that not considered complete?
So the library example, if there's still construction going on in the library, say, and the rest of the building is available for use, the library is not complete. So I don't know how else to, yeah.
There are different scenarios. If the only element of the project is the media center, meaning that is in the box, that is the project, then that project, meaning the media center, stands alone for substantial completion and final completion. The remainder of the building did not lose occupancy, so it's still an occupied open space. The media center will not be complete, final complete, until that work is done, 100%.
So for instance, if you're doing a addition, let me just try this example. If you're doing an addition of a building, and part of that addition, you may have the classrooms complete, but you need occupancy for the whole building. They're not going to release just those classrooms. They're going to release the whole building because the project was the whole building with the media center in it, if that helps.
Okay. Has there been scope reduction?
There has been some de-scoping of projects. Fire alarm and fire systems are an example of that, and I think Mike can probably speak to that also.
There are cases of de-scoping where elements of the original scope were found not to be necessary, so that would be a true de-scope. There were elements where the de-scope actually was a carve-out, where a single scope of work was removed and set aside as a standalone project. Most common here are roof work and fire alarm. So we've got both. We've got a de-scope where work is removed because it wasn't required, and we've got a de-scope where it was carved out.
And is that information being presented in this slide deck?
Not in this slide deck, but it will be presented in subsequent meetings or quarterly meetings with the board.
Okay.
And so an example of that is if we're putting a new roof on and we also need to put a HVAC system on there. And so we don't want to do the roof before we do the HVAC. It's an order of events. And sometimes when they have when they scope a project, they don't put it in the right sequence. So I don't want to put an HVAC unit on top of a roof, of a new roof. I want to put it on first and then re-roof the whole thing. So it's a sequence of events. But I think I understand your concern. When we say carve out, it doesn't mean that the work is not going to be done. It's a question, more of a question of the sequence of how we do the work.
Okay. I guess my concern is, at the end of this, will there be a situation in which at X school we originally said that we were going to be doing 1, 2, 3 things, and now we are only doing one thing?
I'm trying to think how to answer that. I would say that is not the expected outcome. We have a promise that we made to the public to do everything that we said we were going to do. And if we're not going to do it, then we have to have a good reason as to not do it. But that is not, to me, a successful program when you have instances of we didn't fulfill our promise.
Thank you. What are the main challenges that may prevent us from completing the remaining SMART projects by October 2025?
So as we said previously, I'm sorry, Superintendent.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead,
As
Ms.
we
Paul.
said previously, we're going to have some programs or some projects that will roll over into the DAFP. And part of that is just the time that has elapsed on by then an 11-year bond program. There's no expectation that we're going to finish everything, reasonable expectation by October 2025. We've lost so much time, but one of the commitments that we make to the board and to the public is that we're going to accelerate
projects where we can without giving up quality of the projects and quality of the work. So that is a reason why I think it's important to continue to come to the board every quarter and give you an update of where we stand. So some of these projects, we're going to make up some time. I'm very confident about that, but I can't say that that's going to be the case on every project. And we have removed some barriers already with the building department and the fire inspector working together. We have weekly meetings with the team, and at the weekly meetings, we make decisions on how to move forward and remove the obstacles. So I am very confident that we will make up time on a lot of these projects.
Okay, so let me rephrase the question. So of the projects that are remaining that we are not projecting to go into the DEFP, what are the main challenges in completing those projects? Not the ones that are projected to go into the DEFP.
I got you. I would say unforeseen conditions, and we've seen some of that already, and that shouldn't be a buzzword for we're just adding time to add time. Unforeseen conditions is when we go in for from one scope, and then we find all these other things that we have to do. And so those are the things that I will continue to bring to the board, right, so that you can see. You know, it would be remiss of us not to correct those issues for the sake of saying we completed a project. That's not what this program should be about and will be about going forward. But I can't predict the future. I wish I would and could because we'd be finished like today. But that's not our reality. I think the biggest part is just to continue to communicate with the board, with the school principals who have been very gracious and in working with our team, and give them the truth. You know, in this, you know, I call this meeting and this presentation to you the truth-telling meeting because, you know, there's no reason to hide. There's no reason to be dishonest about this. It is, you know, this is where we find ourselves, and we need to just continue to move the program forward. And so some of the obstacles, of course, is not, you know, we got to pay our contractors on time. We got to figure that part out. We got to help them be successful. I asked my team, what are we doing to help them be successful? We can't just say this is on you and wipe our hands of it, because we have to finish this program together in lockstep. And so those are some of the challenges that we have. We have the challenge of the past. Very difficult to rebuild trust once you feel like the trust has been violated. And that's where we have to actually do the work to win back the trust of our contractors, of our community, parents, students. That's where the real work is. Building a building is not that complicated.
I appreciate that you acknowledge all of that. I think it's very refreshing to hear. So in the same vein, you know, I'm hearing that the main challenge is unforeseen conditions. So what is the plan to be proactive about that and address that? And what will be the consequence if the projects that we are projecting to be complete by October 2025 are not complete?
So in terms of addressing the unforeseen conditions, you know, when I look back and, you know, I've read a lot about the program and looked at a lot of documents, the risk is not making decisions. And I see where we've wasted a lot of, well, I don't want to judge people of the past. That's not fair to them. But what I would say is that we don't have the ability to just sit on projects and not move them forward. So that's number one, that sense of urgency, not only by my staff and ACOM and our partners, but our contractors too. We all have to move with a sense of urgency in trying to get these projects completed. And the second part, I'm sorry.
What will be the consequence if we, you know, the projects that are projected to be complete by October 2025 are not in fact complete?
So I'm not going to use the DEFP as a scapegoat. I get no satisfaction in rolling additional projects in the DEFP. Our goal is to finish and to try to accelerate, and put pressure on ourselves to try to accelerate some of these projects, right? I don't, October 31st, 2025, I'm quite sure other projects are going to come up on the capital side of the house. That just happens when you have a aging infrastructure and a bond program that takes 11 years. So the consequences are that we are not giving the kids what they need in their facility. And to me, that is a significant consequence, especially because of the length of this program. The reality is that we're going to move at a different pace. And my expectation is that our staff will keep up, and the ACOM will keep up, and Atkins will keep up. And typically what happens, I don't mean to be rude by this, but they self-select. They don't want to work this hard. We're going to work hard. We're going to get as many projects over the finish line. ACOM, they're professionals. They understand the work. My team, they're professionals. They understand the work. And so we need to block and tackle to move these projects forward. I'm a Dallas Cowboy fan, so, back in the 90s, we did a lot of that. So, okay, no comments. Anyway, so, Dr. Hepburn and Dr. Licata, they brought me here for a reason, and that's to move the project forward. I take that very seriously. We have too much at stake.
Thank you. I guess I'm wondering, or what I want to put out there is, there needs to be consequences for us. I understand that the natural repercussion of these projects not being complete is that children don't get to go into schools that are, dignified places to learn. That is an enormous problem. But then what happens to us as a result? There needs to be a system of accountability for the people who did not make this happen.
Well, again, the 3 months that I've been here, I've looked at the gaps in time. We will not have that moving forward. I've looked at, some of the indecision, which is as bad as making the wrong decision, because that costs us time. And I have no problem firing myself. I've said that for several years. If we're not getting it done, then but that is not on my radar because we're going to get it done. I mean, we don't have a choice.
And then one more question in that vein: what would be the consequences for the PMOR?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Paul? Or I can answer that question too. I think you'll do it nicer than me.
Here's the thing. We are hitched together until October 31st, 2025. Their reputation as a firm in this business, I'm sure is very precious to them. I don't think that would be a desired outcome for them. But in the event that we decide to break up before 2025, I have no problem doing that. I think that we have the legs under the program right now, and we're going to start running, and we have been running, but you're going to see a marked improvement. So accountability, I said, is really important throughout this whole program, and I've said it many times, and I don't mean to be redundant, but that's holding everybody accountable for their portion of the work. We don't have the staff, obviously, Dr. Zeman mentioned it, but we have to do smart hires. It's not about volume, it's about quality. And so as we move forward, we're going to continue to hire amazing people to help us, because after AECOM leaves in October 2025, then the DEFP and all those projects falls to internal staff for the most part. And so, Broward has to be a place that people want to come to work and do business with us. And so by completing these projects and moving these projects forward, and obviously that big old glaring red A that we got makes us that preferred school district to work for. And I hope I answered your question.
You did.
Thank you.
How confident are you in the cost projections, and do we have any plans for a scenario in which the projections or the costs exceed the projections like they have for like the last 10 years?
I can talk to you offline about the last 10 years. I don't want to go back 10 years. But what's really important is right now we have contingency in place, as Ashley Carpenter said. I believe in speed to market, so the quicker we move these projects along, the better value we get. I think that I'm not going to come to you and ask you for more money, if that's what you're asking. You've done that, and you've paid it to the district, or put money back into the program several times. So it's our responsibility to manage the costs and manage these projects collectively.
Thank you. And to that point, how are we managing the threat of cost overruns or delays for the remaining $229 million in DEFP projects?
So the best thing that we can do for this next up until October 31st is complete projects and close them out. That is the best thing we can do. Again, having everyone at the table as we make decisions, as I make decisions, has been very helpful, and we will continue to do that. But in questioning, and challenging the cost, of certain things, we don't have an open checkbook. So working with Ashley and her team and AECOM, just having visibility of what we're doing in the work. Another part, too, is to make sure that we get what we paid for. If it's not up to quality, then, they have to do it again. And so we've had a couple of instances where we've made them go back and redo. These buildings have to live for, 30, 40, and 50 years. And so, I think that's just some of the things, basic things that we have to do. I look at it as if you were getting renovations in your house, you want it done right. And you don't want to pay extra for getting it right. So just those things, I think, will continue to add value to the work. So I'm a very, just a very basic and simple person about this work. So I will push my staff, I will push myself, I'll push my team to make sure that we deliver.
Thank you. I just have 3 more questions. What are we doing to provide equitable access to SMWBEs for the remaining projects and the future projects?
Well, I have Ms. Mincy Mills here, and she can speak to that if she chooses. But and I've met with her and Ms. Andreu about that. The outreach part is priceless. We have to work with our vendors to make sure, and I understand what you're saying about the quarterly thing, but quarterly may not be it. It may be more frequently, based on kind of what is developing with our contractors. I've learned a lot in a very short time in having those conversations with them. But I don't know if you want to elaborate some of the outreach that you're doing. I kind of alluded to it before in the presentation, but I didn't have Ms. Mincy Mills' flair, so I think she'll probably do a better job of it.
Good afternoon, Denise Mincy Mills, Director of Economic Development and Diversity Compliance. So we are extremely excited about our outreach, and we've been very successful. We just recently had an event last Thursday where we had our brunch and learn. We had over 90 people that showed up for that. We have our 7-part business excellence program that begins mid-October. As of today, we have 250 people signed up for that, which is amazing to me. I'm getting a little concerned. You might remember in May we put out our small business directory where we have over 1,200 small businesses that we're in contact with. So we are working diligently. We meet quarterly with our consultants, sub-consultants, but as Ms. Paul said, we can do that more frequently. We are in the trenches. The community is responding. Surprisingly, they have not had the opportunity for this type of outreach. I think it's amazing that we're getting the response, and I'm very proud of the 44% participation that we've been able to expend in our small business community as it relates to our smart bond projects. And I think Ms. Paul hit the nail on the head. We just need to do a better job making sure they get paid so that they want to continue to work for us. I get a lot of meetings. I have meetings pretty much daily as it relates to payment. So I think if we can work that out, the community is being very responsive to Broward and to, I'll say, the new Broward. I have 10 months here now, and I'm still excited. I'm still passionate, and I'm looking forward to our business excellence program with over 250 people in August, and it doesn't start till October. And a real special thank you to the district and Ms. Wilson, Farrah Wilson, for assisting and helping us push out this information. So we're in the community, and we're definitely working with our business partners to ensure that this program is equitable and that our local and small businesses, well, they are participating, that they continue to have an opportunity to participate. Thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing that, and I've heard wonderful things about the work you're doing, so I'm glad that you got to speak to that. What is our plan for staffing when the PMOR contract expires, and have we looked at the advantages of hybrid or external staffing options?
So I wanted to just give you those options, and it's on the slide, so you can kind of read the SWOT analysis on it. Right now, we have vacancies that are existing that we're advertising and trying to fill. Post October 31st of next year, we will have to make a decision. One of the things and one of the challenges, and is that to get these type professionals to work for us, we have to pay them. And our pay point is not what they're getting working for these program management firms. And so I think we have to look at, do an analysis of, kind of where we sit compared to other districts. To be quite honest, we have people working in AECOM that are very good. They're not, the number 1 and 2 people, but they're very good. They're in our purchasing department, or we have one in our purchasing department, and so forth. And if they choose to apply for a vacancy that we have post AECOM, it wouldn't be a bad thing. They understand the business, they understand the work. So basically, I have no problem poaching people.
whether it's ACOM or any of the other firms. But I know that one of the barriers to getting those high-functioning folks is pay. On the same token, we have some really dedicated people within our organization that we are going to help build the program going forward. And so we got to hire hard, hire well, so we can get about 30 or 40 years out of them, similar to the gentleman sitting over there. So that is a real concern. If we're unable to get the people we need, then that's where you go to a program management firm and you look at a hybrid approach or a totally external approach to that. My preference, my preference is the hybrid approach. I like having more control. But we have control either way through the external or hybrid. But, I just like to build capacity and density within our own organization. That's just a preference of mine.
Thank you. And I thank you all for answering my questions. I think sometimes it's hard to be holding the ball when there's been, so many people before you. So I my frustration is not directed at any of you individually. It's at the idea that we're in this place, and I'm glad to hear that there is a commitment and a vision to improving things and getting this work done. But people want to see that happens. And if there's anything I want to emphasize, it is the need for accountability. And I just want to thank, the questions that I asked today and a lot of the feedback that I'm providing is from people in the community that I continue to hear from and people in the industry who, know this work. So, yeah, those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Rupert? Mrs. Rupert?
Great. Are you here? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And thank my colleagues and staff that have gone before me. I found it riveting and very enlightening to see with a new person coming in, what does their eyes see and how do they think that we're going to be able to move forward? So it's a different perspective, and I have a different perspective than my colleagues because I was here in 2014, 2018, 2022, and each time we got our feet kind of stuck on the ice, we just kept losing any ground that we were trying to make. So knowing that one of the very first things that Dr. Zeman did was basically push us on coming to a conclusion. And I 100% appreciate that, and we needed that. But I'm disappointed in finding when you look at the information before us, I know that the ones that are not going to be done by October 2025 are going to be moved forward. But according to page 21, it looks like there's like 7 of 12 projects, and 7 are from District 7. So I was not really happy about that, but I'm going to look at it with the rosy colored glasses on, meaning I'm going to think of it as an opportunity, not something to be alarmed about. And that opportunity is to see programmatically look through the educational aspect of the school. Is it meeting safety? Are the facilities up to date? So I think it gives us an eye to kind of look and see what are we budgeted for? Is this exactly what the community needs? Because obviously this has been sitting for a very long time, and my schools have been waiting, and my communities have been waiting a very, very long time. So much so that people who voted for the bond, a lot of their kids have already gone through the public school system and have moved on. And that is the reality. But I am confident that with Dr. Hepburn, Paul, that we can actually make a difference, and we'll be able to move it along cohesively, and hopefully we will be able to also make up time as those opportunities come before us. My colleagues did a terrific job of asking questions that were on my list, but there was one I wanted to ask, and the question is to, no, I'm sorry, it's Ms. Paul, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I can't hear.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I'll be speaking to the superintendent, I meant to. But I wanted to say that I haven't seen lately Yvonne Garth, and she's a terrific PR communications person, and we have the wonderful BrowardSchool.com/smart. And you can go on there and see, basically I went on as I was waiting here to see if today's presentation is loaded up on it. So that's a good place. It's a good place to look. It's a good place to do. And I look forward to having your conversation with Ms. Garth, if you haven't already, and the superintendent and my colleagues' guidance to see what do we need to bump up our information and our communication to our public, but not just the public and our taxpayers and our families, but as future business people to work with us and for us. Because we have, unfortunately, over the years, got a bad name of not paying things on time. And that just, has to absolutely stop. Because I would certainly not want to work for any company that didn't pay me in a good amount of time. I do know that Dr. Licata and Dr. Hepburn have jumped on that. So I'm looking forward to an update to really see if there's more of a cohesive agreement with our companies and our vendors to say, hey, this is the situation that we are in now. We know it's been X amount of time. We're going to bring you up to date, whatever that conversation may be that the board should have a party to, I believe. So I look forward to that. And let me look it up. Sorry. It's so hard, I got to tell you, with between the internet going out, working on one phone, and trying to follow you guys along at the same time is a lot. I just want to make sure that everything, okay, we talked about that. The next part is transforming our schools. We haven't gotten that yet. Oh, okay. I think, wait. Okay. My last comment is we truly have to find a way to really bring our community together, and we've done a good job as board members. I know all my board members go to their municipalities. We are partners with our municipalities and our businesses located within our location, our district location, but we need to have that in a big ribbon. So I know that Dr. Hepburn has been to the League of Cities. I would ask if it's not on his calendar, and your preference if you wanted Ms. Paul for this, but we have it coming up in, I believe in September's is a meeting with the Broward League of Cities. So it might be a really good opportunity to get to some of those municipalities. And, granted, I'm out of the loop, so you all may have already talked about this and everybody signed up to go. But I thought that would be a nice place because as I think of my colleagues, I know that they're doing their best to be out there in the community to answer the questions and also to bring that information from the public back to us. And I wholeheartedly appreciate that. And that is truly the gift of having districts and also the gift of having at large, because you can get a larger picture. So I look forward to hearing a little bit more about this, but my first one is here. is when are we doing another bond oversight workshop or meeting?
Dr. Fulton.
And remember, I might not be able to hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert. Ms. Paul?
I would have to look at the schedule, but I can provide that information.
She'll have to get back to you, Mrs. Rupert.
I'm sorry. I get like an echo, but it sounded like someone was going to look at their schedule. That's great. But I'm sure that Mr. Sullivan probably knows when the next one is, because this would be, he works, I know, so closely with Garth.
Dr.
So that would be through the superintendent.
Yes, Dr. Fulton.
Ms. Rupert, this is Dr. Fulton. Our next one, we do them quarterly, so the bond oversight meetings are done quarterly.
When is the next one, I was asking?
Mr. Shim.
Yes, the next Bond Oversight Committee is September 19th, and it's going to be at NOVA.
I think she's asking when will they
awesome.
come report to us here. You know how they come and do a presentation. That's what she's asking.
Well, twofold. Thank you, Ms. Hickson. Twofold. When is the Bond Oversight Committee meeting? But also, when is it coming to the board? So if you're doing the meeting in September, I'm probably thinking it's going to be in November. It's usually a little lag time.
Yes, typically it's the end of October when we bring it back. The board meeting in October or the one after that.
I would suggest that all the amazing questions, opportunities, conversations that my colleagues have given thoughts to today, and answer those very direct questions, that that be part of the oversight committee when I'm assuming the superintendent and the facilities director chief go there, as well as the meeting for us, because we're coming to this now. This is like, we can't miss another beat. We cannot. Sorry, that's my dog. She always wants to be heard. It's hard to be able to try to set yourself up for success if you're not really moving forward in a timely manner. And people have to understand that there's certain governmental processes that we are kind of locked into, being that you have to have the Bond Oversight Committee meeting, and then the report will go out, and then staff responds, and then it comes to our meeting, et cetera. So those are great times. I think definitely we should be building our name as a great place to work. We're an A district when it comes to our students and curriculum and academics. But you know what? We're going to be an A+ district for business, and this is how we're going to do it. So I would suggest same meeting in September, not just the Bond Oversight Committee, but also that League of Cities one, if that's around the same time. Then I would suggest those are two opportunities to meet a lot of different people and to get that, hey, this is our new plan, and I hate saying new plan, but I would emphasize the amazing work in a very short amount of time that has occurred, and including curriculum, and that leadership. Obviously, we've gone through a couple changes, but guess what? We're an A district. So what Dr. Licata, what Dr. Hepburn put in place, working with the board, is working. And our employees who are still with us, God love you, thank you, because things will be changing, and we are 100% supporting you. I know that I am. I know my colleagues are. It's a good time to be part of Broward County Schools, and I look forward to checking all those projects off the list, as well as going through a little bit more ribbon cutting in District 7. And I look forward to really getting back, I think, next week, and digging really in and seeing how can we help and get out into the community to get everybody pulling in the same direction that we are. So thank you so much for your time, and I appreciate it. Thank you for asking questions, and I won't take up any more time, like an hour or anything, but thanks so much. Bye.
Ms. Rupert, I have an answer to your question, and just so you know, Ms. Garth is in the room and helped find the answer to your question. So that will come to us on November 6th, the workshop.
Well, thank you, Ms. Hickson, and Ms. Garth, you know, I always love you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Board Member Hickson. So through the acting superintendent, I will, Ms. Paul, I will spare you the pain of having to reiterate a lot of this. I did have 2 pages of questions that the board members did a great job, because those questions are very similar to the questions I have, but I do have some additional concerns. For capital projects program forecast, I have to commend you as well in including Parkway and attempting to meet the deadline of 2027. I know initially we had a deadline of 2029, and we have a projected deadline of 2027, so I appreciate that. I did fight to have that timeline moved up 2 years to make sure Parkway is completed within that period of time. I do also concur with Board Member Leonardi in terms of the quarterly meetings with contractors and with all the board members in terms of timely payment. I believe that has always been a concern, especially for our local and MWBE firms. So I hope that we can get better with the timely payment of our local and MWBE firms. But I do have some questions on the list of schools that are considered for further discussion. I did notice that 2 of my schools are on there, which is North Fork and Broward Estates. And you did mention that these are on hold for further discussion, and part of the reason you mentioned initially was, as a consideration, was the age of the buildings, and then subsequently you mentioned that the redefining process may play a role in those being under further discussion. So if you could comment on what are the factors that play a role with these 2 particular schools being under further discussion, and how significant is the redefining process in putting these on hold?
So just based on the history, you know, I don't know exactly when they were placed on hold, okay, but it's a question of replacing the schools, because spending money on deferred maintenance because of the assessment of the school's condition, at some point a decision was made that it's not really beneficial to continue to put money into the schools, and that is a choice of replacing the schools. And I don't know at what point in the SMART program this discussion came to fruition. So I don't know if it was a decision of trying to get money to replace them or what. And that's part of the research that I think I need to do, and get with my team that's been here a while to assess that.
Okay, so can it be some sort of a follow-up as to the reason?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because there are 4 schools here, and 2 of the 4 is in District 5. So I just want to get a better understanding as to what factors play a role in these 2 schools being considered for further discussion. Is it the emerging issue of redefining schools, or does this predate that in terms of the age of the buildings, or what exactly are the factors that put these schools on this list?
My understanding is it's the condition of the building, but as I said previously, that I need to go back and look at when the decision was made. And I think the other question was who may have made that decision. Okay. I'm not as sure if it was a response to a workshop, board meeting. I really don't know.
Understand.
So I think I need to do further investigation.
Awesome.
On that.
So I look forward to the follow-up on that. Mm-hmm. And also, I just want to ensure that based upon what I've heard from Board Member Hickson's response, as well as Board Member Leonardi, in terms of what's considered substantial completion as defined in the contract between ACOM and Broward Schools, that that definition is similar to the definition that we have here. And I know that it was mentioned that you have substantial completion and then final completion and then final project completion. So all of these terms for completion will adhere to the contractual requirement that's between ACOM and Broward County Schools.
The various levels of completion are within the construction contracts, and there are requirements that all parties must meet to achieve those levels. So we operate with those definitions, the contractors do, the architects do, and the district does as owner.
Okay, so we will meet the contractual requirement for completion between ACOM and the district.
That's the goal, correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and my other concern, I believe it was Ms. Carpenter from Atkins, had mentioned a $7 million in terms of unresolved or not accepted change orders. Did I get that correct?
Partially, yes. So the $7.5 million that I mentioned is for change orders that are currently in the system that are open.
Correct.
So if the architect or the PMOR has previously rejected a change order, that's not included because that would be closed because it will have been denied. So that's just for open change orders that are making their way through the process right now.
Okay, so there could potentially be a maximum of 7.5, potentially, I'm not saying it is, of $7.5 million in unresolved, not accepted change orders that could impact the numbers we see here on page 17. Is that correct?
That's correct. That today we know of $7.5 million that could potentially impact the program that would be paid for through contingencies. However, tomorrow a contractor could submit a change order that isn't included in that. That's for something that hasn't come up yet. Some of these projects are very early on in construction. There will still be some unforeseen conditions that happen on projects that are, in construction. A few projects haven't even gone to construction yet, so there will be change orders that we don't know about yet.
Understand. So this number could be higher or less, basically. Okay. Also, in terms of the work scope that was cut out, I believe it was Board Member Hickson that mentioned regarding a report on that. So we will have a report as a board on whatever work scope was cut out that will be presented to us or sent to us in some form of a document.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and can we also, I'm not sure if we did ask, but can we have these particular change orders that was mentioned by Ms. Carpenter, are we able to have information on that as well, that are unresolved?
Yes, we can get that information.
Okay, and regarding MWBE firms, are there any procedures or policies currently in place for MWBE firms to review, evaluate, and act on complaints from both local and MWBE firms regarding supply diversity compliance? Is there any process in place that there can be complaints being received from the MWBE firms or local firms regarding ACOM?
Yes, Dr. Holness, we definitely have a process in place that is being implemented weekly. And that process is, once we receive a complaint, we invite them to the office, we invite the AECOM project manager to the office, and we work it out at the table. We work it out. And we've been very successful doing that and coming up with resolutions that are amenable to each party. So I have a lot of meetings like that, and we've been pretty successful.
Okay, so in conclusion, I'd just like to mention that at the March 12th board meeting, I had proposed an item that asked the superintendent at the time to build capacity in two ways. For program controls, we should be able to fully plan and administer internally, as well as for capital projects, we should be able to oversee the work being done on our behalf. This still remains my strong conviction and recommendation for the SMART way to finish off the holdovers from the SMART program. So I hope that's still being considered. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Dr. Holness. Mrs. Pham.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I have just a quick question, I think two. One is on page 257 of the SMART program today. It says status of renovations. And the category I'm looking at specifically is hire contractor. And this specific one, one contractor was hired, and it indicates it was at $20,370,000, if I'm reading that correct. The next page, 258, has 10 contractors hired, and they're at $27,750,000. I'm wondering what exactly is costing that much to hire a contractor? What does hiring a contractor consist of? And why did he come in so much higher, or her come in so much higher than the other contractors on the following page?
Dr. Fulton.
Thank you, staff.
I can speak to this one. So the two different pages that you're looking at are two separate subsections of projects, subsets of projects. So the first page is the SMART projects. We have this as slide 12. That number one represents one project.
Mm-hmm.
It is a large project, as you mentioned, $20 million approximately is the project budget. That's Margate Middle SMART program renovations. So the reason that that's showing under hire contractor is because that's the phase that the project is in right now. We don't have a contractor for it yet. Once that project has a contractor, it will come to the board for award of that contract, and then it will move into the active construction phase. So it's not $20 million to do any particular task. It's $20 million as the budget for the entire project from inception to the end. And then on the second page, the number 10 in the hire contractor box is related to capital projects, not part of the SMART program, totally different. Most of them would be quite small capital projects, and those 10, the project budgets add up to $27 million.
It's very confusing because on the top of that page it says SMART program today. So
correct, but
Yeah.
so it's two separate, the SMART projects and then the DEFP projects.
Okay.
And they both represent the status as of June 30th, 2024, which is kind of today for the purposes of this presentation. But two separate subsets of
Okay,
projects.
Thank you. And I just have one other thing to adjust to the Vice Chair. We have coming up, we're late, the 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock section, which is spot survey and includes vacant land at Southwest Ranches. I noticed the mayor is here from Southwest Ranches. I'm wondering if he would like to, if the chair would consider putting him to speak before the actual slideshow so he doesn't have to stay longer than what he has already stayed.
The chair is back, but we have to finish this particular item first, so we're almost done.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Yep, I have a question. So in regards to the contractors being paid and being paid in a timely manner, have we, I'm sure everyone's different, but have we kind of done a timeline to see what are the obstacles?
I'm glad you asked the question. I just have been dying to speak about this. The conception that the contractors are not being paid in a timely manner, I feel is a little bit maybe misconstrued. And the reason is that the data we have on construction invoices coming in, and when they are ready to be paid, they get paid in a very timely manner. Capital runs reports on this. They have their aging reports. We have reports out of eBuilder. As I believe one of the board members mentioned about the Prompt Payment Act and needing to pay them within 20 days if the invoice has been revised. So it's actually 30 days, but if the invoice has been revised, then on the second go around you have 20 days. All that to say, are there instances where the contractors are being paid later than we would want? Yes, but I think there are more individual instances. The averages over program are being paid in a timely manner. Now, I think a lot of what may come to board members is also subcontractors complaining about not receiving timely payments. I've been working with the Assistant General Counsel on a particular subcontractor and looking at over 100 projects that they are involved with, one subcontractor, and what's happening with their payments that they are supposed to be receiving from the GCs. And it is widely varying in terms of certain GCs pay right away. Other GCs, maybe they have a problem and they haven't paid or they get behind in payments. I don't know all the details behind that. It's very hard to dig into the details to really understand all of that because we don't have contracts with those subcontractors. The GC does, and they are responsible to pay them. So there's a lot going on behind this, but we have a lot of data, and we've improved the processes greatly to where the individuals, there are a lot of people that have to sign off on a construction invoice before it gets to capital, but these individuals are taking timely action, and we're following up with people all the time to make sure that it's moving through the process quickly. But I think there's a lot of, noise as well that might be coming from subcontractors who, rightfully so, haven't been paid in a timely manner.
Okay, so the subcontractors, so then I turn my question to AECOM, right?
The subcontractors aren't necessarily, not the subcontractors that work for AECOM, but the subs that work for the general contractors out on the sites.
Okay, but then we're responsible for the general contractors?
Right.
So
Well,
what I'm trying to get to is that at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. It still makes Broward County Public Schools look bad. So how do we fix that?
So I think before Mark or Mike wants to jump on this question, I think it's really important to understand what the system is and how we pay. And from those different layers of who's responsible from what, AECOM to the general contractor to subconsultant, and the subconsultant can have another subconsultant. So there are different layers, but at the end of the day, you are correct, Ms. Aladef, that we have to, because our name is on the bottom line, we have to figure this out. And it's very complicated, but it shouldn't be. And so one of the things that I want to advocate for and work with Atkins and AECOM on is how can we simplify the system, and how can we have visibility over whether a contractor or sub or whoever was paid. So for me, I think we need to be graded on that, and it needs to be a metric, and it needs to be transparent and visible. And so that is something that I challenge all of us on my team to do, because I don't like the responses that, well, if they don't get it in on time, then, all of that doesn't really matter, because at the end of the day, we're going to be the ones stuck out and not having good contractors stay in business to do business with us. So I'll work with Ashley and Mike McIntyre to see how we can simplify the system, to see how we can get visibility over whether our subs are paid correctly, even though we're not directly responsible for paying them. We just can't continue, I think, in the current state. And so that is kind of, on paper it looks good, but the perception becomes the truth. And so that's what we need to really focus on. And so we'll work together and bring some of the contractors in to talk to us about it. I've talked to a few already, and just listening to them explain it is just, kind of frustrating on one end, and then I feel their frustration on their end. So an example would be if we have a notice to proceed on a project, but nothing moves for 4 years. I've seen examples of that over the course of this program. And so a sub or a GC, they staff up, they have these people on hold, and they're waiting for us, the district, to make a decision on something, and we're taking 3 and 4 years to do it. Those are real examples. And so I think that as we go forward, we're going to look at our policies and try to see how we can make them more user-friendly for our contractors and for us to understand, because that's really where it goes to. Some of our policy, and I've worked with Mr. Cooney on this, some of our policies are just really difficult, and with his background in construction and so forth, I think we can probably solve some of these issues going forward. But we meet also weekly to talk about some of these challenges and specifically some of these issues that kind of predated me, and so that's our charge.
Yep.
That's how we get better.
Thank you, Ms. Paul, and I appreciate that. I think it's extremely important that we peel back the onion and really get to the crux of the issue. The board is coming to you, Dr. Hepburn, with this problem, and I know your team is going to be able to fix it. If it's policy driven, then you need to bring back the policies, Mr. Cooney, back to the board to fix the policy. But we can't continue the pace that we're continuing on because it's just causing delays, it's causing people to get upset, and it's causing millions of dollars to taxpayers, and it's unacceptable. So I appreciate the wanting and desire to fix this problem. I do have a couple more questions. One is for the DEFP projects with the $229 million remaining to spend, how are we managing the risk of cost overruns or delays in these projects?
So I think what's most important is to understand the scope of the project, understand, going forward, how to make decisions in a timely manner, because I can't emphasize enough the delay in making decisions on these projects cost us money, and then also reporting to the board, providing you information of where we stand in the projects, right? The market is the market, right? But I continue to emphasize speed to market. The longer we hold on to project, and it's been evidence in this program, the longer we hold on to a project and don't move it forward, the more it costs us. So those are some of the things that I think are really important. And, making sure that, I go back to that we fulfill the commitment that we promised the community when the community voted on the project in 2014. So visibility over what's happening with the project, and managing those incremental things. If you looked at a project chart and all those hundreds of things that you have to do on a project, you have to manage each one individually, and making sure that our project managers are on the ground with eyes on the project, and and holding the contractors accountable for the work.
Thank you. Last question. How will the district address potential capacity constraints within the facilities department as we move towards completing the SMART program and transitioning to new projects?
Again, I mentioned that previously, how we need to hire really continue to hire competent people that are able to do the work, and offer a competitive wage. And I know that especially in my division, we have those same requirements for literally every position we have. But we have millions and millions of dollars at stake, and we can't continue to not have the right people in the seat, and competent people in the seat. And so and we have to be attractive for people to want to work for us, and we start by treating our contractors fairly, or our subs fairly, to build that culture. Really, it is about culture, and that requires work. And so we are committed to doing that. We have several positions that have been vacant for a long time, and it's key that we fill those. So I'll be working with Mr. Azarito to screen and try to get really, qualified candidates for that.
Perfect, thank you. Public comment, Aretha Wimberly.
Good afternoon. More than people getting upset or frustrated about the delays, it is the reality that some of the most vulnerable students in populations living in some of the most historically disadvantaged and marginalized neighborhoods want to attend a public school in Broward County in pristine conditions with the added values promised through SMART program from the age of 3 to 14 or 15 years old when they enter high school. As you think about them matriculating through schools like North Fork and Broward Estates and possibly going on to Parkway that initially had a completion project timeline of 2019 and now 2017, those children will never go to school on a campus with that added value. They will never attend a school with facilities fully functional and equal and equitable to other schools across the county. From the outside looking in, there are systematic discriminatory practices and disparities impacting District 5 Eastside students, and it's disheartening to say the least. When you consider the fact that these schools were slated for these improvements over 10 years ago, and now they're being told that they may not get the improvements because the structures are not sound or no longer worth the investment. So that means that the investments made today in these other schools, they have a lifespan beyond 10 years, because you're saying that these schools are no longer eligible or no longer good candidates for those improvements that they were promised over a decade ago. And now they're being slated in to be put in the back. The presentation pointed out that whereas there is expertise, the delivery to students is negatively impacted because of significant challenges with dependency and integration. That does not appear to be a demand for urgency to deliver in a way that Broward County Public School graduates community members who had the best academic journeys possible and are equipped to move upward in higher education or career or entrepreneurship development on pathways that are equal and equitable throughout the county. Is project prioritization correlated with schools that have significant learning gaps? Are they bumped up the list to get those projects completed because the kids needed more? Are there any indications or indicators related to Title I schools? How are they being treated in their completion of those construction projects? Those schools needed more. They've been waiting longer. The students have been negatively impacted longer. But there's no talk about escalating or elevating the prioritization of these students' academic journeys here in Broward County. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board member comments on this item? Seeing none, thank you so much for the update. Our next item is spot survey, and we're going to go straight to public comment. Public comment.
Board members, it's great to be here. Thank you for the opportunity to say a few words on this project. This is the 30.1 acre project that...
Could you just say your name for the record, please?
Sorry. Steve Brightcrews, Mayor of Southwest Ranches.
Thank you.
It's great to be here. We're in the ranches. We are super excited about this project. This is a piece of property that we had visions for long ago, partnering with the school board for a educational facility there for our students in the ranches, and through a wide variety of reasons that has never come about. And so where we are today is really very excited about a partnership with the South Florida Wildlife Center, with Broward County, with the school board of Broward County. So this is going to be the main point I want to make here is that this is a true educational partnership in so many ways. The South Florida Wildlife Center, as the material shows, and I'm sure you'll read through this, has already partnered with the schools of Broward County in so many ways. And really what's listed here are the interactions of students that come to their facilities. There's a whole other mirror of that going the other directions of their staff going out to the schools. And so that is a partnership that is exceptional today. They are being forced out of their current location due to expansion of the airport and things that are going on there. They're looking for a new home. We're excited that the ranches could potentially be that home with this particular piece of property. I think it can work out exceptional for all the parties involved in that it will allow the school board to get their funding back and much more for what they originally put in here at a time when that will be, I'm sure, used in an exceptional way. It allows for the ranches to be able to have this facility within our town boundaries, and the facility itself and the programs that go on there are such an incredible match to what the ranches is all about, our animals and the protection of our environment, which our residents are very keen on. So we're super excited about that. The last point I wanted to make to you is this. This property is 30.1 acres, and the thought is to split it potentially half and half, but that can be adjusted however it needs to be done. They need a minimum of 5 acres, hopefully more than that. And then that other acreage can go and it will be rezoned by the town. We will have that educational piece taken off, and it will be, I think, an exceptional value to the school board. But what I want you to look at is this, that if the school board were to put an educational facility on that piece of property, think about the infrastructure and the time it would take. If I can just take another 30 seconds, I'd appreciate that. Think about what we've just been talking about, the SMART program, and all that money that would have to go in to build that facility, all the money that would have to go in to staff that facility on an ongoing basis, all the information that it would take, all the funding that it would take to run the programs that they have there, and you're getting all of that. You're getting the facilities, you're getting the programs, you're getting the staff at no cost to you. And the reason why I bring that up is I want you to take that into consideration when you look at potentially leasing this to that facility. You're already getting great value. I would hope that you would consider not having a lease or a very minimal lease there, because they work off a donation facility, funding model, and I think that's key to this partnership really working out. So I just want you to know from the ranches, we're super excited about it and looking forward to hearing how this progresses. Thank you for the time.
Thank you so much. Next speaker.
Hello, how are you? Thank you so much for giving me this time. My name is Alessandra Medri. I'm the Executive Director with the South Florida Wildlife Center. And I want to thank the mayor of the town of Southwest Ranches and the whole town for welcoming us as potentially relocating in the Southwest Ranches. As you might have seen, we are not only a wildlife center, but also an educational facility. We rescue, release, and rehabilitate wildlife in the entire state of Florida. We are the largest facility in the entire state of Florida that does more animals than anyone. But we're also a teaching hospital for future veterinary students. We have a third or fourth year vet students that come from all over the world. But also we educate kids in the community. As the mayor mentioned, we have a program so that actually the kids come to us. But also we go to the Broward County schools. We are fully mobile. We bring our ambassador animals. We have activities. We have educational programming that are fully integrated with some of the schools, here in Broward County. And our goal basically is to spread appreciation and, making sure that all the kids have access to the knowledge of how wildlife is important in the daily life. So I hope that you will consider supporting us. We're not asking for anything from the school board, but just your support. I think you will see, if you would like, I can come another time and do a presentation to show you all the wonderful educational programs that we have. So, and I'm here to answer any questions that you might have. And we hope that you're going to see this partnership as an asset, and not only to the Southwest Ranches, but for the entire Broward County, for all the children. You will be surprised. We have educated over 10,000 children, elementary school children and middle school children last year, which is really exciting. We have been everywhere. We had brought our ambassador animals, which are adorable if you get the chance to see our website. And you have to see the kids, how they light up when they get the chance to touch these animals, to learn about them. So I hope you will support us. And please, don't hesitate to reach out if you would like to have more information. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Board member comment. Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I have a question, but to speak to that, I think would be a great partnership. We have a pre-vet program at West Broward High School, and that would tie right in with that. I know that at South Plantation, they're looking at trying to revamp the animal. I think they had a husbandry program there, but through the repurposing process that we're going through, I think that partnership would be a wonderful partnership. So I wouldn't be opposed to not charging a huge amount of rent. I know nonprofits are difficult. I run one myself. So whatever we can do to make that partnership work, I think I would be in support of. So thank you for coming out to share that with us. And the other question, just quick question I have for Tedder Elementary, when you read it in the background on page 3, it says the building replacement study was prepared by George Gutierrez, architect, and received by the Office of Education Facilities on February 8th, 2024. And OEF concurs with the recommendation that replacing Building 19 is more economical than rehabilitating it. Just being at Tedder a number of times, I agree the building should be demolished, but do we really need to put another building there? I don't think they have the student capacity that requires another building. So this just says the end goal is to be able to demolish the building, and I just want to make sure that's what we're looking at and not looking at trying to build another one because it's conflicting with the background. So,
Dr. Hubbard?
She knows the question.
Oh, okay. Staff?
You're correct. It's no intent to put a replacement building there, but this is the process that we have to follow.
Perfect. All right. Thank you.
Ms. Pham?
Thank you so much, and thank you for the presentation and talking to us about the wilderness preserve that you have. I think it would also be a wonderful idea because at South Plantation, which is one of my schools, we got a sizable donation or a donor that is rebuilding the cages over there so they can get back to having animals again, what they had in a larger capacity than what they are now. So students over there are getting back into servicing animals and wanting to have a future with animals, which could very well lead to being a veterinarian. So between the location, which is central, in between West Broward and South Plantation, the students should have access to that. So I hope you give this great thought. And on top of that, there's not a better place where it's already Everglades, and we already have wetlands out there. So that would be a consideration if we wanted to sell that property that would prohibit, I think, a lot of the value because it would be protected wetlands. So I think this is a wonderful offer. Thank you.
Thank you. Any of my other colleagues? Dr. Zeman?
Thanks, Chair. As we move this forward, I just want to make sure that our staff is prepared to share with us the options that we have for the South Florida wildlife option and for the city of Southwest Ranches. I think it's going to be important to understand the details of those options and make sure that we move forward in the best way for Broward County. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I have a question to staff. Are you aware of a 205 single-family home being built in Parkland along Lochahaxee called Parkland Royale? Dr. Hepburn?
Mr. Arcabuso?
Push your.
Good afternoon, board members. Chris Arcabuso, Director of Facility Plan and Real Estate. I'll have to double check on that. As you know, we are part of the development review process for Broward County. So if that project has been submitted, we will have reviewed it, but I'll double check and circle back to you.
Okay, I bring it up because I thought you might not know about it, so I just want you to be aware of it. But as far as today's item, in regards to the vacant land at Trails End, thank you. Thank you so much for creating this, putting the process in place. The steps on page 9 and 10, this is what I was looking for. And now I think everyone has a clear guideline of what the steps are to sell this land on Trails End. One thing I do have a question in regards, so I'm okay with this, and this is what I was looking for. I was looking to make sure that we followed the process. And my question is in regards to, and I brought this up previously, speaking to whoever ends up purchasing that land, if there could be some type of space for Eagles Haven for free for them to have in there, does that need to be any type of stipulation within this process as we move forward? Eagles Haven is the resiliency center that was built after the tragedy at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School, and they offer our students amazing services, and not just to our students but to our community. And so I think it would be amazing if that we could offer them some type of space within this area. So how would that work? Dr. Hepburn?
Mr. Arcabuso?
Through the chair and then through the superintendent. What's going to happen is, if that's the desire of the board, whatever agreement we have with the buyer, then those conditions will be stipulated as part of the agreement.
Thank you. So to my colleagues, I would appreciate it if you could weigh in if that's something that you would get behind. Dr. Seaman?
Could you give us a little bit more history since the last 6 years of this being established, where they are now? Are they allowed to stay there, or are they looking for a bigger, different place? If you could just give us a little more context.
Sure. They're in Coral Springs, next to Pasquale's in the New Crunch in that shopping center. And from my understanding, they pay rent to be there. Mm-hmm. And so I felt that what an amazing opportunity. And maybe they're going to come back and say, nope, this isn't going to work for us, but at least that they would have that potential option to have this space free, being that they directly help our students. So Dr. Zeman, how do you feel about that?
I like that a lot. I think, I'd like to learn more about their current, lease and things like that and their needs for expansion. But what they do every day is absolutely amazing. And it's more than students. It's the entire community. And so to the extent that we can make that a condition of the sale of the property, so that I imagine this land is going to eventually become a commercial something. Don't know what it is, but I've seen sales before that stipulate that this much square footage is reserved for, an organization that we care deeply about.
Thank you. Mrs. Hickson?
Thank you. Thank you for bringing that up. It was something I brought up originally when we were having a discussion with Broward Health, or about having Broward Health buy the land, which could still happen. Because they are a health facility, it made sense for them to be able to put in the mental health piece, because there would be less of a stigma of people showing up to a health facility to receive mental health they wouldn't feel like people were looking at them. You know, sometimes now Eagles Haven's in a shopping center, so when you go there, people know you're going specifically for there. Just to kind of answer some of your questions, they're funded by the state right now. And if state funding were to fall to the wayside, as you know other projects do, then they would be in a great concern on how they would be able to stay in the facility they're in. So I know they're very interested in being able to have a space where they feel good, and they seem to be okay with that space because I had asked them about it when it came up in discussion with Broward Health originally in the conversation. So I obviously would be in support of it. I do hope that we're able to do some kind of negotiations with Broward Health on this piece of land because they already own the other piece of it. It makes sense, and I would like that to be a bigger health space where it makes sense to put Eagles Haven there. But that's my own input. Thank you.
Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I am supportive of it. I would, however, like to learn more about if they would consider this to be a great option for them. I'm not sure we have enough information in that regards, but I am supportive of the idea. But I certainly would like to get more information based upon their take on this, and also since it's a potential sale, whether or not this will having this additional requirement would impact in any form or way the sale of the property and so on and so forth. So I think it's on both sides. I think more information would be relevant, but I am definitely supportive.
Thank you. Ms. Leonardi?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Pham?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I like the idea of looking outside of the box, and I think that's what this is doing with the Broward Health. However, I think we should explore all our options before we decide on one option. And some of the things I would just throw out there, for example, I don't know if we have a fire preparation school close up that way up north. I know generally they've been down here out west, where if the firefighters were interested in setting up a training up there, again, education. I know we have our schools now are expanding with pre-law classes. I would love to see a moot court room built where they can actually practice in a courtroom environment and setting. Right now, when they go to practice, they're in an auditorium. But to actually have the jury box and to have the judge sitting up there, it's a completely different atmosphere that they should go accustomed to, so they're not nervous when they go out on their own. So I would investigate all our options before we decide on one option. So I need more information, including more information about Broward Health. So it's not out of the question, but I think we could really run with this and make this a really great project for the district. Thank you.
Dr. Zeman?
Thanks again, Chair. And the only comment that I had coming into today is I love this slides 9 and 10. It's so nice to see, you ask a question, how do we sell something, and you get this nice list. The only problem is I don't like the list. Like, it takes way too long. And so to the extent that we can get to school board meetings faster, to the extent that we can maybe do things in parallel rather than do one step at a time. My concern is this looks like a list that's going to take 3 or 4 years, and I'd like to sell this property now. And so to the extent that the board agrees with me, that maybe we can kind of do all the things that are possible to get this to school board meetings on time, to do some things in parallel if they're all possible. Whether this goes to Broward Health or goes to someone else, this land right now is doing nothing of value for Broward County, and once it's sold and becomes something else, it'll actually have value. So I think as representatives of the people, we should not only sell this, but we should sell it expeditiously. So to the extent any of these steps are optional, to the extent we could do them in parallel, to the extent you can get it on a board agenda 5 days before a meeting instead of waiting till the next meeting, to the extent we have to call a special school board meeting to deal with these things. I just think that we need to get into the practice of doing things quicker that are clearly in the best interest of the community. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Zeman. That actually was my question, is what is the time process? You have all these steps. What is the time frame are you looking at 3 months, 6 months, a year, 2 years?
Okay, so to Dr. Zimmer's comment, some of the steps can be done simultaneously, but a lot of the steps are required by law, so we have to follow them. For example, the sports survey, we have to bring it independently to workshop, then I have to bring a board item separately to then submit that sports survey to Florida Department of Education. Then after they approve it, I have to come back with a different board item to surplus. I can't do those two things simultaneously. It's in the law. For one, the appraisals have been done.
Hold on just a minute. So to your question, and you have all the steps, and what we can do concurrently or together, we will. But to your question, I will work with Dr. Hepburn to see if we can get, if it's an item, a real estate item like this, added to the agenda and request permission to add it late to get it on the next available board meeting instead of waiting a month or whenever the next one is. So,
and if it's the board's concurrence with speedy as fast as we can, Mr. Cooney might be able to indicate some things that we could do provisionally, like the school board approves it conditioned on the state saying yes. And so we might be able to jump some things in the process, but you and the lawyers and the superintendent can work it out. All I'm trying to do is express a need for speed.
So going back to my question, can you answer it?
Yeah, go.
Yeah, I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
The timeline, what are you looking at? 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10?
So, based on this last comment, hopefully we can bring something back to the board, because I have to then work with procurement to put out, okay, so can I get clarification? Are we saying deal directly with Broward Health, or do we want it to put on the street?
That's not what we're saying. I mean, one board member said that, but that was not.
That wasn't the
consensus.
It's just one potential buyer.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So because it makes a difference. So if we put it on the market, I'm thinking to put it on the market, we can say something by potentially no later than maybe December, January or less. And then that takes care of the time frame when you do a contract. If you put it on the market, we normally give the buyers 1 year for their governmental approval and inspection. So potentially by next year, once you go into contract, then the contract dictates in terms of when you're going to close.
So what we'll do is we'll work together, my team, to come up with a timeline to present to you. But going in, I'm asking if we have things ready to go and we're a week from the board meeting, I would need the superintendent's permission to add it to the agenda. That's one thing. But we'll work together and provide a more precise timeline of how this will work.
Mrs. Pham, you had a comment?
May I weigh in?
Go ahead, Ms. Rupert.
Thank you. I can't wait to get home so you don't have to keep remembering me. I'm such a pain. I'm so sorry. I'm actually very supportive of this expeditiously, absolutely. I would be remiss if I didn't say, working in the Deerfield Beach community with the fabulous municipality that they are, doing town halls on mental health, especially suicide prevention. And they made that wonderful beach house. I would love to see mental health, another opportunity for our students to get there. I can tell you as a parent, when they go off to college, nobody wants to go on the second floor where everybody knows is the room where you go for mental health. So I think having another opportunity off campus would be absolutely fabulous, and I would be very supportive of that. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert. Okay, Ms. Hickson? Go ahead, Ms. Pham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just would ask that we inquire of Mayor Bright Cruz what their deadline is for the animal wilderness sanctuary to be moved, because they mentioned the airport is expanding, and I don't know what their timeline is. If we can find out as well.
Dr. Hepburn?
Yes, Mayor, if you can expound on the timeline.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Appreciate that. I'm going to ask Alessandra to that. This is really a timeline that is associated with the South Florida Wildlife Center, not really with the town. She's more familiar with that if you allow me to just defer.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, thank you. So our lease expires September 30, 2025. We are currently in talks with Broward County to allow us for an extension that is contingent upon the fact that we are successfully able to secure our home at the Southwest Ranches. So that is our internal timeline. So we hope that we're going to get a positive answer regarding relocating the Southwest Ranches, so we can go back to the Board of County Commissioners and ask for an extension to do the construction of the hospital and the educational facility, which, it's contingent upon, permits and drawing the plans. So we already have a pretty good idea. We already have the plans. We just need to have a little bit of time to initiate construction and permitting requirement. Okay, thank you.
And correct me if I'm wrong. Is my mic on? Okay. I think I was talking to the county mayor, and they just needed something from us as far as a letter of commitment of some sort for you not to go through, so you can maintain the spaces, but with the good faith that we're collaborating.
Yes, so that is correct. The county is more than willing to let us stay for the time that we need to build a new facility, but we will need a letter of commitment from you, the school board, that you actually are going to allow us to lease a portion of that land, so we can initiate, the planning and the permitting process and everything else. So we need to have that in order for Broward County to give us an extension.
Okay. Thank you.
Mrs. Hickson?
Thank you. I have a different question, but to that point, didn't we as a board already approve leasing the land to the Wildlife Center?
Yes, Mr. Austin, I got the motion that Mr. Austin made, I think, sometime last year about the board approving that motion for the superintendent to work with the facility and also Southwest Ranches for the purpose of utilizing some of that land for the Wildlife Center.
And it was 10, wasn't it 10 acres, if I'm not mistaken?
I want to say it was 10 to 12 acres. I can't remember the exact amount. But
So that part's already been done, right? So they should be able to move forward with what they're doing, and then we're just approving selling the other 20 acres of it.
Go ahead, Ms. Paul.
Can I clarify? I think we'll have to, I don't know, Mr. Sullivan, to double check if there was an actual motion. I remember there was some discussions, but we don't have any kind of formal lease with them. They've indicated some kind of acreage, that the site is approximately 30.1 acres. They've indicated the acreage that they would like to lease, but if we can double check just to put it, But I know there was some discussion.
Right, that's my point.
Yeah.
You don't need us. We've done what we need to do to approve it. Now it's back between you and the Wildlife Center to work on the lease and move forward with that.
We still have to bring a formal lease.
Right, and the consent, I think we also need to just maybe agree here what that lease is going to look like, or is that, because if we want to make it a minimal amount of money, do we decide that? Does planning, let's let them leave here today knowing what's going to happen, what the next steps are? I have a different question, but
Mayor, do you want to weigh in?
My understanding, and I could be wrong, you all are the experts, I'm not. My understanding was that initial approval that you gave was the approval to continue the investigation of it. If in fact it's an approval to say we are going to do this and we just need to work out the details, that's awesome. It wasn't my understanding, but staff can clarify that. But I think that's what they really need. The board needs something that says we've got a new home. We know all the details aren't worked out, but we've got a new home. And I don't think they feel like they have that yet, but if they do, we just need to clarify that.
I don't believe we have that yet.
Yeah, I didn't
and
think
that's
so.
I don't believe we have that yet.
Okay.
But it was a commitment, as Dr. Hepburn said, to continue conversations. We're bringing this forward, the SPOT survey, to kind of start the process of making this land surplus. That's why we're here today.
No,
and then the next step would be, as you alluded to work with them to figure out, how do we provide that letter of a commitment to them and so forth.
I understand why the spot survey is coming, but I would beg to differ in the part that we as a board agreed we were going to let them build on a certain part of that land. So I mean, they can go back and check. I don't think another item needs to come to us. We told him to move forward and work it out. So I don't know. He's looking it up right now. I just don't want to make this more labor intensive than it needs to be. I feel like we already did that.
Dr. Hepburn?
Yes, so I have the actual motion is to approve the superintendent of schools to work with the town of Southwest Ranches and the South Florida Wildlife Center on a potential partnership to utilize a portion of available land in the town for educational purpose.
And we approved that motion.
Yes.
So the school board already said, yes, move ahead and figure it out with them. So you don't need to wait for us to do that. We've already done that piece of it, so you can.
So we will figure it out.
Yes. That's my point. I mean, I think you can walk away today with an absolute yes. You'll work out the details, but there was no doubt because we've already approved that a while ago.
That's exciting. It's awesome. Thank you very much.
Okay. I don't see it that way. I just don't. That was a great item. It's a great intent. I think there's very likely that it'll be approved sometime. But when you say you're going to do something potentially, is not saying that you're going to do something. And so the wording of that was set up so that they could go do some work and then bring back some options for us so we know exactly which acreage and how much and the lease and all that. So there's still an item, I think, that needs to come back to the board
I'm not
for
disagreeing
approval.
with that.
Right now, all we signaled is superintendent, go work on this potential deal. I wouldn't want them to walk away thinking that we've said yes yet because we haven't put the deal on the table yet.
Well, we have said, yes, we are going to make a deal with them. That's what they need to walk away from here with today. So I believe we said that. Now the details have to get worked out. But we agreed that we were going to work on a partnership with them. And now they don't have to keep, I mean, if we need an item, bring an item. But I feel like we already did that. So I don't, maybe you want a consensus on that?
Yeah, so let me read you what was approved. Approve the superintendent of schools to work with the town of Southwest Ranches and the South Florida Wildlife Center on a potential partnership to utilize a portion of available land in the town for an educational purpose. So I would interpret that it is that word potential, and then that Dr. Hepburn's working on something, and he's going to come back to the board with an idea of something, an actual plan.
Well, I wasn't disputing that. We don't have a plan in place, but for them to walk away today, they need to know that a plan is, we agree, we are going to work with you, and a plan will be forthcoming. But you don't need to walk away wondering if the school board is going to provide whatever that number is. There's not a number on there, apparently.
If I may, if you can look at page 17, these are steps that we absolutely must do in the process for this vacant parcel of land.
What page are you on?
17 of the presentation. Slide 17.
Yeah, I'm not disputing any of that. I'm just
Okay,
saying for them to walk away today knowing that we are moving forward, there will be a partnership. We just haven't worked out all the details. I'm not saying they're walking away today with a.
I don't agree with that.
I'm going to go to you. Mr. Cooney, can you weigh in?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I would tend to agree to the addition of the word potential does mean that It's a direction to the superintendent and his staff to investigate the potential, and therefore you'd have to come back with some information for evaluation. Obviously, the recommendation would come from staff and the superintendent for the board to reconsider. But with the addition of that word, I would condition it. I would not make it absolute.
So then, once the superintendent comes back with a plan, the board is going to vote on that actual plan.
That's correct. That's why I would interpret that.
So when will that, how fast can that plan come back to us, or do we have to go through all these steps first?
One thing I want you to be aware of on this particular piece of property is the site mitigation on that, and I have Allison Recertification here
Ms. Paul,
to speak to that. So Allison, can you talk about the mitigation of the site?
So I think, sorry. Allison Wodoshinsky, Director, Environmental Health and Safety. I think as was mentioned earlier, the site does contain wetlands. About 80% of the site is a wetland. Wow. To do the development, based on the preliminary plans that were provided to us, it's almost 10 acres. The remainder, based on calculations from our civil engineer, the remainder of the property would be needed to be used for on-site mitigation, or there could be opportunities for a wetland mitigation bank, but they are not currently available, but that is, of course, at a cost. So potentially $3 million or more, and the availability is uncertain at this time. So there's a lot of unknowns right now, and then I'm not sure where the South Florida Wildlife is with those discussions at this time.
Thank you. I had a completely different question, just was going on there. Back to the parkland land. That space is zoned for something in particular, if I'm not mistaken. So any potential buyer would have to go through, I don't think it's zoned for commercial use. So any potential buyer would have to also go through rezoning, so that would add time, correct, to the process of purchasing that land?
Yeah, that's what I alluded to. Currently, the zone is in CF, community facility, and then the land use is commercial. So when we go into contract, right, the contract is normally 1 year for the governmental approval, which includes the developer going through land use, zoning, and things like that. It's normally put in, and when we do the bid, if you, as a developer, say you can do it sooner, then it's going to be in the agreement. So, yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure everyone was aware it was zoned for, not for commercial use.
Sure.
Okay, so would it be faster to do an RFQ? Or is that what you're planning on doing?
For the trail fund?
Yeah.
We normally do invitation to bid. We work with procurement and warehousing. We can put language in the bid document, and part of it is if you say you're governmental, it's going to be 6 months, then you can, get an additional point. So we can structure the deal that whoever wants to do it sooner, and then that's how we can. But normally it's invitation to bid, not a request for information. Invitation to bid to buy the property. That's normally how we sell our property. Not an RFI. That's what I'm trying to say.
RFQ?
No. RFQ is just qualification that you're selling property. So normally we used to do RFP, request for proposal, but currently the version of the procurement, we normally, for the past properties we've sold, is ITBs.
Invitation
to bid. Mm-hmm. They're just bidding for the property, to buy the property.
So I think what we owe the board is kind of the next steps and try to come up with a timeline for you, so you can have more clarity around the two pieces of property, the Southwest as well as the Trails End.
Okay.
And then I think the other part of that is whether or not the board wants us or wants the superintendent to enter into a commitment with the South Florida Wildlife on the property.
Okay, and Dr. Hepburn, what is your takeaway, staff's takeaway, as far as Trails End being competitively bidded?
Staff. Ensuring, while they're looking up the information, ensuring that the facility, Eagles Haven, is part of the stipulation.
Yes, but also that you're competitively bidding it.
Yes,
Yeah.
correct.
So that would be our recommendation on Trails End, is to competitively bid it and, do it that way.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Thank you very much.
Can I make one final comment? I know I'm out of order. Just very quickly. Sorry.
Go ahead, Mayor.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to weigh in just for a second on the wetlands discussion that we just had. Just a couple of thoughts. Number one, a portion of the wetlands will be, if this goes through as we envision it, will be welcomed by the South Florida Wildlife Center. So that's a piece of it that automatically goes away. The other piece of it, I think it's, I don't want to overstate it, but it's not really your problem. You would be selling the property with those wetlands, and whoever purchased it would have to deal with that. I will say beyond that, we in the ranches are very familiar with wetlands issues. We're basically a wetlands from one end to the other, so we're very familiar with that. We have we're working on agreements with other properties with Broward County for those mitigation factors, and so I don't believe that it's really going to be a burden on the school board. It's going to be a burden on the town, the Wildlife Center, and whoever the purchaser of it is. So I just wouldn't get hung up on that piece. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, our next item up, and most importantly, redefining our schools update. We have public speakers, Aretha Wimberly, Janet Gultieri. Janet? Go ahead, Janet. Please exit quietly. You may begin, Janet.
Hi, is this on? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I'm Janet Gualtieri from Fort Lauderdale, and I am currently the chair of the Education Advisory Board for the City of Fort Lauderdale. We were very instrumental in reviewing the last plan that was put forth, and I just have a couple of questions, and I would like to know what the process will be from this position forward, and how you're going to get the advisory board and our citizens involved in these discussions. I know the last time that we got a presentation from your representation to our EAB. They set out saying that there would be participation from members of advisory boards, and we have not heard from that point on what is going on. We did see your timeline, and we know that there's a September date. We just would like to know what you have in store for getting our input and our involvement. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Furtick.
Hi. Good afternoon. Mary Furtick. I have so much to say and not enough time, so I want to start with saying something positive about your presentation. The recognition of the importance of customer service and the plan to improve it is definitely a step in the right direction. As you know, this has been an ongoing recommendation from the Parent and Community Involvement Task Force. Next, a recommendation for meaningful community dialogue on this topic. Don't schedule the meeting when parents and caregivers are picking up their students. Advertise it with the community. We receive plenty of emails, texts, robocalls about a variety of topics. But where students will go to school and what they will learn is critically important. And I don't think hardly anybody knew about this meeting today. Ultimately, the more input and participation you receive, the more successful the final plan will be. Some other thoughts. In Exhibit 3, bottom quartile, operational efficiency was consideration given to the programs that are placed in the school. For example, I see Wilton Manors Elementary on there, which has an autism cluster. Do some of these schools have larger ESC populations, career technical education, or some other special program? Further context needs to be added to this exhibit. On Exhibit 1, I assume that when you're talking about historical, you meant Blanche Ely, which is a line below William Dandy, which was built in 1991. What criteria was used for historical significance? How does Cypress Bay, built in 2001, have 57,164 square feet of pre-1970s facility? I did talk with some parents who could not come today. They couldn't make any changes to their pickup schedules, so I wanted to add some things. With the marketing initiative that I heard back from them in emails, will the marketing initiative understand the importance of broad decisions, such as the new rules on cell phones and on the metal detectors and so forth? And the comment the person was made are the climate can drive people out of the public school system, so you need to be surveying what impact your decisions are having to see how you're marketing so that you can make sure you don't actually lose people. The clustering approach, this person says, I like the clustering approach and I'm pleased that Fort Lauderdale only has one cluster. Much more appropriate than the previous plan. Glaringly absent, next point, is any reference to repurposing. Next point, there's a reference of regionalizing academic programs offerings. The devil is in the details as to what this will mean. Will there be more but similar offerings, any countywide offerings? Will this mean more school within a school programs offering two distinct schools in one physical facility? There are a lot of questions here. Was hoping there would be more. Another comment, CTE emphasis on middle high school facility usage. This could connect with evening adult ed as well, and I think the whole issue of industry certifications. And I have one last comment. So they're still nervous about how you're going to engage the potentially impacted school communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Daniel Aqua.
Thank you so much. I'm excited that I was able to speak before I have to run off to carpool really quickly. I'm glad we made it. I crossed my name out. But this is what I want to say. There is such a demand in the market right now in South Florida for zoned school space that's up to fire and building code. I don't know that you can properly appreciate the value of your buildings right now. I'm in the private school world. We represent 55 Jewish day schools, and I get a call almost weekly from someone who is struggling to find school space with the expansion of our student population. We have tried to lease space. Miami-Dade actually has had a policy for many years where they will split campuses and share with charter schools. So they've had both charter schools share with entrances on the same property. They've even had a charter school on the third floor of a building where the first and second floor were public schools. And they're currently looking into whether this is possible to do this with private schools as well. I think that many of our schools would pay great money to lease this space. I think there's a tremendous opportunity for integration, for taking classes together, participating in activities together. And so I would encourage you, in whatever policy you're doing, instead of think creatively. Think about what if we were able to share school space, to lease school space, to generate revenue for the district while integrating children together. And that's it. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Dr. Hepburn?
Dr. Wanza, you may proceed.
Good afternoon again, board members, Dr. Hepburn, to all of our colleagues across the organization and to the community, both here in the boardroom as well as those listening online. Certainly thank you for the opportunity. I do want to introduce my team, who I have the great fortune of working with. We have Willie Wood, who is the Director of Performance Management, Adrian Parker, the Executive Director of Strategic Initiative Management, Joe Beck, who's the Director of Demographics and Enrollment Planning, Dante Fulton Collins, who is the Director of Choice and Charter School Management and Support, and our other team member who's out in the field right now for all the right reasons is Patty Good, the Director of Athletics and Student Activities. So I want... Okay, Jesus. Sorry. I guess I broke the ice. I guess I broke the ice. I apologize.
Okay.
No disrespect intended.
Boy, was I going to be surprised.
No disrespect intended. I'm sorry, I took my glasses off. That's what happens when I take my glasses off. So I wanted to first acknowledge and thank our community members who have provided feedback, because that is a great part of the conversation today. We are here to talk about the path forward. As we know, in the spring, when we ended the school year, there was a lot of concern and a lot of community outcry for inclusion into the process of whatever is going forward. So today we want to actually talk about what the path forward looks like. Beacon, can you load the presentation, please? Thank you. Who has the clicker?
Mr. Parker.
Okay.
There you go.
All right. So the superintendent's goals for redefining, many people in the room are either products of the school district, they have children in the school district or who have come through the school district, or children who are on their way to enrolling into the school district. Like most of you, I have the blessing of being the third of 5 generations of my family to come through the Broward County Public Schools. And what our collective denominator is our superintendent wants Broward County Public Schools to be the choice for our students and families. And we know that in order for that to occur, we must offer innovative programs where students live. And we've heard a lot about students having to travel across the county to access certain programs, or other programs not being available in their immediate neighborhood. We know that this is also necessary to optimize student outcomes, as well as ensuring that they have quality experiences in their educational life. More importantly, we know that we must exhibit fiscal responsibility in doing so and optimize our facilities, as well as ensure that our current footprint matches our current reality as it relates to enrollment. And Dr. Hepburn, jump in at any time.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So
You're doing a great job.
Okay. Except for my one faux pas. Don't hold it against me. On June 18th, the board is well aware that board action was taken to direct the superintendent to really and truly do 4 things. Number 1, expand programmatic options at our schools district-wide, to recommend the closure of a minimum of 5 schools, to develop a plan to attract students back to our schools for the 25-26 school year, and to approve a recommended timeline. So we're going to speak, our conversation today is really around those 4 tenets. The first thing we'll look at is the timeline. We've been very busy over the months of June, most of July, and some of August, and actually meeting with community groups, meeting with advisories, meeting with faith-based organizations, meeting with municipalities. Actually, slide 5 is more in detail. I'll get to that in a second. We know that that's just the very beginning. It certainly does not speak to the depths of everything that we must do and the conversations that we must have. However, September 10th is a very pivotal moment for us. At that board meeting, the board will consider potential amendments to 2 policies that were identified as needing necessary revisions to address the redefining process, and that's policy 5004, which is currently school choice, which will eventually go to policy 6400, and then policy 5000 that we all commonly know as the school boundaries policy, which will become policy 8010 once it's finally revised by the board. We are currently, and I'll get to it, but I just want to remind the board that the board did ask us to go back out and reloop those 2 policies, and we're on our 3rd iteration of relooping those policies with 6 different advisories. And right now, there are some recommendations, if you will, for some minor tweaks in language to policy, what would be 6400, the school choice policy. But there's at least 1 committee motion you will see when you receive your delivery for the September 10th meeting. And there's another motion that may come where our advisory members are really asking that that policy be left alone as it sits until we get through this year, and then look at a complete rewrite in subsequent years. In the months of September and October, we do need to do a couple of things to really initiate what would be the boundary process if we would eventually repurpose some schools. So we would have to have a board workshop to look at a boundary resolution. Then we would have to come back to the board and for the board to take formal action. The boundary resolution would really and truly define the actual process, how long a boundary committee would be in effect, what they would do if that's the will that the board would wish to take. And it would also codify the expectations for community engagement. And then once that is approved by the board in a subsequent board meeting, then we would really begin the process of working with the communities around anything school boundary related. On slide 5, that's just an overview of the majority of the meetings that we had out in the community in the months of June through August. And we know on slide 6, we know that we must continue some targeted, as we heard today, stakeholder engagement, not only with district and school board committees, but also municipalities. We have some meetings coming up in the next couple of weeks with municipalities where enrollment trends seem to be concerning in certain municipalities. We also know that we have to meet with individual schools. We have to meet with individual communities. We know that municipal education advisory boards are essential to the work. But more importantly, we have to meet with our schools. We have to meet with our students, our parents, and then you can see the wide range of community, civic, parent, faith-based, municipal, and business leaders that we know we have to meet with over the next 2 months. On the next slide, what we did here was kind of try to just illustrate that there are 2 streams of work that would run simultaneously. So the programmatic redefining should happen regardless of school. That we should be looking at all of our schools, the programs they offer, the viability of the programs, the enrollment, are they doing what they intended? Are they even a desire of the community at this point? Or do they need to look at, or they wish to look at offering something different, something unique, something specific? And also, are we offering too much to the point that some schools cannot focus on doing a few things well because they are trying to undertake too many things? And then on the other side of that, there's repurposing, and repurposing of a facility is board action. It is where we have to now look at amending attendance areas that we know as school boundaries, repurposing facilities, and what will happen with those respective facilities. But those are 2 processes that happen simultaneously, and they are very much equally a part of the redefining process. As we look at the magnet and innovative programs that are offered in our schools, we are working with our colleagues in the Teaching and Learning Division to really do a deep dive for all of our programs across all of our schools. And we are looking at the programs or studying them through enrollment data. I won't read them all, but one of the main ones is student outcomes. We also look at finances that are associated with the programs. Pupil transportation and transportation costs is a big one, but more importantly, looking at true opportunities to regionalize perhaps some programs for operational efficiency and fiscal responsibility. We hope to have that done probably by the 3rd week of September.
Yeah, and just to piggyback on that, Dr. Wanza, I think it's going to be very glaring information for the board to really see some of the gaps with our programs. We have many broken feeder patterns for certain programs, and we have very low enrollment in some choice programs at schools. When I looked at the preliminary data that Dr. Wanza and the team is collecting, some programs only have 5 kids, and there is no established feeder pattern, but we're spending a lot of money in transporting those 5 kids to that specific school. And then it begs the question if the program is sufficiently producing the outcomes that we are expecting for those students. So it's a very deep dive into those specific programs and make sure they're having the intended outcomes. And if they're not, making decisions about sunsetting and implementing new innovating programs that's going to be beneficial to the students and their families and the community, or the programs that we actually are having success with, very successful outcomes for kids, and reviewing those for possibility of scaling out in other schools. But it's going to be some really good data once they're done putting it all together and triangulating it.
So as we look at pathways to attract, well, not only attract, but keep, maintain the enrollment that we have, some of the ideas and some of the concepts and some of the pathways that we have heard from our parents, from our students, from our business leaders. Grade reconfigurations, perhaps more K-8s or 612s, expanded pre-K options. I'm not going to read all of them, but you see the full list of 10, and there may be others as we meet with communities and have more in-depth conversations. But these are the programs that we hear more and more in the community. I tell you, one of them, as everyone knows, can't help what happened Saturday, but I'm a diehard Florida State Seminole. We will rebound. But when you look at number 7, when we look at what happened this past weekend, we had our regional football showcase with elite programs from across the country who came and played some of our schools here in Broward County. And there has been this interest in can Broward County create its own regional sports academy that we would really draw students from across the country. So that one really excites me as well. And then number 10, looking at opportunities for college readiness or collegiate feeder patterns from elementary, middle, high, a pure feeder pattern. So those are some opportunities, as well as we know that dual language is very popular with a lot of our families, as well as Montessori. We've heard this over and over from the board and the community about how we have fallen short as it relates to marketing and telling our story. But one of the things that we know is that sometimes people aren't as receptive to hearing our story if we are not treating our customers well, if we are not providing individual and collective world-class customer service. So, Mr. Sullivan, I am not going to take the thunder from your team, but the next 4 slides, I believe, are yours.
Thank you. So as it relates to the marketing plan, I think this is on now. We're very excited to have a budget. We haven't had a budget for marketing K-12 schools in quite some time. The board did recently approve $1.2 million for this endeavor. So right now we do a great job in our free media, so our social media presence, our press releases, getting the media to our schools. But this money is really to expand that reach and go into areas that we normally are not in. So paid ads on TV or social media ads or smaller newspapers to get our great programs that we know we have in Broward schools. You won't see a lot of this until after the election cycle. The reason for that is to buy these ads right now would be extremely expensive and would eat up most of our funds. So that's why you won't see any commercials anytime soon. But after that high cost period is done, then we'll start pushing that out. If you can go to the next slide, in terms of, as Dr. Wanza said, customer service is very important. Ms. Wilson, Director over Marketing, has done a great job of putting this together, getting together with key stakeholders within our district. So they came up with the ABCs of customer service. And as you can see from the slide, attitude, behavior, and communications. So we want to make sure everyone is greeted with a smile. In terms of a positive attitude, behavior, be mindful. We want everyone to have a courteous and a respectful interaction with us. And then more importantly, or most importantly, communications. We really want to increase our responsive time. So we're asking everyone to respond within 1 day, business day, and that doesn't mean they get their issues resolved, but at least we acknowledge that they have made contact with us. And this is very important not only for the schools, but for the district level. So I know the superintendent has spare time. He's become a secret shopper. He's been calling departments to see how they answer, if they answer. So if you are over a department, I encourage you to answer your phones because it might be the superintendent. Next slide, if you don't mind, so I can go over the timeline. As you see from this slide, the timeline, we spent the summer creating this initiative. September 2024, we are going to push out the district campaign, district-wide, and those are, again, really the ABCs that we're going to expect all of us to follow. So greet with a smile, standard greetings, respond within 1 business day. And then the superintendent really wanted to ensure that there was a way to measure this. So we're going to be utilizing our thought exchange, which is an investment the board made. So each school and department will have QR codes available where folks can rate their experience either at the school or at the department. We will be tracking that. School leaders will also be able to track that. The superintendent will be highlighting the more successful ones quarterly to encourage, and more importantly, the principals will have that accountability as well, because they'll be able to see how their parents are rating their experience within their schools. And again, this is equally important for district staff. This is not something that we're telling the schools to do and not fault. We want to lead by example. So the departments will also be held accountable in that regard. Phase 2 will start next year, January through July. And what we want to do here is really pilot schools for enhanced strategies. We want to go into a selected number of schools to provide intense training opportunities for their staff, and also give them some funds to really market their specific schools and programs. Some marketing makes sense to do district-wide, but really when you're looking at enrollment, we need to market programs in schools, particularly the ones who have enrollment challenges. And then the third phase would be after next summer of 2025, and through that pilot, see how we can expand that district-wide. So those are my slides, and I'll stick around for questions.
I appreciate your winning attitude.
Win-win. A-rated.
Yes. So on slide 14, we'll move currently policy 5000, which it's a very long title, but we all know it affectionately as the school boundaries policy. The policy speaks to a school meeting one of the following 3 criteria to be considered for repurposing, consolidation, and or closing. Operational costs, and you see the elements under operational costs. Under enrollment, and right now 70% of permanent fish capacity is the benchmark for under enrollment, and then there's the facility condition. And again, it's any one of the 3, not all 3 or not a combination, it's any one of the 3. Beyond that, with the 70% threshold, we then look at, well, is there sufficient capacity in adjacent schools to absorb this enrollment for a school that may be considered for consolidation, repurposing, or closing. And we have 2 that will have the conversation just as an example today. And then we also look at other conditions or elements, I should say, such as the facility condition or costs of renovation or replacement, as well as the operational costs, and then historical significance. And to answer the question, in the appendix on page 39, in the appendix is a full definition of what is meant by historical significance. You will see that as we start to go through the next couple of slides, we do not have any opportunities to explore, if you will, for high schools, because when we look at our high schools, there isn't an adjacent high school that is large or that has enough space to absorb what would be the full enrollment of a high school if it were up for consolidation or repurposing. So I want to make something very clear. The next few slides are just opportunities for us to have those in-depth conversations with communities. It is not schools that the superintendent is saying are schools that need to be closed. It is not that at all. This is what we wanted to share with the board, so the board is aware that these are the communities that we are going to start to go have those in-depth, intimate, personal conversations with. One of the things that we heard very clearly from our advisories when we met with them this summer, as well as our municipal leaders and our faith-based leaders, everyone spoke to the district is an A. Can we work through programmatic opportunities as opposed to closing or repurposing schools? Can we work through programmatic options for schools? So I just want to reiterate again, this is not the list. This isn't in any way a list that the superintendent is recommending for us to do anything other than have conversations with these communities about what it is the communities would like to see happen in their schools. So you will see on slide 16 are 8 different clusters for elementaries.
Let me add to that real quick, Dr. Wanza. So as she mentioned, so we're going to go out and talk about clusters of schools in different communities. One thing as we were going over the information and creating this deck, we thought it was very important not to go to the community like we did in the past with one school within that area. Don't think it's fair to the community to come and talk about one school when we have in that cluster, all of those schools have sufficient adjacent capacity. It depends on the opportunity. It might be consolidation. It may be increasing programmatic programs or enhancing them. But we're going to, when we talk to that community about these clusters, we're going to be talking about challenges within that cluster that's specific and unique to that community. Some have enrollment challenges. Some may not have, let me rephrase that, some may not have specific enrollment challenges. It just got kids who aren't taking advantage of the options that we're presenting to them because there's numerous kids in that area. And then we will present some specific options that we've learned about, that we know are having successful outcomes in certain schools or successful outcomes in other areas around the state. So we'll present some of those options and also listen to the community as they provide additional feedback, because I'm guaranteed we're going to come out of some of these conversations with some options that we did not think about at all. So that's one of the great things about doing this differently. It will not be a town hall. We will not be sitting on a stage, listening to people talking to mic for a minute or two and not having open dialogue back and forth. It will be an engaging conversation. We're the next time that we come in front of the board with this, we're going to have the specifics on how that process is going to actually look. And also the stakeholders within those committees that's going to help us support us in that work in the conversation with the community. But I think this approach provides more dialogue, it provides more input and more feedback, it provides more engagement, and it provides us an opportunity to say, hey, here's the challenges, here's the dollars around the challenges, here's the outcomes, student outcomes or performance around those challenges. And here are some opportunities that we've explored all summer in talking to different entities that want to be a part of Broward County Public Schools. We've been making our rounds this summer. I think last week we went out to the Museum of Discovery and Science. They want to commit to supporting our schools and actually having a large footprint in our schools. We met with the Broward Performing Arts Center. They want to have a large footprint in our schools. We're continuing to meet with other entities and evaluating other programs that we already have in our schools so we can widen out the things or scale out the things that are actually working for us. So we think this is going to be a fruitful conversation. Some difficult decisions, right, because we are tasked with presenting up to a minimum of 5 schools to close or consolidate. So it's going to be some difficult decisions, but we think this process is going to be fruitful for the school district and the community that we serve. Go ahead, Dr. Watson.
Absolutely. In the presentation packets, in the appendix on slides 26 through 32 actually give more granular enrollment information for the schools within each cluster. And so you can see in there the actual enrollment of the school, the under-enrollment numbers, the seats available, but also the percentage of the students assigned to that school that attend charter schools as well. So that's on slides 26 through 32 in the appendix section. But again, slides 16 and 17 speak to the in-depth conversations that we will have with these communities around opportunities that they would like to explore in the schools within their surrounding area. If we look at slide 18, obviously we know that our chief facilities and operations and facilities officer, I'm sorry if I get it wrong, has a methodology to look at some preliminary facility costs for all schools within the identified cluster. She has a preliminary methodology that they will look at, and then once we identify the specific schools within each cluster that may be identified for repurposing, consolidation, things of that nature, then a facilities assessment will be done on those identified sites. And then a district level facility assessment district-wide is anticipated to be completed in early 2026. So it's about an 18-month project. We did want to provide an update. The board saw this back in, when were we here last? In June. We will notice one change. The district administrative center here, district headquarters, is no longer on this table. However, what is on the table is the TSSC, or Technology and Support Services facility, that we know is there, as well as the annex that was already there, and that's the status for each one of these pieces of district-owned properties.
Yeah, just to expound on that, so told staff to take off this building. Lesson learned as with I think it's the Rock Island site.
Yes.
Right, the Rock Island site has been through the process and agreement, but the difficulty with that site is that we have to find space for the employees in that site, which is taking a bit of time. So with the TSSC facility and TSSC annex, we have employees in those sites, and we have to find space for those employees first. And we're going to go through the surplusing process, but we also have to find space for those employees during our repurposing efforts. And due to the number of employees in this building, it will not be part of this specific phase of the redefining process, but it will be included in a later time. So I want the public and the board to know that we're just not taking it off. Said no, we're not doing anything with this building, but we have to go through this in a methodical and intentional way to understand that we have to find space for employees in buildings that we're surplusing, and to do all of that at once would be very difficult in the early part of our redefining process. So just a brief explanation of why that's off of there for now.
And then just to update again to the board for the potential revisions to policies, what would be 6400 and 8010. Just a reminder, we are meeting with the last two advisories, one tomorrow and one Thursday. And then at the September 10th regular school board meeting, the policies will come back to the board. We will have the feedback from all of the collective feedback from all of the advisories. As I said, there's one motion already on. There may be others coming, but we know that we do have one motion from the Diversity Committee as it relates to Policy 8010. Just one more slide and I'm done.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So these are just our immediate next steps. They are certainly not the comprehensive explanation of next steps, but just in the immediacy for the month of September, these are the things that we will be working on to ensure that we keep with the timeline that was prescribed, I think on slide 3, I think is the slide. And with that is the presentation. I do want Mr. Beck to clarify why there's that square footage listed for Cypress Bay High School, so that clarification is on the record. And then Dr. Hepburn, whatever closing comments you have, and then we're ready for questions.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Wanta. Dr. Wanta, Joe Beck, Director of Demographics and Enrollment Planning. Thank you, Mrs. Furtick, for pointing that out. That square footage of pre-1970 classroom space at Cypress Bay was actually all the 60 portables that were there. That should have come off, but there wasn't a crazy mistake. There actually were 60 portables there that were pre-1970 structures.
Saved by the bell. Yep. So no real closing comments. I think I've said it time and time again that we're trying to move forward with a more methodical and engaging process. We've heard from the public in the spring. I don't like town hall formats when it comes to situations like this, that have a very large impact on communities. It needs to be open dialogue. It needs to be engaging, and also an empowering strategy, so people feel like they have some ownership and next steps of the opportunities within their schools, and that ultimately affects their community. So looking forward to board discussion and some feedback and some questions.
Dr. Zeman.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question for the General Counsel. Is there anything from stopping this school board from closing a school at any defined school board meeting in the future?
Dr. Hepburn.
For the General Counsel.
Or
Chair.
Ms. Batista.
So the answer is...
Mike.
The answer to that is no, generally. However, you obviously have to provide for the boundaries of the school, all the things that come with the logistics of closing a school.
Thank you very much, Chair. Council, there's just some processes where the board has actions and has statutory responsibility, including making big definitions about our facilities. That includes our headquarters building. It includes the schools that are entrusted to us for the production of public education. And our policies, while very important, right now do not prohibit us from doing that. It says there are 3 things we have to look at when we're making a decision. Well, we can look at them, but we have to make difficult decisions. And what I'm concerned about is there's a lot of attention on policy changes here and not enough attention on community engagement. On slide 4, we have a September to October 2-month time window where community engagement happens toward the end of that. And to my knowledge, we were looking to get recommendations from the superintendent in November. I don't see those things as being consistent with what we're trying to do here, because if we're not making decisions before Thanksgiving about potentially closing schools in 25, 26, we're not giving the community enough time to react and adjust as they see fit. My sense is, as the superintendent pointed out, our community engagement needs to be different. It needs to be real. It needs to be sincere. It needs to have integrity. It has to be two-way. We have to listen to the community because, to Mr. Sullivan's point, a big part of marketing is knowing and learning what people want. And you can't know what people want unless you go out and listen to them earnestly. I'm very worried about this timeline because last year we said we were going to make some decisions. We did what we did, and we didn't make decisions. We said, though, we're going to do that this year. We had plenty of lead time, and I'm worried about the schedule here. I'm worried that slide 4 says our community engagement is priority 4. I don't understand this timeline, and I don't understand the heavy emphasis on policy, because our policies right now do not prohibit us from making decisions that we have set forth in this. On slide 3, we talk a lot about programmatics and about thinking about how are we going to rebuild our system so that what we are is really reacting and being honest about what the community would like us to do. It envelops everything we've talked about programmatics, about financial and fiduciary responsibilities. It's about taking advantage of being an A district and saying, yeah, we're an A district, but you want us to be the best we can be with the facilities and with the programming and with the feeder patterns that we have. But I'm very worried about this. So I have a few questions, Chair. Just to be clear, do our policies that we have in place today prevent us from reaching a decision point in November about closing 5 schools?
Dr. Hepburn?
I would say yes, because of the policies around the boundary, which has caused a delay because we did not make an approval of that policy in the August meeting. But I also have Dr. Wanza weigh in too, because I know she's been intimately involved with the policy in the loop.
So I'm going to actually thank you, Dr. Hepburn. I'm going to turn to Ms. Batista because I know that the policy speaks about a boundary committee, right? While it doesn't say that we shall, we have been advised that since that language is there is an expectation, for lack of a better term, from the community that this is the process we will follow. And typically the boundary committee, that whole selection process begins in late May of a prior school year so that they hit the ground running in early fall of the upcoming school year. So I'm going to ask Ms. Batista if she could weigh in.
Ms. Batista.
My understanding is that the policy is going to be brought back for changes. Is that correct? All right. And that the committee will not be part of the new policy. Is that correct?
To General Counsel's question, so the new policy leaves certain elements of the process open for the superintendent's recommendation each year. And that includes whether or not there will be a committee and what the committee will be composed of, the timeline, the considerations that will be used to evaluate proposals, and specific schools that are being recommended to be addressed.
So I think this is a two-part answer to the original question from Dr. Zeman, which would be if the board wanted to make a determination as to what schools to close prior to November or around the November timeframe, there wouldn't be any issue with designating those schools. Clearly, the schools would not be able to be closed in November. So that would, in other words, it would be your plan. You would be explaining to the public what the plan is for the future, and then that would have to be implemented at a later time, not between now and November.
I'll be more clear. There's nothing in our current policies or nothing that stops us from updating our policies that would prevent us from making decisions in November about schools that would close in the fall of 2025.
Yes, that is correct.
Great. What I'm worried about is our community is asking us to do something that's horrific to some small parts, to specific people who are influenced by these decisions. It is horrific to them. It's horrific to graduates of schools that are closing. It is a traumatic experience. And that calls on us as a group to be very agile and thoughtful and analytic and to move forward in a way that allows them to feel heard through the process. And it may be in the end that while some people oppose the decisions that need to be made, that there are still decisions that need to be made for the health of the entire community. I don't want to waste a lot of the great energy out there in the community who has been working for a long time with their cities, with their EABs, with other community groups, trying to think about what could be better, because they've been told that we're going to make changes. And so they're out there thinking about what could be better, and we're back here talking about bureaucratic steps and policies, and I don't think those policies actually inhibit us from doing anything. But this plan about community engagement in September and October and all the policy changes doesn't seem to me like it's going to get us to decisions in time to let people know for the 25-26 year. And I'm very worried about that, because we've set an expectation last year and we did not come through. We set the same expectation about what we're going to do this year. And I want to make sure that we don't go back to the community and say, yeah, we told you once, didn't do it. We told you a second time, looks like we're not going to do it now. And not for any reasons that there weren't good answers out there, but for the reason that we couldn't figure out as an organization about how to execute this change. And it's a huge change, and it's a traumatic change for some people. But I still think it's a change that has the potential for us to create a better system, to serve our community even better than what we're doing. We have very expensive things called schools. And we run 236 different campuses in this county. And we've lost 20% of our students, and those are the facts. And I want us to make sure that we're coming to grips with those facts and thinking about what our job is, which is really to create a system that serves our community best. I'll save my comments for the second round. Thanks, Chair.
Mrs. Leonardi?
May I respond, if it's okay? So, Dr. Zeman, thank you for your concern. I would, having been through boundary processes in the past where we typically aren't through until April or May, I would say that this timeline sets us up to be finished sooner than we have in many years in the past, where families would actually, we would come to the board for the board to take board action, if you will. It looks probably in January, February, if you will, when in previous years we've gone as late as May for boundary decisions. So, but we certainly will work at whatever the will and the direction of the board through the superintendent.
And I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, team, that we can bring, after our community engagement meetings, we can bring the list of schools. I think our intentions are to bring a package where we're addressing the boundaries at the same time. Yes, so
that is correct.
We can bifurcate the process by bringing those school names after those community meetings in October, in November. But I think the intent from us is to do this the right way and do the boundary work simultaneously so that we bring all of that nicely packaged to the board.
Ms. Leonardi?
Thank you. First, I want to ask this question because it keeps, we always have a slide on these presentations for this, but I feel like we really haven't delved into it. Can someone please explain the charter school law that's in this presentation?
Ms. Batista?
It's in the appendix.
Sorry, I don't remember what slide it's on.
It's on slide 33 if you're looking at slide numbers for the statute on closed facilities and charter school access.
While I look for that particular slide, are you asking about what we do with our facilities or how the facilities are made available to the charter schools?
Yeah.
Okay. So I can try and find the.
Do you have another question? I should look through that.
I have some comments that I can give. One, I also appreciate that we did clusters of schools this time, and I look forward to the conversations that are going to happen at those clusters at those schools. I really appreciated the marketing piece. I think that's a really exciting plan. I'm glad we're finally going forward and doing something with marketing. I'm really looking forward to the programmatic analysis that's going to happen and looking at, what are certain schools asking for, what's duplicative, how to clean up the feeder patterns and all of that. So I'm really looking forward to those things. I do have a question, since this was brought up. What is the plan to meet with the EABs and the school advisory boards?
So we're going to work obviously with our regionals and teaching and learning as it relates to specific schools, school advisories. But when you talk about clusters, so I'll use, they're here not to call anybody out, but the city of Fort Lauderdale. So we do have a meeting, I think it's next week first with the city manager, so that we can kind of sit down and the city manager understands, and then our next reach is to the EAB to have a conversation so that there's multiple layers of conversation within the municipality. And then so I'll take one of the clusters, let's say it's the one with Charles Drew, and then we would have those schools together, and it could be at the high school auditorium so that it allows for enough space, enough time for the community and for us to present data, to have conversations, and then start to hear from them as opposed to us just speaking, giving some numbers and just giving district facts. We really want to hear from them about what they would see and what they believe would make a difference in their community. And then let's say the community would say, well, we realize that there's significant under-enrollment in this one school. If we repurpose this school, this is what we may want to see in this facility, knowing that you're going to provide A, B, and C in the other schools around in this cluster.
Got it. That's really good to hear. And so this is on the record, the city of Fort Lauderdale also has a chief education officer.
Yes.
So I hope we're meeting with those folks too.
I know her well.
Yes.
See, she'll be on the call next week.
Excellent. I did want to share, an organization, Empower Governance, has a model school closure policy. And what I thought was particularly interesting about the policy was around community engagement, board engagement, student and parent engagement, and school staff engagement. So I did want to share some of this information. I've shared the document with Dr. Hepburn. But around community engagement, it recommends that the superintendent present preliminary recommendations for school closure or consolidation at a minimum of 3 public hearings held at locations most relevant and accessible to the communities most affected by the recommendations. At least one of the public hearings shall be held at schools under consideration for closure or consolidation, and that the 3 public hearings shall take place no later than November 30th of the preceding school year of potential closure or consolidation. For board engagement, it says the superintendent shall present a summary of the district's final recommendations in a regular school board meeting of the board no later than December 15th of the year preceding the school year of potential closure or consolidation. And then for student and parent engagement, no later than 14 days following board approval of school closures or consolidations, the superintendent shall hold at least one meeting at the affected schools to fully inform students and parents or guardians affected by the closures or consolidations. And then the same thing for school staff. So I think, the point I want to make is there needs to be a very clear timeline when we do make these decisions about stakeholder engagement, and it needs to be very personalized to those areas and to those schools. Do we have an answer about the law yet? Okay.
So I knew the answer about the law. I just wanted to get be able to read the language from the statute that states that if a district school board facility or property is available because it is surplus, marked for disposal or otherwise unused, it shall be provided for a charter school's use on the same basis, and that's the critical language, as it is made available to other public schools in the district. So the interpretation of that language is that if the district chooses to surplus a particular property and that property is not available to public schools at large, then it would not be available to a charter school either. So it's something that it has to be done on the same basis as it is made available to other public schools.
Okay, so there's not a situation in which we close the school and we cannot put the property up for sale, correct?
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you. Those are my questions and comments.
Thank you.
Not on the basis of this statute.
Right, okay, thank you.
Thank you, and I'm going to talk real quick and then give the gavel to Ms. Hickson because I have to step out for a few minutes. But real quick, I just feel like we're chasing our tail, and I know there's a process, and I want to go through the process, but I just want to, I know it's difficult to identify schools right away and quickly without going through the process, but I think you don't really get serious parent input or community input until we know what those schools are. And I also would like the superintendent to bring to the board for them to vote on it, because I don't want to drag communities through possibly closing their school, and then it comes to a board vote and we have 500 people that come to be a public speaker and the board votes it down. So I don't know what that looks like. I just know that I feel like we're chasing our tail here, but I want to make it as easy, seamless as possible for the community. But then I want us as a board to be able to vote on whatever that looks like, so then you can do your job to move forward with that action.
And I think this process lends itself to that. Let's say, for instance, I won't pick on a cluster, but let's say a cluster, all those schools in the cluster have sufficient adjacent capacity, meaning no matter what school is closed, either one of those schools can absorb those students, and presenting the enhanced options based on consolidation, providing the data for the specific schools, what's the year of the school, what's been the maintenance cost, how much would it cost to actually renovate this specific space, is it comparably different from the other schools within the cluster? If you got a school that's built in 1960 and within that cluster you have a school that's built in the early 2000s. So it creates viable options for the community to say, hey, based on what you're telling me, based on the things that we're going to receive to enhance student opportunities, close this one, right? But it may not be that easy too for some areas, because as Dr. Zeman alluded to, some people, they have emotional attachments to their schools. But having the conversation and empowering folks to be engaged with this process, even though we have to make tough decisions at the end of it, is I think is a better option versus how we've done it in the past, where we're telling you something, not a lot of open dialogue, and you're going to get a couple of thousand people rotating through board meetings.
Okay.
Yep.
I just want us to vote on whatever those options
Yep,
are
for sure.
sooner than later, because I just think that it's important.
So, like I was mentioning earlier, if the board, it's the pleasure of the board to bring back those schools in November, we can bifurcate the strategy, and the team and I can sit down and work and see how that bifurcation would look like. So we would have to have two separate paths, one for identifying those schools through our conversations, and then there's going to be another path of identifying boundaries and the sort. So that makes it a little bit more complex, but it can be done. But the secondary path, which is the boundary, would be the one that will take some time versus totally just identifying the schools and bringing them to the board. So if that's the pleasure of the board, we can do that also.
Okay, thank you. I'm actually next, but I'll wait to go last. So Mrs. Rupert, you're up.
Okay, hopefully you can hear me because I don't have my headphones anymore. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, here we go. Thank you for the presentation and the warning, thank goodness, before I looked at this, because I had been assured that there was not going to be any major things happening in District 7. So my surprise at finding Coconut Creek Elementary, Liberty Elementary, and Charles Drew Elementary, which basically in that one area, Coconut Creek Elementary is 3 streets from my house and the school that all of my 3 children went to. To the left of that is Liberty Elementary in the city of Margate, and then going back to Coconut Creek, to the right, Charles Drew Elementary School. The last time I was at Coconut Creek Elementary was probably right before we came. And I had a conversation with the departing principal. And the departing principal, who I absolutely love, she had said that she had asked for permission to have pre-K ESE classes at her school because there had been parents that were asking for that. And I can tell you they're also asking for it in my neighborhood, of which we, several years ago, created the magnet program at Coconut Creek High School. And it's lovely to see more children coming from my neighborhood walking to the high school instead of the 40 buses that we used to have. So one thing I'm going to say about Coconut Creek Elementary, you have veteran teachers there that are unbelievable. They retire and they still come back to give to our community. So before I talk about Coconut Creek Elementary and closing it or repurposing it or anything to get my neighborhood up in a roar, what I want to throw out to my colleagues is this. When a school and a principal say they need something, that should have been, I'm assuming, to the North Area Director. That North Area Director should have, at the time, reached out to Dr. Hepburn, who might have still been the Assistant Superintendent of Academic. So those conversations, I do know those conversations were having with Dr. Licata. And I just recently had a conversation with Dr. Hepburn about this very same thing. So I think it's rather, and I understand why Lori Alhadeff would like it sooner than later. I get it. And the same thing with Dr. Zeman, that we've talked about this before and then put out there, quote, unquote, no schools from District 7. And that was at many, many meetings on camera, on tape. So it's very surprising and very upsetting to get phone calls back home in America when I'm still up here. So I appreciate all the work that has gone through for this point. However, let's look at Charles Drew Elementary School. Charles Drew Elementary School is a little gem. Does it need a little bit of work? Yeah. Does it need more money? Does it need better programs? Does it fit a need in my community? Yeah, it does. And we have homeless children. We have people who are pregnant. We have all sorts of people there that need to go to school and try to get their GED, etc. So this is something that if you do move it from there, I'm not sure, because it's like two schools in one. So when we go into the neighborhoods and we have these conversations, then I think the board needs to really be educated on, including me, educated on which schools are now on a list that need to be looked at for programmatic, for under-enrollment, for lack of clean and up-to-date facilities. Those are all various things that could be in the conversation, as well as historic buildings. But we also have to look, you can't put a Charles Drew and then close them up and then try to get to some of the other schools that are nearby them. So yes, I went through the entire set, and I did see the enrollment numbers, and of course I went through all those. But then I was thinking, you know what? There's some schools, like I thought we were all supposed to get something in our district for schools to be looked at. Well, nowhere in my possibilities in District 7 would I think 3 schools, 3 different cities, and some districts do not have anyone because there is no openings in their nearby schools. So I just want to say this leaves a really bad taste in my mouth. And I'm not playing this, and I know my colleagues aren't going to play it at all. So we need to be very clear on the criteria, because when I'm at an event and somebody asked me, hey, I heard in the board meeting that we're going to be okay in Coconut Creek. Yes, that's what the superintendent said. So now I have to say, yeah, but now the criteria is changing. And I even remember, and you guys probably do as well, that I would say, okay, I understand that you might sell some land, because that's how it was with the other land. I forgot which place it was. It was probably in Pompano. So selling land to do something. I said, okay, so that was even part of the definition. It's not part of the definition now, but it is part of the definition. So I don't know what is going to be planned. For instance, Liberty Elementary is a much newer school, a great facility, a great new principal that's there, new principal to Liberty. We have a fabulous new principal who's an old principal who I love at Coconut Creek Elementary. And we pulled her from one of the complaints I've always said to you guys is, don't take my principals. My principals are great, but when you're offered X amount of money more to go from Deerfield Park to another school, then that is not performing well. Let them get more pay. I get that. But I'm happy to see that there's also a plan, rightly so, to take care of that situation. When you move a high-performing principal elsewhere, you have to make sure that whoever is going to be replaced, either the program is going to stay the same, or you're going to have at least an AP or someone who knows something. So I understand that, because before Dr. Licata and before Dr. Hepburn, it was really a haphazard way of looking at schools. Yeah, I want this school to be able to be an A or a B or a C, so I'm going to move that principal. So I appreciate the thoughtfulness, and I'm super happy, jump up and down, that Miss Reed is back. She's in Coconut Creek Elementary. But what happens? Where does that request go? I mean, if I didn't mention it to the board wouldn't even know that that was a possibility, that they were trying to to take care of it even before this name got back in there. So first question is, when a principal tells, I'm going to think their North Area director or their cadre director, where did it go from there that it didn't get into the information for school board members to think about this when this whole item came back again?
Mrs. Rupert, just because
Question.
the buzzer's gone a couple of times on the time frame here, you're kind of, is there a specific question? Because you're jumping
I think
kind
I
of
heard.
all over the place, and Dr. Hepburn's trying to formulate an answer.
Yeah.
But you jumped to staffing, which isn't really part of what this is. So can you just kind of bring that home for us?
Or I can try and answer. I think I heard your two questions, Ms. Rupert. One is about Coconut Creek L and the request for the ESC pre-K. I have Ms. Hollingsworth.
Three classes, yes.
Yes,
classes.
I have Ms. Hollingsworth here. She can answer that. Let me hop on the cluster for that area. So I just want to make sure that the terminology that everyone is using, I just want to be careful just to make sure you're not using the word closing for these clusters. These clusters are schools that need to be addressed. They need to look for opportunities to leverage within those clusters that for the benefit of the students and the kids. One thing I would look at too for the public and also the board members is in the appendix for the more detailed information for those clusters, looking at the percentage of students or number of students that are actually attending charter schools. So for some of those clusters, the opportunities, the conversation isn't about consolidation and all of those other things. It's more about how do we recapture those kids that are in the charter schools. So for instance, Ms. Rupert, if you look at I would call it the Coconut Creek cluster, since you've used that school name, many of those students are in charter schools. I think about 25 to 30%, depending on the schools, are in charter schools. So that's a different type of conversation. Like I said, we're going to go to certain clusters with specific challenges that are unique to their cluster. And one of the conversations to initiate with that cluster is enhancing programs to bring back students versus some other clusters. The conversations may be a little bit different. So I want to make sure we use the right terminology as we talk to our constituents, our parents, our students, and to not use the word closing, but to use the word opportunities and addressing challenges. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Hollingsworth to talk about Coconut Creek and their ESC pre-K and the request and the strategy that was leveraged first before they actually are moving forward with that. Go ahead, Ms. Hollingsworth.
Simone Hollingsworth, Chief Academic Officer. Good afternoon. Ms. Rupert and obviously board members and community, knowing that each year, each of the schools are reviewed with the ESC department and the regional offices to determine exactly what special programs are at schools. In specifics to Coconut Creek Elementary School, currently they have 8 to 9 special programs for our ASD programs, and then obviously wanting to add program. We have to do that in a transitional phase because we don't want to overwhelm a school, add 3 preschool ESC programs plus 8 or 9. So working with the schools and with the regional offices to realign that throughout the district so that we don't add too many programs to a school. So that's something that Ms. Egan, who's in the room, and her team works with all the time to then disperse programs and make sure we're also addressing students that live in their community so that we're not having to send them to other schools as we open programs and realign them to other schools. So not that it wasn't heard, Ms. Rupert, but just really trying to be very strategic and systematic when we do add programs and then also adjust them based on the needs of the community with the students.
Okay. So the point still being, if during these community meetings it comes out that parents would like to have more opportunities. I understand you were saying that we have an ASD classes. How many are in that cluster?
It's 8 to 9.
In that school?
8 to 9.
Okay, 8 to 9. Mm-hmm. And what is the biggest amount that any other elementary school has?
That's very large. We try to keep it at the most 5 or 6. We've had other sites that have about that same, and we've realigned those programs. And then obviously working within that zone in the community to make sure that we have programs to meet the needs of students, whether it be pre-K, ESE, or other special programs to meet those students' needs. But really, truly, that's a very large program when you think the average class probably has about 8 or 9 students. So that's 70 plus students with autism in one school. And then obviously if we added preschool ESC, that could be, 12 to 14 students per classroom.
Right. I just passing on what the principal expressed to me. And I'm certainly walking my neighborhood before we came up here. And, a lot of questions. It was about pre-K. Do we have any pre-K? Not even just ESC. Do we have more seats for pre-K? And a lot of the families are choosing private schools to go to in my area, where honestly, people would buy in South Creek, they'd stay for PK to 5, and then when their kids get ready for middle school, they would move. The moving part now is not so much, because Margate Middle is kicking it, and Lions Creek as well. So there is a vast choice for people in Coconut Creek to go to Lions Creek or Margate Middle. And then, of course, we have fabulously performing Pompano Beach and Deerfield Beach, which were highlighted today. So those are opportunities. And I'll take this as a question answered for later, because I don't want to hold up my colleagues, and I want to hear what they have to say. But what would we be thinking about closing? I'm going to re-say it again. Repurposing or programmatically changing Charles Drew. So I don't really know what, because certainly it's honestly just have somebody from the facilities department tell me what can be utilized in that school space. So when we have that conversation with the community, at least you'll be prepared to answer those questions, and I'll be able to voice the community's needs and what they really would like to see. Same thing for Liberty. Liberty's fantastic. I got to tell you, love them. And I'll say it one more time today, and I swear to you, I don't get $1 every time I say this. Margate Elementary and Tommy Schroeder. Wow. Dr. Hepburn, if you haven't seen the video yet, see it before you drive home. It'll make your entire day. It'll make you happy to be doing the job. And remember that every single kid and customer service is treated like the absolute gold that they are. I hate to sound like I'm upset, but I really am. This is a lot to take into when I was told no. So, and I'm not even sure that the board even voted for 70% or under, but I could be fine with that as long as you've got other districts that their needs are going to be met as well. I certainly don't want to have 3 of my schools, maybe one of them will close. That's a lot for one district. So I just ask my colleagues that when we get the information and when we have that opportunity to go and listen, and I would suggest roundtables are a lot better than town halls, because that way you have the obvious connection. You're sitting with people, that you're asking questions, you're talking, and it's more of a conversation and less of a speech. So I know that has worked better for me. I'm not adverse to town halls, but I think you get more done and people feel more comfortable in a roundtable type situation. So that is my point with all those 3. So we'll have to make an appointment with Pompano, which has an EAB, Margate, which has or is starting an EAB, and Coconut Creek. I would suggest, unless you've already been there, I know John has, I think, to go to the lunch bunch, where that's when you have all the principals from the area, but you have your commissioners there as well. So it's a nice opportunity to get a big room and get lunch together. So those are opportunities for us, and I think it's important, because even though I know that some schools are going to be repurposed, and some of them are going to have maybe land sold, and some of them are going to have programmatic changes. still, when people see that there's a list of schools now, it's kind of very much feeling like you are, you're being highlighted somehow, and not in a good way. I know that I will certainly
Mrs.
look
Rupert,
at every
your buzzer's
single
going off
information
like
that
the
comes
20
with all the other schools and scenarios and make the best choice like I've done since 2010.
Thank you, Mrs. Rupert. We're going to have to move on. Thank you so much. Dr.
Opinions
Holness.
out and really focus
Mrs.
on
Rupert,
what
we're
is best
moving
for the
on
district
to-
as a whole.
to Dr.
So
Holness.
I'm going to leave now. I can't hear you once again, so I'm assuming that you're probably cutting me off, which I appreciate. But I just want to say, those are my thoughts. I appreciate it. Okay. And Dr. Hepburn, you and I can talk some more at another date. So thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Rupert. Dr. Holness.
Okay, I'll just consider Board Member Rupert can have 3 minutes of my time because I will be much shorter. On page 10, regarding the marketing aspect, the marketing plan, I just want to find out if the marketing plan, if these are additional marketing options, or some of these are what we're already doing. So if you could expound on which of these options here in the marketing plan on page 10 is additional to what we're already doing. Dr. Hepburn.
Mr. Sullivan.
Yes, thank you, Superintendent. So everything you see there is basically in addition to what we're currently doing. So we have not done any, except for, I'm looking at Mr. Perez, who ran the last campaign that we did. I think it was Ready for You. Besides that campaign that we did back, I think it was summer of 2022, 2021. Besides that, we haven't really done commercials or targeted social media ad. So that would be in addition to what we're doing now. So what we do now is what we call our free channel. So our social media, our website. Sometimes when we get press releases out and we get some coverage through there, but that's all free. What we're using the 1.2 million is really to go into commercials and social media ads and then specific marketing of schools.
Okay, great. So, John, I'm sure I'm going to have a couple more questions that you'll have to answer. Dr. Hepburn, I really appreciate the emphasis now on customer service. I've always said that we need to improve in customer service. I've had those experiences myself where I thought the customer service in some of the schools really need to improve. And anyone who's, whether it's a small business or a large business, and Dr. Zeman, you can attest to that, the quality of the product that you offer, the quality of the environment, as well as the quality of the service really matters. And any one of those three that falters is going to impact your business, whether it's a school district, whether it's a private business. And so while the quality of our product is certainly commendable with us being an A district, I've always felt that the quality of our learning environment is a work in progress, as well as the quality of our customer service. So I'm very happy to see that we're moving in the direction of customer service. I do have some questions. In terms of our customer service, obviously there should be an action plan, which we have one in place. There should be monitoring, and then there should be consequences, right? So when you look at the action plan, is the action plan parent driven? Have we done any type of baseline survey or input to understand where we are faltering and where we need to focus on? And if not, is there intent to do that? Because I think a baseline data of some sort based upon the customers that we have to understand where we're faltering would be essential in moving forward.
Yes, excellent question. The SIMS team had to be a year or two ago, I think, collected a lot of data from parents in regards to customer service, and to the point where the regions had secret shoppers out and about and experiencing some of the things that we've talked about that you've experienced at some of our schools, including myself. Another monitoring mechanism, I don't know if they talked about it, that we're actually utilizing is that there are going to be QR codes, because one of the things that I talked about when we started this initiative is I don't want the annual survey to be the mechanism that we're using to monitor how well we're doing with customer service and how our constituents and parents in their experiences in our schools or in our departments. We need everyday real-time data that can be collected. So there will be QR codes that will be displayed at schools. So anybody who's interacting with our front offices, our schools, can scan that QR code and give real-time feedback about their experience. So we'll have constant data coming in that we can monitor the experience of people who are interacting with our schools, and also for our departments, for schools leveraging services from our departments also. So we've heard that loud and clear from our principals that they're not having the best customer service experiences with our central office services and regional office services too.
Thank you. And for the time monitoring person, my time shouldn't be moving if I'm not talking, but I'll keep moving on. I see my time moving, which means I'm getting far less time.
We'll add some time back.
Thank you so much. Now, regarding monitoring, I did hear that the superintendent is making calls, but do we have, and I appreciate that, Dr. Hepburn, but do we have a more robust monitoring of customer service, and
Yes.
what is that?
The real-time use of the QR codes, instead of just sending out an annual survey, which is not the best tool to use, and getting static information one time a year, we're going to be receiving information daily. And what I plan to do as superintendent is incentivize great customer service as we identify those schools, those departments that's doing a great job of customer service based on the data we're receiving daily. We'll figure out how to celebrate that accomplishment so we can continue to help scale out the initiative and encourage folks to really double down on customer service. When you make it competitive and recognizing folks for the great work they're doing, it spreads faster, it spreads like wildfire. But we have a strong monitoring mechanism that we're implementing where, just like you go shop somewhere online, in person, or restaurant or whatnot, you can provide, you get a quick survey to provide information about your experience. So we're replicating that same process of folks can give us information about their experience on a daily basis.
Okay, and in terms of consequence, and consequence can be positive, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you notice there are issues with customer service at specific schools, how do we proceed with additional training, or what's in place for that?
So Ms. Farrah Wilson is leading that charge, and so she's been going out and providing training to our school leaders, also our departments, since this summer. So it's an ongoing process for PD. I think the next thing that's coming up, she presented to Cabinet just Monday about the HR department providing robust training to our clerical staff in our schools too, because usually they're the first line of encountering our constituents that are coming to our schools.
Okay, so that ongoing process is based upon information gathered from the monitoring aspect of it. And I just have a few more comments. I do notice, for example, with parent conferences, when a conference is requested by a parent, some parents have to wait 3, 4, 5 weeks to have a conference because of scheduling and all of that. I would love to see that we improve in those timelines, so that a parent doesn't have to wait 6, 7 weeks to get a conference for their kid. In addition to that, when we have parent concerns, that those are resolved in a timely manner, because those are our customers. When we have phone calls that during the opening hours that we have and we weren't able to answer the phones, that hopefully those calls are returned the same day, as opposed to someone who called after hours. Stuff like that I think is important. And if we put someone on hold, that we recognize that person every so often, every 2 or 3 minutes, instead of having them on hold 15, 20 minutes while we're resolving other concerns. So those are things that I think we need to improve on. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Mrs. Hickson?
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. So on page 11, where we talk about customer service, I'm going to ask if we could add something. We actually should have already added it, and if we go to where it says contact us on our Broward County Public School page, all the way down at the bottom, I think this was kind of the attempt to do it, where it says can't find what you're looking for, complete this form. But I would like to suggest on the front page, the home page, right where we have that bar that has see something, say something, mental health support, child abuse, that there's a place people can click that is a type of hotline. So if they're at a school and they see that the bathrooms aren't clean, that they can click on there. If they need a transcript, we're getting tons of emails to the Broward County School Board that really shouldn't be coming to us, but they don't know anywhere else to click except for click everybody here. And our assistants are having to answer answer things that they don't really have the answer to, and then following around. So I've already had the discussion with Dr. Hepburn, but someplace where someone can click and there's someone monitoring that, so in the next 24 hours they get an answer back. Where do I go to get transcripts? Where do I go to do whatever? Kind of like a hotline. I guess you'd call it something else because it's not a phone line, but you get the idea of what I'm saying. Would add a lot to the customer service. Oftentimes people are putting concerns they have on social media. That shouldn't be where they think, I mean, we happen to see it or someone sends it to us. That shouldn't be where they're dropping their concerns. It should be where we can do action on them, and action at a point where we see something happening instead of somebody trying to, just complain about it somewhere. If we really want customer service, we have to give them a place to put that information. So I don't know how hard or easy. I would guess it's similar to what's on that contact us on the very bottom. Was a couple of superintendents ago, we had this discussion. It should be right on that front page. There should be somebody monitoring it, and it would reduce, I think, some of the frustration of the emails that come to us because we don't really know the answers, and it has to go to 5 people before they actually get an answer. So that's one. And then the only other thing I want to ask is on page 21, where we have the dates on things. I have similar concerns to everyone else. So it says between September 11th and 18th, meeting with identified municipalities and district committees and advisory chairs. And then the 17th, something comes to the workshop. But really, we're not really going to the community until way down where it says ongoing stakeholder and community meetings. But how are they ongoing if there's no dates anywhere on? And you made a suggestion or a comment about going to the high school auditorium to meet with those schools in the clusters. And to Mrs. Aladev's point, that should be earlier on, because I think your September 11th to 18th are really like the cities, not the people in the cities, but the city manager and stuff. Correct. But where are we meeting with community members so that that list of, we've had this conversation with the community, we've decided what schools are going to close, or I guess that's really the biggest thing that has to come to us in a more timely manner instead of putting it ongoing stakeholder and community meetings, when I think to us, stakeholders are people who live in that community, and I don't see them anywhere.
Sure, because
I
can explain. Thank you, Ms. Hickson. So September 11th through the 18th is where we have really carved out time to meet with the municipalities that tend to experience under-enrollment in their cities. The ongoing, we actually wanted to at least let school get open, let people start to, before we start to encroach on, we need your media center, we need your cafeteria. We obviously do not want to be in the auditorium because that's just not conducive to small group. So really, probably after the September 17th conversation with the board, then we are going to schedule the actual cluster meetings. And those would take place, when I say ongoing, it may not be just a one and done, because we may have to go back to a community or a cluster that says, listen, these are the things that we're interested in. And then we may have to do some research, bring some examples, and come back to them again. So those conversations would really start to happen after the September 18th. After the September 17th, because what we did not want to do this time, and we heard it loud and clear when we met, and I believe you were there, Ms. Hickson, when we met with the Broward League of Cities, all of the mayors, and they were saying, please, at least let the cities know what you're thinking so that we can help in the conversation with our residents. So we wanted to have the conversation with them around what we're doing here today, our path going forward, but really September, October is the ongoing meetings, and then we would come back to the board. We would be back like late October, early November with, and these are the schools.
Yeah. And so one thing with the last go around with redefining, the reason why we're doing this in the front end with the cities is that we learned about a lot of things from the cities after the fact. And we wish we would have known that before. They shared a lot of things going on in their cities, be it new units being built, new recreational space, new plazas, to attract more citizens to their cities, and really enhance those opportunities. So we're doing this in the front end, so we have all that information. So we're ready when we're going to the community because we have all that information in addition to some of the things that we've acquired as far as enhanced programs and the like.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. The problem I'm having is that nowhere on here is a specific time of going to the community. So it would have been good to say September 18th
Gotcha.
on
Understood.
community conversations, because it looks like we're doing exactly what we did the first time, and that's causing a problem with people in the community. They want to know, where do they fit in? It says ongoing stakeholder and community, but if you listen to ongoing, it never started in here. So how is it ongoing? So I think it's important on the 17th that you come back to us with that
Right.
workshop with
We will.
specific dates and where it's going to be, because this looks like we're skipping that step,
No.
and that's my concern.
We'll have all of that information when we come back, and also specifics of how we're going to facilitate the community engagement process too. So we'll have all those dates. Most likely we'll have all those dates before and probably advertise those dates before, so the community has a good heads up, so they can schedule their time accordingly to make sure they can be there and participate. Also, with the website concern that you mentioned, so we're ahead of you. We're working on that as we speak. The team understands the charge in making sure that we have an easy navigatable website for the largest concerns for our parents, and having some form of a contact us, question, support button that can go directly to the responsive department. So they can fill those questions accordingly. Also, we are transitioning to a new website next school year, which will hopefully enhance those capabilities of making it more user-friendly, replicating similar websites that the public and the board is used to navigating without, like Ms. Paul mentioned. She measures hers by how many clicks it takes to get there. I do the same thing too.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And I think when we discussed it before, they were also going to put some common question and answers so that maybe it would be able to answer, like we get a lot of, how do I get my transcript? So simple things like that would be on there first. And then if they didn't, like a question that's not on here, then you could fill out a form to ask that question. So thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may, just one of the things that we'll do more frequently, because the board got them, I think that you got like 2 or 3, but we will do the one pager that we would do the updates, so that we will do those more frequently now, so that they can be disseminated obviously in the community, the websites, and it can be posted so that people start to get probably bi-weekly updates on the redefining process.
Okay, thank you. And we're close to landing the plane. I have 3 more speakers. Mrs. Pham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm in agreement. We need to automate, and what I mean by automate is the form that you suggested, Mrs. Nixon, but we don't need to tell them to go to a department. We should have that form online where they can fill it out and it automatically shoots to that department, unless there's a fee for it or something like that. But that way it's just cutting down on the communication. Oh, you have to do this, and have it right there and readily available, all kinds of forms. In addition, one of the things I just wanted to talk with Dr. Hepburn is, I said automated and we have to update. And when I say update is be creative in our thinking if we want to attract students back. And I am perfectly willing to go with you and speak to the airlines right here. We have Broward, we have Dade, and we have Palm Beach. And a lot of these students are not going to be able to afford to go to college, or they're not looking to go to college. So they can look at careers in flying. And they start at 18. I was just looking up. It's 18 to 20 years old to be a flight attendant. And it's so fun. It's so fun. We could set up a service, where we're training them through whatever airline it is. They get their lessons, and we partner with them for jobs. And the reason it's a win-win is because when airlines are looking for flight attendants, they want people that live there already in that area, so they don't have to move, they don't have to worry about them not adapting to the new environment. They're already here and they like it here, and they have connections and ties and family. So they like that. They also like that they don't have to fly them in and out, for testing and other things that they need to do to keep their license valid. So, and I also met someone down from Dade who they repair aircraft engines, and they said they would be interested in opening a place where they can teach students how to work on jet engines. I mean, that's great paying money. So, and I'm just using these two as an example. But if we start offering careers where our students don't necessarily have to go to college, they're using their vocational skills, whether it be inspecting elevators, repairing elevators, whatever, but good paying jobs. A bulldozer man came up to me and said, I'll pay $50 an hour for one of your students to train them to run my bulldozers. I mean, this is opportunities that we need to present that no one else is presenting. And that makes us special, and that's going to make us wanted. If you do it, they will come.
Landon. Thank you, Madam Chair. Quick 30-second piece regarding student involvement. We had a great conversation this morning and a continuing conversation with Dr. Wanza and Dr. Hepburn regarding our student involvement. We've met one-on-one with most board members, not all board members, but part of that conversation has been talking about our Speak Up, Speak Out sessions, and a major component of that will be campus-specific programmatic reviews. So we're looking to be able to hear from students what they love about their schools, what they want to improve about their schools, and we'll be able to give that feedback back. And I said 30 seconds. I did 33, 4.
Thank you, Landon. Dr. Zeman,
So
land
much.
the plane.
Landed the plane. Here we go. One, I want to say that the idea of community engagement in 60 days is heroic, which means if we really are going to do community engagement in 2 months and bring back ideas to the board at the end of October, it's got to be an all y'all effort. There must be hundreds of people that are going out to talk to people in a really consolidated system to gather honest and sincere input from a two-way conversation. One way to help that is Lori's idea, Ms. Aladef's idea about saying what's on and what's off the list. Because if there is something that the board looks at and says, we're not doing that, it would be nice to let people know now, and hundreds of families can calm down and then go work on a friend's school that might be in it. The last point, though, that I think is really important is there are opportunities to do really great things for our community here. The mayors in particular, the city commissioners, some major hospitals, some major commercial organizations are looking to do better things for our community. And let me just give you one quick example to help guide our efforts maybe. West Palm Beach this week announced that Vanderbilt University is coming wholesale to West Palm Beach. That builds community value. To have a university like Vanderbilt come down here and offer their programs to the residents on or around West Palm Beach makes their community better off. And I know, Mr. Superintendent, you said there are no high schools on this year's list, but we have more high schools than we have high school students. And thinking about a university coming to Broward County to augment the other awesome universities that we have here already are the kinds of ideas that allow Broward County to be a better community writ large. And so we're not just going through the trauma to go to see what's the least negative thing to do. There's also some very positive things to do with affordable housing, workforce housing, reusing some of this land to do major libraries and parks in cities that are park deserts, and inviting things eventually like universities to come to Broward County. And so I look forward to that. But I can tell you, 60 days of community engagement, I'm scared to death as a countywide guy that that's not going to be enough. We have too many schools on our slides right now for them to effectively engage us, because they know we're looking for 5. But if we can neck that list down maybe halfway through the community engagement, then we can have better and deeper conversations with the folks that are closest to being repurposed. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Dr. Hepburn, do you have your takeaways or have any final thoughts?
Yes, we have our takeaways. My final thoughts is I want to thank my team, Dr. Wanza, Ms. Paul, Dr. Fulton, and the teams that they lead. Great work today. I think the public and the board can see how we're moving forward as a district by presenting quality products, demonstrating quality service, really demonstrating why we're a school district, and continuing to move forward and enhance our capabilities, and therefore enhancing the district and the students that we serve every day. Just want to give a good kudos to my team and thank them for the quality work that they do in and out every day. And we also appreciate the board's feedback and also the public's feedback. It is truly a gift to help us get better quicker, and we appreciate all that everybody does to contribute to this large system that we call Broward County Public Schools.
Thank you, Dr. Hepburn. At this time, do any of my colleagues have anything to bring to the board or student successes to share? Mrs. Hickson.
I'll be quick. I know you're ready to go. I have two suggestions or requests. One, I'd like to request that we bring back the policy 80/20, the one that had rental fees on it. I think there were a lot of unintended consequences with that policy. There are things that need to be tweaked, so I'm asking if we could please bring that back so that we can make the changes that have to be made.
Hold on, Ms. Hickson. Thumbs up?
Do we
Thank
all
you.
agree?
Yes.
Thank you, because we're
Dr.
getting
Hepburn, we'll bring that back. Yes. Second.
And the last thing is transportation. So traditionally, in the beginning of October, we do open seats for buses. School started earlier, so and we had this discussion before. I think by the third week of school, we know how many open seats are going to be on the bus. So I would like to ask Dr. Hepburn through Dr. Fulton if we could please, by the end of this week or the beginning of next week, open up those open seats, because there are people who live 1.7, 1.8 miles that really need the transportation, and to make them wait until October is silly.
Thumbs up? Yes? Yes. Okay. Other board members? All right. The scheduler of business for this school board workshop at the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no obligation, I now adjourn the meeting.